stories about that house, that place, and we just don't get to see those.
Well, yeah,
Which
not
I'm
anymore.
fine with.
Then he took
But
after the. I guess there'd be a story in rebuild. Or Miles mentions that he has insurance. Imagine how fucking rich he's gonna be.
that's true. He's gonna bankrupt the insurance
there's
company.
some kind of
Yeah.
irony here that he wanted that stuff for what it meant, not for the money.
Absolutely.
But oh well.
He was a lover of art. But he's a bad person, so
Yeah, he's the
fuck
villain.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything must burn to make him cry.
And it's funny.
If I had
It's
a nickel.
hilarious, and it's so artistically shot. Oh my goodness, Ryan is just he's an
Oh,
artiste.
Ryan.
He's the Leonardo da Vinci of our day.
Oh no.
He's a
Vinciado.
disruptor.
Do not do this. No, no, no.
No, no, no.
No, no, no.
No.
Then I say no, nay, nay, nay.
999.
Nine,
I knew
nine,
you'd
nine.
do that.
So did I.
Germany.
You got
Yeah.
baited.
That's where I am not right now. Damn it. I can't say that today.
Oh.
Yeah, so what can I say as a preamble before we do memes?
Ryan Johnson. Let's talk about Ryan Johnson.
His history with
how
us.
his history with us. He's a patron. He's one of our greatest
Yeah.
patrons here at EFAP. Every Frame of Pause. Like and subscribe. And don't forget to comment.
First movie I saw from him was Looper. Everyone else see that?
Oh my goodness. I saw Looper.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh,
I've never seen that one. No.
I feel like weird looping.
wow, Cap. Do you like anything from Ryan Johnson?
No.
No.
Not even not even his best film.
Which one's
Looper?
Brick.
that? I never saw Brick.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
tempted
can
to go
finish
back.
it.
His stories are like bricks.
It's against the head, yeah.
Like passing a brick.
The Passing of the Brick. It's an artistic tradition that dates back to Grecian days. Which I guess are now, but you know what I mean. Old-timey times.
Oh,
We owe this podcast to Ryan. I feel like that needs to be addressed. It's very likely that this assemblage of tards,
yes.
we would never have coagulated together and met each other, and EFAP might not have ever been a thing that ever was if it wasn't for Ryan Johnson and his incredible, amazing, groundbreaking, subvertive film, The Last Jedi. That's what brought us together. That's
Yeah.
what brought us together.
We
Yeah.
coagulated to
That's
form a
Ryan.
very retarded scab.
That's right. We are the scab on the underbelly of film criticism because we talk about plot and characters, but we actually pay attention to what we watch, which is
Ew.
verboten, from what
Uh-huh.
I hear.
Oh, I know that word.
Well,
That's true, yeah.
you would never have known I existed from Theo there. Maybe. Well, that in the timeline, because I was just gonna say Looper is something I saw and thought was shit. I thought that it broke itself, and then like all the payoffs were dependent on the rules being whatever they needed to be at the time. So that to me is just like, well, that's lazy. It's like, yeah, but the characters.
Very true. The characters, smaller. You know those characters.
Well,
There's
that's
Willis.
That's one of
And
the
the other one?
where, a lot of the character is destroyed by them having an understanding of the rules is completely different from our own. So a lot of their actions seem really strange, but they'll do. Like when he shoots himself. You know what? Let's not get into it. That's gonna take way too long. So yeah, that happened, and then I guess you'd say next in the timeline would be the Breaking Bad stuff. And so if I were more aware of him at the time, because I was not, I would probably be like, yeah, he seems fine. He's just got that weird movie directed, blah blah blah. Then along comes
Zeus,
TLJ, right?
he hurled his
And it was like, oh wow. So he's like known now as being alongside JJ as just an absolute bulldozer of IPs. Even though he's only really killed the one, he's gone after a genre next, so it's a little bit tougher. He'll get there eventually. That wasn't too impressive to a lot of the people here.
You don't
I
think
doubt
he'd ever
that.
try and destroy a whole genre, do you?
It's a brave and bold move.
On his way.
Maybe you could say Star Wars was Disney would like it to be. Then you get Knives Out, and I remember the vibe of that was finally he made a good one. neat.
What?
And then we watched it, and we were like, wow.
You lied to us.
Stupidest ever. And then he disappeared into the night, and then we found out, oh, he's got a deal to make 2 more Knives Out movies, where I guess the through line will just be that Benoit Blanc comes back each time. A character that no one gives a fuck about, and neither does the movie most of the time. Sort of
Now,
there.
when you say 2 more, are you saying there's a 3rd one on the
Yep.
way, or
Yeah.
is this the second? Oh,
Guaranteed.
no, dude! The
$50
drop off
million.
was so steep compared from Knives Out to Glass Onion. How could it
I
go any
agree.
worse?
These
That's
people are
the bit.
dumb.
And now I will say that this new one pops out, and one of the first things I heard about it was it's worse than Knives Out, and I was like, okay.
When you hear
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Because, like, you know, I do have faith in humanity to the point of, like, he must have been able to accidentally make a good story eventually, right? Like, at one point,
it's
he
just
writes something coherent.
Game, right? Yeah, like it's just if you write 10 stories, what are the chances that all of them, every single one, you know, like surely every now and then you won't realize what you made is really great.
You've
Right?
actually accidentally made like a good scene or
kind of
maybe a
like the
good
whole-
character.
You know, the whole theorem of like you get 1 million chimpanzees to sit at a typewriter.
One
Yeah.
of those, you're putting out something good.
They'll write the great American novel. It's kind of like the law of averages, I suppose, in some sense. Eventually, you write something good.
And yeah, I watched it with Metal first, and I'm pretty sure once the bigger crazy thing happens, I was saying what the fuck over and over again until he helped me understand maybe how it wasn't as insane, but it kind of just insane. We'll get to that eventually. And then I was still undecided, but especially after watching it in our little party, it was like, oh yeah, this is actually one of the worst again. We hit another one of the worsts.
It's really annoying. Guys, it's getting scary how often lately it's been like, wow, that was like the worst thing. Like that was,
But the thing is, like,
it's
you know,
not-
you could take it as like an absurdity or, oh, how convenient. It's like, we're going to give you all the arguments and you can decide if you think it's
Yeah,
fair or
like,
not when we have that conclusion.
Mm.
But this one is going to be there's a bit of unraveling to do. There's a bit of layer peeling to do.
It's a
Mhm.
tangled web.
I don't get
didn't
it.
go as far as saying very much deliberately, but we're going to
Yes,
have to.
because it obfuscates the reality. You can't see
one
the
of-
reality through the twisted web of lies.
Lies.
Yeah, that's
Challenges.
a good theme right there.
This film lies to you.
One of the challenges with breaking this one down is that there's an intentionality to obfuscate, and thus the value, part of the value is that things are not as complicated as you would have imagined. And so anytime someone says, wow, that's either really simple or really stupid, the film wins. It gets a point. That's an attitude that's developed apparently
You
about
see,
this one.
I was only pretending to be retarded, except I
Definitely
wasn't
rolling that one out.
pretending.
Mm-hmm.
And
I just was.
yeah, and so the I guess to because there's no reason to do like what did you all think of the movie one by one? Because I'm pretty sure we're all pretty much 1-to-1 unified. It's that bad.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
might
I
it might
hate this film.
Might be
This was-
interesting to see like what each person highlights in their little statement, right? As a thing that what the keyword was, or like one specific aspect of the film that really annoyed them. That could be interesting.
Very
Yeah, we
well.
could go down the list.
Well, we can.
If we set like a limit of 10 seconds or less, you know.
We'll go 30 seconds. 30 seconds, right? And we can
Okay.
go
Generous.
Wow.
Bullet.
30
straightforward this
seconds.
time, because we haven't done it in a while. Just left to right, why not? And start with Mr. Capital Opinions. What did you think of Glass Out, Knives, Onions story?
The third.
I hated it. It's very, very stupid. The characters are terrible. The plot is one of the worst things I've ever seen. The movie, like, was already addressed. The movie lies to you. It's not just that characters lie. It's not that characters are hiding things. It's that the movie itself is hiding things from you. And that's the only way twists are even possible in this story, is by just not telling you things. Our main point of view character knows them, but we just don't get to know them. So we're along for the roller coaster, like, ooh, a new piece of information. But it's all lies.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
the gist. I wondered for a while whether it was worse than Knives Out, because I wasn't sure if anything could be quite as bad as the morphine scene
Yeah,
in Knives Out. But I do think the sum total of this movie is worse, though I'm excited to talk about it.
All right. Yeah.
Well, at least someone is.
Yeah, well, I actually I paid money to go see this one after Thanksgiving
Nice,
because
gotcha.
I thought I mean, because I liked a little bit of Knives Out. The totality of it was, awful. But again, the chimpanzee theory. Maybe he could pound out something halfway decent this time. But no. They advertise this as a whodunit, and it's probably the worst whodunit that I have ever witnessed in my life. It's I can't even. I really can't even. There's nothing about it that works. I mean, there has to be a murder for a whodunit, and a murder doesn't happen until like an hour, I believe, into the movie. And then any information that you need to solve that murder isn't given to you until about like an hour and 20 minutes into the movie. It's just structured so terrible. It's just, yeah, we'll definitely get into all that.
Sweet. All right, Fringy, go ahead.
Glass Onion is one of the most intensely stupid films I've seen. That's basically the gist of it.
All right, that's bullshit.
Oh.
You're next.
Well, Capital O kind of took the words out of my mouth. That whole thing about the film lying to you. As a fan of like the whodunit genre for as long as I can remember, I couldn't stand that fact that it will actively lie to you, because part of the fun is like, picking up on things, be like, ooh, maybe this guy did it. Ooh, is this a red herring? No, they like actively lie, and we'll get into it as we go along. But that really sincerely frustrated me. And so the movie went from like agonizing to frustrating to like enraging toward the end. This is a very, very bad movie. Blah.
And I'm keeping an eye on chat. I'm moving everyone's volume sliders according to what you guys are complaining about, all right? So hopefully it's getting nailed gradually. Okay. Yeah, so for me, it's just, it hits every single hallmark of poor writing, be it in the form of like really bad exposition, like insecurities about the society that surrounds the writer at the time, loads of injections of what they believe to be like super important to talk about, yet they have nothing to say about it. Lots of like things that are put in for seemingly no reason at all. The characters very rarely are able to escape one dimension. It's just and it's almost like deliberate, because they just have, the writer has so much fun being like, look at this person. If this person existed, wouldn't this person be something really dumb? And you know what? This person does exist. You know them, aren't they dumb? We hate them. They're dumb. And then of course, yes, all these different like setups that aren't setups at all. They're just the fucking magician had a gun backstage that just brings out and kills the whole audience, and it's just like, yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? Like, wow, that's an awesome trick, dude. And then pacing is hideous to me. I think that this film is simultaneously bloated and then dense with information in small packs around the film, and it repeats loads of information because it just doesn't. I think the film thinks it's a lot smarter than it actually is. There's a huge tangled web of trying to understand what this film's attitude is about itself. And it's so funny to see people who are both pro and anti this film both say it thinks itself to be very smart when it isn't. Like, both of them are saying that. As though that's a plus for the film, for it to approach it this way. It's an absolute fucking mess. And I've seen it a couple times to make sure I'm ready for all this, and I've got a lot to say about how all of it's fucked. Metal.
Yes, I mean, basically all of the things I think have already been said. Like, the movie lies to you. It's like, oh, I think I finally kind of starting to figure out what it is, and then they put this big information on you in the middle, and like, oh, and then we get to the scenes that we've seen before, and they don't fit in at all. It's like, oh, is it like, you lied to me? Like, this didn't happen. Like, I saw how quick it went the first time, and now you just put 3-4 minutes in it. Also, there's no character that wasn't there before, even though it's the same shot. It's like, oh, so that's all worthless. Thank you. I don't know why you do this to me. And then, of course, the insane ending with this almost like a twisted sense of morality is probably how I would put it. It's like, oh, that's how you thought you won?
German. Oh, no.
Yeah. When I say that, you know it's true. No, it's it's awful. It's awful.
Rags.
When you go to a magic show, when you're watching an illusionist on a YouTube video or on television, one of the things that's part of the craft of magic tricks and illusionary and stuff of that nature is that you can't go back and change what people actually saw. right? It's just not possible. So the skill is, how do you do something, pretend you're doing something else, but the whole time, if people, you want to distract people, but you can't just erase events from history. You can't recontextualize in the sense of actually changing the content of what's been seen. It's sleight of hand and it's distraction, and that's where the skill comes in. You don't lie to people in the same way that you deceive someone for like a kind of like a scam, right? A magician doesn't scam people. Everyone kind of wants to be fooled and they're in for it. And his skill in pulling off of that kind of deception plays in the audience's desire to be deceived. And that's where a lot of the enjoyment comes from. And this movie's the opposite of that. And that's all I'll say for now, because I've probably gone longer than 30 seconds. But there's been a theme I've noticed for the 6 who spoke before me about lies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get into that. And I would like to say that these lies, what you've been talking about lies, surely the audience is thinking, they don't mean like the film actually lies to you. I wonder what they mean by that. It's like, I promise what you're thinking of in your head is far more complex than what's actually happening. But
Yeah, it's super simple in the movie how it
oh yeah,
does the thing.
it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm horrified for the trend that this film might be setting.
What, the trend of like, the whodunit revived by Ryan Johnson?
Well, I was thinking
Scary
more specifically, just let's play a scene again, but it's just different this time. And the first time we lied to you. That needs to not happen.
Yeah,
There needs
and
to.
if it's this popular, which this is popular apparently, then it's like, hey, I didn't know you could do it that way. I'm going to do it that way. And it's like, oh no.
I didn't know that you could actually have the same shot and have fundamentally different imagery, like different
Yeah.
information, different people on screen in the same shot. Like it's insane.
So, it seems to have been said by pretty much everybody, and so I kind of want to start here. It's stupid, this I think should be mentioned early, so then we can come back to it whenever you guys want. But good old Drinker watched it with us, and he had some things to say that weren't very kind about this movie. And he put out a tweet.
Rude.
That fool put out a tweet saying, Glass Onion may be one of the most triumphantly, defiantly stupid movies I've ever seen. How it somehow fooled people into thinking it was a smart, complex mystery is absolutely baffling. Now,
Drinker, that's the point.
so this was that's the only thing you can really say is that, oh no, Drinker, if only you'd worded it to mean exactly to a T, uninterpretably what you mean specifically. Because then another tweet happened, and they've got the definition of glass onion. This tweet is a quote tweet of Drinkers, and it's at 300,000 likes. It's just like,
Jesus
fucking hell.
fucking Christ.
Wow.
And the definition
okay.
is, or I guess the explanation is, originated from the Beatles' song Glass Onion from their White album. It means to overanalyze something that is not intended to mean anything more than what it is. The entire point of the Glass Onion song was to poke fun at all the people who had looked for deep messages in previous Beatles songs. And I saw one of the responses to this was like, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Like, you've seen that before. It's just like, So the point is, Drinker has completely missed the point of the film, which is there wasn't a complex mystery. It was that Miles was the all along, all that stuff. And it's like,
supposed to be stupid.
but that's not what Drinker's trying to get across. He's saying that was executed really stupidly. Not that the character and universe that everyone calls stupid is stupid. That's not what he's saying. But, like, willfully misinterpreting it because it'll make it easier to make fun of him. It's just like, oh, well, that's just straightforward, isn't it?
So the thing is that when you were reading this, my thought was like, wait, is the quote tweet saying like, see, you're like over analyzing like Glass Onion, the film itself,
Yes.
rather than the core mystery of the film?
Oh, well, so, yeah, probably the mystery part, yeah. Because the film's point is that the mystery comes across as smart, but it's not. Like, the film
I want to
makes that
ask
point.
these people if they think,
Sure,
do they think this movie could have been done poorly then?
Well, yeah, that's a
Well,
real
yeah.
question, right? Or is it baked into its own existence? The fact that it's called Glass Onion means it is unassailable.
I mean,
Well, you know,
what's
like
the difference between a Glass Onion movie that's executed well and a Glass Onion movie that's executed poorly? What's the distinction between those two
I think
things,
relevant
if you
part
think it's
is-
possible?
do you think that Ryan Johnson would be happy if the only thing people said is, "Yeah, that was a really shit movie, Ryan. That was so dumb and stupid."
Yeah, good
Good
job.
job.
I got it.
Yeah,
That's
really,
where-
Says
that
it
was really
No.
great.
Well,
you
this is what I
believe
mean
that he
about,
would
like-
actually be happy about that.
That's what I mean about willfully misinterpreting, because these people would not concede that's what it is. They're saying, no, 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 no. We're saying that the mystery underneath it all was simpler than you thought it was, and that's kind of how it can sneak past you. Benoit Blanc says in this film at one point, his Achilles heel is easy puzzles, basically.
Well, I mean,
Whatever.
It doesn't
didn't
sneak
I,
past you.
like, Didn't I actually guess like who it was like
That's not true,
before
though.
we
He's-
even got to the twist?
Well, I don't know that we want to like go. There's this thing. I don't think that the biggest things are remotely predictable. I don't at all.
Right.
Um,
Well, yeah, because the thing is how much is what you're predicting based on the material that's in the story versus what are you playing at, Ryan? I'm trying to figure out what you specifically are doing here, like what
Yeah,
your
if-
game is.
If the angle is he wrote a very clever film about a simple mystery that comes across to the characters in universe as complex, and that's what makes it difficult for them to solve it before realizing, the pieces fit much easier than we thought. I think that there's a great movie in that idea. That is not what this film achieves at all.
No.
So, like,
Which I
that seems
suppose
to be
would
the ultimate.
making clear that's like the point.
Yeah,
of-
that
of,
seems to be the breach
one
in
of the goals of
conversation
the
here.
analysis.
All of these
Well,
people
yeah,
believe it was executed really well. Drinker is saying it was not. That's it.
Yeah, but Drinker's biggest mistake was saying that on Twitter.
Absolutely. And let's be honest,
Film
you know,
discourse
What?
goes to die.
this is another movie like many that it's a proxy war for something else, and this one would be just you're smart
All
if you
Ryan
liked it and
Johnson's
understood
movies
it.
will be that.
You're an
in
idiot if you
perpetuity.
couldn't. I've already had people saying I didn't understand it, and they haven't even heard what I've said about it yet. Like it's that kind of movie. And it's funny because now that I'm so familiar with this film, I'd be curious to ask people who've seen it once a lot of questions to see if they can pick up what, like, and I mean basic, straightforward details. So, like maybe even start with what platforms does Duke stream on? And
Twitch and YouTube.
out of curiosity, if people like, what is he currently streaming on, Rags?
He's currently streaming on YouTube,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
But he needs the
that's correct.
boost from
Yes, he
Onion
wants a
Man
boost.
Edward
in order
Norton.
to get
Onion
the.
No, yeah,
I mean,
that's
that-
stuff like that. I really don't think most people who've watched it once will be able to answer, and
Is-
they'll say that doesn't matter. And it's like, okay, fine.
Because I had to stop and think. I was like, because he originally streamed on Twitch, but I had to, or maybe he still did. He got banned, right?
He got banned on Twitch. Yeah,
Twitch.
which is why it's weird in retrospect that he introduces him as like a streamer on Twitch that got blah 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 followers.
Yeah.
Like he's also the biggest streamer to ever be banned in your universe. So why would you bring that up as an accolade? I guess it's still an accolade, but you know, it's still like he's not current. Anyway, we can get to that. So yeah, I guess the goal here is just going to be to try and go through it and talk a bit about what the film thinks happened and then what actually happened.
Yeah,
'Cause-
but by the fact that we're doing that means that the film succeeded. It
Okay.
fooled us into overanalyzing it because that's a great arrangement right there. You fucked up if you try and figure out what the movie is about.
I suppose the funny part for me is I overanalyze all stories, so you're welcome into the fold,
You are
Glass Onion.
and in that sense, you're just like Benoit Blanc. You know, you are. It's the simplest stories that fool Mauler right here.
Damn it.
Like Glass
Right.
Onion, it's a very simple film. It's definitely very simple. It's not like at all. It's a tangled web at all.
All right, so yeah, I
Yeah,
think
alright,
this
let's-
format is
yeah.
just going to unfold. I'm going to try chronological, but I think there will be a part where we start jumping forward, and then we'll just decide to reveal the whole thing, and then start jumping all around.
All right.
This thing,
Sure.
that's kind of
When
how
we
my
get
notes
frustrated
went.
enough.
Yeah, this thing
Yeah.
is weird in terms of its format, and it's something that's annoyed a lot of people as well. In just terms of consuming a fucking linear story, I understand that, but I'm going to try and not hold that against it because ultimately this format could probably work really well with a movie that's well written. I think.
Hmm.
So you get your, I guess, yeah. I'll throw it up on screen too, but I'm going to have to use our little copyright cover. Of which I don't. Why don't I have to reset it like every time? Well, either way,
Cool.
we get character introductions. Maybe for now, until I get the copyright cover sorted, I'll just pause. This is Claire DeBella, played by Agatha Harkness, also known
I don't
as
think that's her name. Yeah.
Catherine Hahn, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So and you know we're expeditious. She's like a family lady, but she's also trying to do an interview on, I don't know, like CNN or whatever, and the first thing they say is like, your campaign is being backed by billionaire tech giant Miles Braun.
Thanks
It's like-
for the exposition film.
It's yeah, and you know, for us watching, we're just like, all right, like this,
Okay.
and it's funny because you might be like, what's wrong with that? It's like, I don't know, it's just the most easy way you can get that information to us. You didn't try very hard, but that's fine, I guess. There's some information you can get out that way. It's totally chill with the context being right. But I guess part of the problem is that you get this information like 4 times, and for every character, this shit is delivered this way.
So many overlapping expositional scenes where
same.
characters are talked about and explained. Oh my god, we get it.
I think we would all agree the best one is a scientist man. They just they can't
Wait, he's a
stop telling
scientist?
you. Yep.
Is him
What?
being in a laboratory surrounded by scientific apparati, computers,
Yeah, that's
and
not
all
enough.
this stuff, the lab coat and the thing on his jacket, and no.
I don't
You
get
gotta
it.
be the people
Do
who
you
like this need to have
get
things
it?
almost literally be spelled out to them.
I mean, we started laughing at it because they kept telling us he was a scientist in like the most awkward ways possible. I don't look. We'll suffice for the fucking Christmas copyright shield, okay, everybody. The
Yeah,
spirit is still alive and
miracle.
well. There we go. I can hit play now safely.
I got
Yes.
an onion for Christmas.
Aw.
Cool.
But yeah, one of the first lines is, Lionel, you're a scientist, not a publicist. And it's just like, fucking hell.
Damn it, Jim.
Thanks, dude.
And some of the stuff in retrospect as well. We got he's talking about Miles, Lionel. Lionel is the scientist. We'll do as best we can, chat, to keep you up to date with all this, but it was hard to keep track even when you first watched the film of everybody.
Oh
so
yeah, it's a
do what we can.
nightmare.
Lionel, scientist. Claire, senator. Miles, billionaire. All right, let's. We'll keep repeating these things. Hopefully, it sinks in a little bit.
Technically, she's a governor who's running for Senate.
Oh, okay. Governor then, right?
You
So
all right, Governor?
he's talking about Miles, and he's like, the man. He loves his faxes. He sends me faxes. And you know, when you first see the movie, that just sounds like a weird lie, but in retrospect, I'm like, oh my god, because that's actually very important. It's so stupid. Yeah, and he's talking about how billionaire friend keeps sending him crazy ideas in the middle of the night, but sometimes they actually work out. For example, child equals NFT. It turned out to, he said something like, it eventually became like a huge money-making idea. It paid for the building they're in.
How?
So,
What?
I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
What does that
NF
mean?
Ryan heard of NFTs.
yeah, because children and NFTs, that does not, I'm curious what the hell that was supposed to eventually become.
Are they buying NFTs with their parents' credit cards? I don't understand this business.
Well, he calls it the Crypto Kids app.
Is that like
I guess
Cars
it's
for
like
Kids?
I guess
But,
it's a
like-
parody thing. Is that what we're trying
Well,
to
yeah,
go
it's supposed to
for?
be
Like-
funny, but like, is there actually any way you could conceive of like that just sounds bizarre? Like you're not going to be able to get NFTs rolling with children. Really, that's a really weird. Like, NFTs are already well, so that's actually a good section of criticism I think for this movie. It's out of date, unfortunately.
Already.
It's come out.
Oh yeah, I mean,
It's desperately trying to bank on like current trends, but it's already falling away. Like,
Yeah.
and NFTs is just one of the things that it's like, see, NFTs makes us shit tons of money. It's like,
You know, South Park, they make an episode in a week. That's how
yeah,
they're able
South
to
Park can
keep
stay
up.
relevant.
Yeah.
And then we find out, the billionaire is asking the scientist to put a volatile substance on a manned flight. Like, oh, this will become extremely relevant, but it's just like, for now, it's just like, damn, okay. And he says, oh, I just won't listen to me. He just keeps saying, make it work. And then he's like, this is science, not a religion. Like, okay. And I don't know. I wish they'd called him a scientist one more time.
I didn't get it the first time. I don't understand.
And then we meet the third character, who I guess you call her the fashionista. She would be Birdie, Birdie J. She's and in the background of the party she's currently throwing, you can see that Claire is there, and she says, I'm a hardline on climate change. If that scares you, go stick your head in the sand. This will be important because that means that like part of the candidacy she's running on is to be very pro, doing something about climate change, which will come up later as a part of why she'll leverage basically in terms of how things are going to work. So yeah, I don't know what to say about Birdie J as a character. This is just, she's incredibly stupid. She's so far beyond in terms of stupid that it is kind of just annoying. Every line of dialogue she comes out with, you're like, okay, yeah, how is she stupid about this? She's not going to understand what words mean, I guess. That's the main one.
She's going to try to...
so painfully one-dimensional.
Yeah,
she's going to try to talk to a lamp like it's an Alexa.
The COVID era, and she's throwing a big party.
Yeah.
Which would be so dangerous.
Well, and I think someone says, like, how are you doing that? And she's like, no, they're all a part of my bubble, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she says she's not allowed her phone because her handler is afraid she'll tweet an ethnic slur again when she thought the word she used was just a generic word for cheap. And then her handler is like Jewy, which is apparently what she got cancelled for. Which is another thing I'm almost tired of seeing in movies as well.
That clip.
Oh, I can imagine. But I just it's like bores me whenever cancelling comes up in films these days. I'm like, ugh, cringe, get away.
They make a similar joke, I think, 3 times in this movie, but it's a different canceling offense every time, and I'm not really sure which one
they do.
Was it all of them?
Is it like cultural appropriation, blackface, and slurs? I think they're the 3 they do.
I think so. Yeah.
Apparently she dressed up as Beyonce for a Halloween party.
Yeah, and everyone, like, the camera makes sure to show everyone sighing and being like, "Oh, what an awful human you must be." And it's like, okay, just like, yes, it comes across so circle jerky to me. It's like, alrighty. By the way, this is the good part of the movie, everybody. This is the
the part where nothing really happens. Yeah,
there's a lot of time where we just set up things, so we can't really fuck anything up right now. Except, this is kind of cringe.
You're right. It's mainly cringe. Speaking of cringe, we have our 4th character, Duke. He's played by Dave Bautista, and he opens with saying it's along the lines of like, "So, Jimmy Kimmel, I'd like to say, actually, I love boobs. I don't hate boobs." Or something, and you're just like, what is happening?
Like, what's happening?
And then
I never really understood.
Best character already. I don't know. The ethnic slur one that's pretty strong contention, but
oh
no, up there.
So what I should say is, of course, that and I knew parts of this. I'd heard about this, that there was a gamer bro right winger alt-right person in the movie that was like like a meme, just like Knives Out had one, but the one in this one has a bigger role. And man, so he brings a girl on. She's called Whiskey, and she says, "I love my boobs. They're so much fun. Oops, sorry, feminists." And then in the background, he goes, "Sorry, feminists."
The sigh that rolled across the.
Yeah, we were all just
on
like,
the nose, it just caves it in.
It's just like,
People think this is clever.
It feels like Dry Johnson's in the call telling you jokes about people he's heard say things. Just like, okay,
I don't even get it either. Why is he? Did someone accuse him of not liking boobs?
Apparently, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't understand how that initial
when I originally
sentence
saw
about
this scene, I thought he was trying to like ward off like accusations of being gay or something.
That could also be it.
I don't know. But why would Jimmy Kimmel be like, "Oh, this guy's gay. He hates boobs"? Like, I don't understand how we get to here.
Yeah.
Well, it's really funny, okay? And then, he says, like, when you're asking a man to slow down so a woman can catch up, it's the breastification of America. Men have dominated the Western workplace because that's what nature made us to do. And then immediately after, he starts getting slapped by his mum for not doing everything she says. Like, haha, that's great.
Get it?
Yep, pretty funny.
Not while I'm live, Mom.
It sounds like the kind of joke you would come up with that's kind of half-baked when you're like drunk at a party. Like, would it be really funny if like a red pillow was like angrily talking about how men are amazing, and then his mum is like, "Shut up, Billy."
Oh, hilarious!
Like, that would be funny.
Pass me the whiskey.
and yeah, that made it fully into the film. That's the character, and of course he's like quite scared of his mum, and that's the point. He's not everything he's gunning for. And I mean, all these characters are sellouts as well. So you know, we got 4 of them introduced. You've been given basically their whole characters already. Scientist Man is
They
a
are
scientist.
not much more than this.
The
This
fashionista is
basically-
stupid. Duke is a right winger,
Yeah.
and who even was the
Senator lady is like not that. I don't know. She's like neurotic, basically.
Yeah.
It's like you've got all of your characters, and you would think that for a film that's like 2.5 hours long, you would get to understand a lot more about them. You don't.
No.
about it? Yeah.
Basically, this is more or less who they are. Which maybe that's the point. You expect them to be more complicated, but in reality, they're incredibly simple. Maybe that's the point. Just like the point of this puzzle that they're about to do is, see, it's overly complicated when at the center is just this really simple thing. So
But we
really,
recognize
the film
their
is brilliant.
simplicity.
You get it? It's really clever. It's foreshadowing for what the film is about.
Yeah, they have a setup chess game that's mate in 1 that they have to just move the right piece in the right place, and then that completes, and it gives them what she calls, oh, I recognize that. That's tic-tac-toe. And then she's like, it's solved, so it's not tic-tac-toe. And then she goes, it's tic-tac-toe. And then they're like, it's Morse code. The X's and zeros are dots and dashes. And in the background, just dumbass characters like, I recognize tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
What's funny
She's
is
stupid. Get it?
the way that I guess
Yeah.
you could argue it's cut so that we don't see the bullshit in between. But you know how it's clear that it recognizes the mate in 1 thing, and she moves it. And I was just thinking to myself, like, did anybody do that for the stupid character? Because she's not even going to know what chess is.
Yeah, she didn't say out
Yeah.
loud what move to make.
Like, you need to get the
Look at all these
blue
little
one.
statues.
And the thing is, I could believe her mistaking all of this. So it's just like,
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
she
because
got
here's the problem. They are all in a call on the phone, but they all have their phones like just lying down. It's not like they use all their cameras in a group call and
no,
show
yeah,
each
it's
other their
just
puzzles.
voices.
It's just voices, and they're all just like the phones are just on a table or something.
Oh, yeah, I probably should have
So,
mentioned,
yeah.
the reason we're seeing all these characters is they've all been delivered a big box that has puzzles on it, and they've got to
Yeah.
solve them
A
all.
mystery box, if you will.
They're all
Um,
homies.
So, yeah, you solve that one. You solve the noughts and crosses Morse code one, and then it opens up a thing where you've got to create the letter N out of a bunch of pieces that are all over the place, and then move that north, and then that unlocks the final, like, face it so that it's north. And once you do that, you get the final one, which is probably the weirdest out of these 4 in terms of trying to make sense of this. It's playing a song. It's a music box playing a song, and they're all like, huh. And then, Ditzy Lady is like, oh, I'm going to get Shazam to figure out what song it is. It's like an app, I guess, for
Oh.
discovering music.
Hey, how does everybody think how they figure that puzzle out?
Well, so
They're-
that's why I'm setting it up, right? That's actually something that makes some sense. The idea that one of the characters puts the song into the phone tells them what song it is, and maybe that gives you a clue on how to solve the puzzle. That could be something. Instead,
Yeah.
as you can see on screen, some fucking guy just walks on screen and goes, "This is Bach's Little Fugue in G minor."
Oh yeah,
A
our helpful
fugue-
Asian comes in from off screen. Yeah.
A fugue is a
This
beautiful
really
music
is.
puzzle based on one tune. When you layer the tune on top of itself, it changes into a new structure. He just
guy
gives
comes just-
them not only the song name and who made it, but also like an interpretation of what you could say that the whole point of it is and what the meaning is that applies to the puzzle.
Plot. Yeah.
That gives
He
them
just
the
comes
answer.
out of nowhere.
It's just like, what the fuck?
Like,
And I-
you could have
Yo, yo,
let
ma,
us
what are
figure
you
that out,
doing
but-
here?
And
Whatever.
you know, the woman in the background who's looking to talk to Alexa about her app to figure it out, she ends up realizing she's talking to a lamp. Because that's she's just
That's
funny.
stupid.
Really
Stupid.
stupid.
Because stupid.
Oops.
And yeah, I assume that's part of the intention of the joke. Like, wouldn't it be funny if there's just this expert on music that's just sitting just off screen that explains all of it? And it's like, okay, I could understand that maybe being funny in like a Pink Panther movie, but it's really weird in your like incredibly genius whodunit movie where you're just like, how do these characters solve these puzzles? Like, well, some guy will just do it who's there. You're like, okay.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Also, Duke's mom is in the background of his house. It's
And
just
she
like,
solves like two
it's-
of them.
Yeah.
She's also like two of
Even
them.
though
It's
she's
like,
not
oh, it's
looking
this
at
and
the
this. It's like, Mom, shut up. It's like, ah.
Okay. But the other thing that threw me off is that Yo-Yo Ma comes in and he's like, oh, by the way, this is what a fugue is. And then they're like, oh, well, then how do we solve it? Pull up the thing in the middle. I don't understand how that follows at all.
No, that doesn't
I really
translate at
don't.
all. He explicitly
Yeah,
it's
says
just-
a fugue is a beautiful music puzzle based on one tune. When you layer the tune on top of itself, it changes into a new structure. What does that have to do with pulling up the middle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
only
like a
thing that
smart person would think like, oh wow, what does this have to do with it? What do we have to play it? Do we need another one to play on top of it? Do we need to play it on top of some other tune or something? And that's
well, so here's the thing with puzzle boxes. So if you have like a part like this on a puzzle box, that's mostly in like segment. Is it called sequential puzzle boxes? Because it's just a piece you can move. So normally when you just start figuring out that puzzle box, like, oh shit, I have like parts here I can move, but it's not really moving around. But all they do is like find this one button that makes it open, and then they don't touch any other parts anymore.
Well,
So
they
get
touch everything
they
in
get-
perfect order.
Exactly. There's no like figuring out. They're just like, oh, we do this and this, this, and then for some reason they think, oh, we just need to pull the middle. It's like that's something you would have probably tried anyway. It's like, oh, I did all these puzzles, put my little inputs in there. So now, oh, there's probably some button now that has been unlocked or something I can pull like in the middle. But there's like, oh, hey, this is the music that goes on top of itself, and then it's something else. Like I don't know how you get to pull the thing in the middle, because the only thing that fits is when it starts spinning around, it opens up a new couple of puzzles.
Yeah,
That's the only thing that fits to this, but it has nothing to do with pulling the thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. There's just no connection to that, but
Yeah.
it's like, there we go. It worked and it looked pretty. So, all right.
And then
And-
there's some very sloppy direction where Dave Bautista's mom yells out, "That one's the Fibonacci sequence," even though she's across the room and can't physically see it.
Nope.
It's like there's a few moments like that in the movie. You know, people in the past have said, "Well, you know, Ryan Johnson's a good director. He, you know, whether he's a good writer or not, he's a good director." And I really think he's a bad director in this one. Like there are a lot of scenes like that are just really sloppy and they just don't make any physical sense because he can't keep track of where people are.
The whole lying aspect is definitely going to have him dock points, you know, because
Oh, for sure.
that's the what you show us is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you
And
know,
that's the thing.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, that's just kind of the thing. Like, I feel like in so many instances, the characters just kind of sound like they're just reading the script, and so it's like reading across the
very
table on something they don't see.
expository.
They seem to know what the other characters are thinking already before
Mhm.
they even know what they're thinking. It's just so weird. And fucking Benny Butts over here is just the perfect example of somebody who just reads the script like when he needs to, and then all other times he's just dumb as a post.
Yeah, and like I said, we are at the easy to understand, almost kind of like fine part of the film where nothing really goes that wrong. So if you're not having fun, don't worry.
Don't
It'll get
worry.
way worse.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they realize at the center of the whole puzzle box is an invitation to a secret island where Miles, Braun, the billionaire, is inviting them all, and he says that you can come here, have some fun, and solve the mystery of my murder, like a fun puzzle game, basically.
Yeah, that's like a thing
cool.
they do like apparently every year for like a weekend or a week where they just come together
Yeah,
because
and do some fun
they've
stuff.
been old friendos.
We get introduced to an additional character, and she's got a box as well. She goes off screen and then comes back on with a hammer and annihilates it, basically, and gets her invitation out of it.
It's the only good scene.
Yeah, it's kind of like it can be funny because it's just like, oh yeah, that is a quicker way of getting through to it. The thing about it is like,
I don't know, because maybe you'll say it, but I feel like if someone delivered me this big, heavy, fancy box and everything, like what kind of a barbarian just takes a hammer to it and destroys it? And it doesn't even seem like she destroys it in a way that's meant to just break the outer shell. She just absolutely thrashes it with a hammer, and you have all the puzzle pieces flying off and the colored bits and all the mechanisms on the inside are just flying everywhere. And I'm like, it's fucking savage. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
Well, given her emotional state,
I was about to say, with the
kinda
additional
get it.
context, you can argue it, but I actually do think it's a fair point to say, if she wanted
Yeah.
to see what was inside it, she is hammering the fuck out of everything, not just the opening. You know, like, not, as he said,
What
not
if
just
this
like,
is
destroying
evidence?
I think
Yeah,
like
This
Yeah.
is evidence.
When
Well,
you
when
crack
I
a
had
pecan,
first-
you know.
Yeah. When I first saw that scene, I at least they came with the tag from Miles or whatever, and so my first instinct was like, oh, she's clearly doesn't like Miles very much whatsoever, and so it's like when she starts smashing the box, it just kind of made me think like, oh, she must be on to like his quirky bullshit and just will not even really care and just start smashing his shit just to get through it, essentially.
That could make
So
sense.
it already basically said, like, oh yeah, so this character does not like this Miles and is not really willing to play along with his stupid shit. So that's what I had garnered. So that's actually, when you said that it's a
it's like
decent
one of
scene,
the-
it's like,
it's one of
yeah,
the
at least
few
garnered
instances-
plenty without it being spelled out.
It's one of
Yeah.
the few instances where character is built in a way that is without dialogue and
Non-explicit.
like,
well,
actually
visually explicit, but non-explicit in
it's
dialogue.
visually explicit, sure, but like it's building character and building character in a way that's at the very least consistent, which is more than can be said for most of the scenes in this film.
Exactly. We don't get a lot of these, so take it while it is.
So you gotta appreciate them, yeah. where they
Where you
are.
can find it. Yeah, and so they're all off.
And hey, maybe that's the point, right? It's foreshadowing for how she's a disruptor because she cuts through
Oh.
the bullshit to get to
Oh my.
the core mystery. See, we're figuring things out as we go. Maybe we misjudged the film.
Oh, it's going to turn out to
What?
be great.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm throwing these in just so that it's clear that it's like we understand what the film is about. Like, we got it. We got it. We're just saying that it's not very good.
I don't know
at what
anybody
it's
who
trying
won't
to
at this
be.
point. Everyone's yelling what it's about at each other, you know? It's like, okay,
yeah,
alright.
I suppose there's that, but it's just like, yeah,
If
I
only they would
understand it.
agree
I don't think
with
it's
each
very
other.
well constructed.
Yeah, when a film just wants to solve itself with its own, omniscient knowledge, it's not really all that clever. It doesn't come across as intelligent or thoughtful. There's no chance for anyone who's watching this to play along with the movie, to
Well,
try
I
and
think we have to
discover
wait a
things or
little
think
bit
about
longer.
it.
That's
There'll
the
be
whole
opportunities
goddamn point of
later.
these
There's
kinds
one
of
scene in
movies.
particular. Yeah.
So yeah, with the knowledge that they're all off, you just catch Duke saying, "Ma, where's my spear gun? I got a pack."
There's a spear gun.
Which is a strange thing, I guess, to want to take on this thing, but sure, yeah, he's going to have a spear gun. And then we see Benoit Blanc, who is sitting in his bath playing Among Us.
Well, see, that's foreshadowing as well for how there was an imposter among the group.
Oh, stop.
Lol.
Kill me.
That's like virtually all mystery stories. I feel almost that
Kinda.
that one of the people in the group is not who they seem to be.
Well, why isn't it clever though?
Why isn't it clever?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Rags already just lined it out. Like that's just normal in a murder mystery that someone is lying.
Yeah, it'd be weird if it wasn't that way, you know.
Unless you're
But
referring
what
to
I-
the
would
person
you-
who's
but would
pretending to be
you-
a completely
exactly.
different person.
That's right.
Well,
Yeah,
again,
that's-
all I need to do
yeah.
on that one is just talk about how much that makes no sense at all, which we're going to get to a little
We'll
later, I
get
guess.
there. That's the point.
What I started to realize when this scene came up, like, I skimmed it a second time. I realized, like, oh, here it is. This is another foreshadowing scene of Benny Butts here. He's going to, like, this is basically saying, oh, look at this really stupid, simple mystery game. It's so dumb, and I don't get it. And I think that's foreshadowing for later.
I mean,
Like,
he
oh,
says
it's
in
dumb,
this sequence,
I don't get it.
prompted by Among Us, that his Achilles heel is just things being too stupid and shit, and that he's losing his mind between cases. He's a fueled up race car. He needs danger in the hunt. He needs challenge. He needs a great case.
Because
the
the
worst
world's
kind of
most
movie,
famous
by the way, the
detective
fueled up
is
race
out of
car.
work.
That's the thing. He is the world's most greatest detective. As apparently that's essentially just in universe the case. Like that's what he's
Yeah.
considered.
He's just a famous detective known all over the world, and he's got no work. There are no mysteries in the world, and they're all
Well,
got solved. He solved them all. He's too
Well,
good.
Well, no, there's no mysteries because the pandemic is going on, so no one is doing mystery stuff no more.
No,
Nobody's playing
Yeah.
outside with the mysteries.
No one's-
True,
no one-
crimes never happen
No one
indoors.
does. Nobody
That's
murders
very true.
anyone. Crime is over. Like it's all on hold.
We've
What about the
solved
mystery?
crime, everybody.
What about the
Yep.
mystery of the origins of COVID? Maybe we could put them on that.
Oh,
No,
there
don't
you
talk
go.
about that.
But the Blancs
Can't
are
do
on
that.
it.
That's so spicy.
Oh, seriously.
Also,
gonna
I
give him
how
bad
do
Yelp
we
reviews.
how do we feel about the fact that he's actually bad at Among Us and Clue?
I don't know why.
yeah, that's what I
Among
was
Us,
saying earlier.
like, there's a load of it's a game that has the chance. He said he doesn't even understand it. It's like, but sure,
Makes no sense.
That's not commentary on the game being too simple for you to like engage with. That's just commentary on you not understanding the rules.
Yes. What they could have done, and we'll get more of this later, is what they could have done and said he's not interested in it because it's not real. He wants a real case. It just doesn't engage him. But what they say is that he's bad at it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
is he stupid? It's not complicated. Same with Clue. It's like
Yeah.
he should be good at Clue. It's such a stupid joke. It makes no sense.
Clue, it comes with essentially checklists so that you could mark off things specifically
Well,
as to
wasn't
who did what or who didn't do what.
It's just
until you get to the
deductive
end.
reasoning.
I hate Clue.
Wasn't this whole shtick in Knives Out that he knew that Anna de Armas, whatever her character's name was, that she was like a good person? Like he figured
That was
out really
what he figured out straight away, yeah. And he saw the blood in her shoe,
So,
knowing she was
He
involved,
should
but he
be
knew
really
she
good at
wouldn't
Among
have.
Us then. So
Yes.
he should be very good at Among Us. If you see somebody acting sus, he'd be the kind of person.
Well, the kind of
to pick
payoff
that
you'd
up.
expect is that they all go, Blanc wins again, and he's sitting there like
Yeah,
dejected,
no,
like,
but-
yeah, I guess so.
Well, Blanc needs to be a different person in order to facilitate the point of this film.
Mhm.
Never changed his character like that. It's madness.
Well, sorry, I didn't catch exactly what your point was there. I thought you were trying to say that because he's shit in Knives Out, so he has to be shit in this too. Remain
Oh, well,
consistent.
I was, you know what?
Yes,
Sure. Okay, sure. Let's
There
go
are
with
people
that.
who think that he's really, really an amazing, incredible detective in Knives Out, though.
I think it's just that they like seeing Daniel Craig put on the Southern accent. I think that's
It's
it.
so bad though. His accent is terrible
Yeah.
in
I
both
think
That's
What
movies.
why
do
they
you
like his
mean?
brand.
It is
I think
so
that's why people like it, is 'cause
hilarious.
it's like charming and how overt and silly it is. That would be my guess. Because like
Yeah, it
I
stands
don't know.
out.
I feel like nobody could tell me anything about Benoit Blanc like at all. Like they couldn't really tell me in the same way that people could about Poirot, you know, like or any number or Sherlock Holmes or any number of their Frost or you know. I don't
Well,
know.
a lot of what Mr. Blanc here has are really obnoxious, forced quirks. He's got the obnoxious corn dog accent. He was flipping a coin in the last movie, pinging a piano for no fucking reason. It just
Yeah, and they
kinda
dropped
seems
both
like,
of those in this one. He
yeah,
doesn't-
they dropped both, and so it's like it's just so weird. It's clear that they're just forcing character quirks in there to make him seem more, autistic or something like that. So now it's all like, oh, no wonder he's so smart, just so he's so quirky.
Yeah, the way he
you know,
dresses
it's
as
just-
well, right? It's all meant to just make him stand out, but a lot of the reason why they stand out is the characteristics, not the quirks. Quirks can be annoying, if anything, just like because we all know why they're actually there. You want
I
them
feel
to
like
be.
that's
I was gonna say you want them to be a result of characteristics, not there in spite of characteristics.
Yeah.
I feel like he's representative of the movies themselves
Yeah,
in that regard.
it kind of makes sense. So they all arrive at the dock. They're all going to be getting on this ship soon, and obviously all of them are friends except Benoit Blanc, and they're all just like, "Why are you here?" And then one of them is like, "Oh, we're doing a murder mystery. Miles must have invited him as a sort of like fun, adding him into the mix." It's like, "Oh yeah, okay." And then Duke shows up, shooting his gun. They're in a dock in Greece. I
They're in
don't.
a city. They're
Yeah.
just
Wait.
like at us. They're in a city.
Wait, was he shooting his
just-
gun or was that the motorcycle?
No,
Yeah,
he's
he just
shooting his
goes
gun.
rolling up,
No, no, he's
shooting his
just
gun in
firing
the
his
air.
gun in the
Oh,
air.
I missed that
Yeah.
part. Fuck.
Yeah, because asshole.
It's the kind of shit where I was,
Jesus.
immediately I was like, dude, that's illegal. I don't know if you know
There's going to
this.
be an investigation. The police.
He's
will
like,
get
yeah,
involved.
but he's right wing, and right wingers just shoot their guns everywhere. Didn't you know that?
We're
And you're
not
like,
the ones
oh.
who know
In
better.
foreign
I say
countries.
Weird, but, they wouldn't be the ones who know better.
I don't even. This is what I mean. Like, I it's such a clowny like perspective to have that they'll just shoot everywhere. It's like as opposed to being more familiar with gun safety and rules than most.
It's the Simpsons Texas guy. He just shooting guns in the air just every time he's happy.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about the Texan guy from the
Yeehaw.
Simpsons.
yeah. That it's like it's not the same since I loaded blanks or whatever.
What's the who's the character? Yosemite Sam.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
just shoots his gun up in the air.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just again, it's just like sigh with it. I was like, yeah, okay. So then something weird happens. They're all wearing masks. This is COVID times. We've had plenty of references to it. And then Ethan Hawke shows up with a special medical gun, quote unquote. I don't even know if I don't know what it is. He sprays it in everyone's mouths one by one, and all he says about it is, "You won't be needing your masks anymore.
You're good.
You're good."
Well, actually, nobody asks what it is.
except
They're usually
Benoit
like,
Blanc.
Oh yeah,
It's
okay.
After
Spray it
he
right in
takes it
there.
in the mouth.
Yeah, This annoys me so fucking much. Everybody just
Mhm.
accepts this guy blowing bullshit into your mouth.
Yeah.
No,
don't know
but like
who he-
I struggle to believe any one person would do this, let alone everyone here.
Well, the joke here
Especially
is that
after
the
the
crazy
first one, yeah.
right-wing person who thinks COVID's like a conspiracy or something has this crazy little medical thing that they got off some infomercial or from some podcaster, and they spray it into everyone's mouths, and then they take their mask off erroneously. That's the joke, not that it actually works.
Yeah, this is what I mean. He basically, what we're supposed to understand about this is it's a COVID cure for everybody here. And it's just, but he doesn't say that, and I guess it's to avoid making this any more
Yeah.
complicated than the Ryan wanted it to be. He
Well,
wants
getting
us-
rid of it would be the way of making it less complicated.
Well,
What the fuck is
you
this?
never had to acknowledge it in your universe.
Yeah,
COVID never had
just
to be a
don't do it.
thing. But you know the reason we're bringing this up is
Implying that
because.
COVID is like
really,
a fake.
Go ahead.
I think it's just weird that like Benoit Blanc is just like, yeah, what's this thing you're shooting in my mouth? Like he just is chill with it. It's kind of like
Yeah.
when She-Hulk just like scrolled through the Marvel NDA and didn't read. It's like you're a lawyer. Like this is the thing that you're supposed to be put into. It's the same here. It's like you're a detective. Who's
You know,
been
like, yeah,
well, I mean, we know like he's been brought. Like, especially given the information that we know later in the story, how does he know that like Ethan Hawke isn't aware of like other dynamics that are at play
Absolutely.
here?
You should. Well, we can say
What
it
if it's
now for the sake of
poison?
it. Basically, the lives are in danger here, as far as Blanc is aware, and there's a lot of concern about exactly what's happening here. So the idea that someone has a gun, puts it in your mouth, and just shoots liquid into it, and you're just like, he's like, what is that? And he just goes, it's good. You're just gonna make you good. You'll
Don't
be
worry
fine."
about it.
Yeah, and then shoots it, and he's like, okay, but seriously, what was that? He's like, now you're good. That's it.
There you go, and then he leaves.
I think I have a right to know.
Well, it's
Hang
you
on
would
a
have.
sec. Let me check the script. Oh, we're good. Open
Because
wide.
I have
Open wide.
allergies
All you have to do
to
is
a wide
Yeah.
variety of medications.
like I said, the COVID is out for the rest of the film. It's gone now. Any references to it are...
Yeah.
I don't think there are any references to it at all, in terms of even
The
No,
clothing.
only-
no.
I feel like literally the only thing it was there to do was to show the one stupid chick with the mask that was just like the open netting thing to show that
yeah,
she's just
yeah. So it's like,
Well,
oh,
they
I
have-
acknowledge.
There's reason behind that. Like, the right-wingers don't have a mask. She has the super thin one. The senator has it over her mouth, not over her nose. And then the scientist, I think, is wearing it properly, so is Benoit.
Yeah,
like,
so it's like this very brief, like, oh, look at who the assholes are in this movie,
They're
just
all
at
assholes.
a glance. Okay, COVID's gone now.
So yeah, really, really weird choice to show that everybody's just on board with getting that shit in their mouth. I never, ever, ever would be. I'd hesitate to accept it if they told me what it was. I'd
Yes.
be like, okay, so when did we agree to this, and why is this necessary?
Why you gotta shoot me in the mouth with it?
Yeah, and like, what
Yeah.
is your like
Like a gun.
authority? Who even are you? Like, are you his
Well, I mean,
personal
I'm Ethan
doctor?
Hawke, the famous actor.
Yeah.
in universe. He's Ethan Hawke.
Yeah.
No, I'm the guy from Moon Knight. I got glass in my shoes. See, glass onion, glass shoes. It all makes
He was
sense.
Hey.
he was filming Moon Knight, and that's why he was able to do this, apparently.
Oh, I wasn't. He
Like
was in the area.
Yeah, like, he was only available because of where he was at for
That's
Moon Knight.
funny. That's pretty funny.
Though I remember reading that he still had to take a flight to get here. So maybe,
Oh,
like, there's
well,
small flights
maybe
that
there was
actors
one
consider
schedule
like
or
the same as
something,
we would
yeah.
a taxi or something.
I guess he was close enough. 'cause,
Yeah, he
you know,
was
if you're
closer
Greece,
than
there's
he
a lot
would
of other,
normally
you
be,
know.
I think, is the point.
He didn't have to fly
Okay.
across the world. He was already maybe in the Mediterranean area, the old Roman
And then,
imperial
like, when he shows up on
provinces.
set, he's got all of the blood trailing beneath his feet. It's like, oh yeah, I like to keep in character even when I'm off set, you know? Just
That
to
extra
get the
glass?
Also,
role of,
I'm not sure what happened to ER. Hopefully he'll pop back.
Oh,
as soon as
maybe
he can.
in
He's
Yeah.
gone.
Well,
Could be
Yeah,
internet, could be
was-
nothing. I don't know.
COVID got him. He
No.
should have got
Real
that shot.
mystery.
Should've got
Yeah,
that
he
shot
got
in
the
mouth.
shot in the mouth and it killed him.
No.
Shit.
No.
Used the wrong gun, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, and it said real quick, but Duke says about that little gun spray thing. No pineapple in that, right? Duke don't dance with pineapple.
Uh-huh.
Like, okay, I'm saying
right.
it because
You don't
Very
like
relevant item
pineapple. Got it.
yeah, he doesn't like pineapple. So
Hmm.
anyway, a glass question mark dock lifts up at the island, and it's like, Lionel's like, "Whoa, is that a Banksy?" And then the pilot just says, "Piece of shit." And then
Piece
he's
of
like,
shit.
"Piece of shit."
Oh,
Wow,
that's what it's called?
Yeah, like for some reason Lionel doesn't pick up what he's saying when he says piece of shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna become relevant. That's why I'm bringing it up. You guys know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about, but yeah, there's a doc.
Why would a glass dock be a Banksy? He's like
Don't
a
know.
graffiti
Because
artist.
he's rich. Don't you get it? He's rich.
Yeah, he does glass. Okay, he's stupid.
Anything he has would
Nope.
be a famous something from someone.
Yeah, but Banksy's not. Whatever, it's fine. Who cares?
He's so rich, even Banksy was convinced.
Um,
Or
So-
something, I don't know.
Miles we see Miles Edward Norton. He's playing a song that was written for Birdie, and then he says, "There's a very guitar it was written on." And she's like, "Whoa!" And then he spots.
Wait, it wasn't written for Birdie.
I thought I can't remember what he says.
No, it's a Beatles song. It's Blackbird.
Oh, sorry. I thought he said it was written for you. Because I don't fucking know what's happening in this world, to be honest with you.
No, it's a
'cause she
Beatles
said-
song, and this is the guitar Paul McCartney wrote it on.
I thought when she said you're serenading me with my song that it was. To be honest with you, I had two different theories. I was like, is it a song she wrote, or a song that someone wrote for her? The song.
I think she
and
just
so-
likes it because
Yeah.
Bird.
But
Well, maybe she's just so vain she thinks the song is about her.
seriously,
That's why she wore blackface.
I wasn't 100% sure of what I was supposed to gather from it. So this is good that we have this moment where I figured out. The point I was going to bring up though is that he tosses the guitar to the floor when he goes to see the next person. It's just like
yeah.
which
That
for
gave me
it's,
physical pain.
Yeah, for me it's already like, oh, he's a cartoon. They're always a cartoon. Like
Mhm.
why? He wouldn't do that. Obviously, he wouldn't do that. If he recognizes the
No.
value of that thing, even if it's not to him and to a friend, he wouldn't just toss it to the ground.
I think he says like kidding or something, or not really.
Does he?
I don't
I think
remember that.
yeah. He says he was just joking. He just wanted to see her expression.
Oh. Well, why would
thought
you
he
toss
said-
a guitar to the ground, though?
No,
Because-
he doesn't say he was
You're-
kidding. He says the look on your face, it was worth it. Like getting the guitar just for this moment.
Oh,
was
is
worth
that?
it.
Oh, I thought he meant it was worth lying, just for that little joke. I didn't think he meant it was worth destroying a guitar that one of the most famous
Yeah,
musicians
no, I think it's
in
the.
all history.
It was worth getting, like, the trouble of getting that guitar just to see the look on your face, I think is the point.
Also,
Right.
as people have pointed out, it's a right-handed guitar and Paul McCartney's left-handed, so that doesn't make sense. But fine.
Oh,
we got a hole.
no.
Whatever.
or my interpretation was correct. Get fucked.
That's possible.
That's possible.
I-
Oh.
possible. Always.
But I
Don't
would
be
blank.
so
still
rude
say,
about
even
it.
with Rag's
Yes.
interpretation, why the fuck do you just toss a guitar?
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
he's,
so he's
a jerk
evil,
and doesn't
okay.
care.
Well, and by the
Yeah.
way, I guess like there's so many ways you could run this. I was about to say like, well, then why would she care about it so much if he was to be just like throwing a guitar that means nothing to her technically? But then it's like, oh, well, maybe she's too stupid to pick. So you know, the answer with her whenever she does anything is she could be that stupid.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, that's true. Yeah.
I suppose just points of interest, and I consider these things to be, you know, small pluses in and among a disaster. He hugs Claire, and her expression, she's like really happy to see him and good for a hug, and as soon as she crosses past his view, she's like very much unhappy, and then when her face is back in his view, it's happy again. Like, it's, you know, it's the kind of stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, she clearly doesn't like him. But you know, stuff like that I kind of like, because it's a little bit more subtle than everything else we get.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Duke hugs him, and it's all great. But then he spots Andy and has a similar reaction to a lot of people. But seems to be the most shocked. He's like, "Oh my goodness, what are you doing here?" Kind of.
Yeah, ER.
Yeah. You
What
okay?
are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
We thought Ryan got you.
Maybe he did.
Maybe
Alright.
yeah, he could still. That could be Ryan right now, being like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
He's
they
taking
got
notes.
me.
Listen for the Morse code taps. He's trying to tell us something.
Yeah. Yeah, and the way they do it as well, like his shock is very strong. They focus on it quite a bit, and then it's just gone.
Mhm.
It's kind of funny in
Yeah.
retrospect, because
Yep.
the first run through the movie, this is his shock to see someone who he wouldn't expect to come here because they have bad blood. That is
Yeah.
what you're supposed to have contextualized this as. But second run through, this doesn't really make sense at all, actually. Like,
No.
this would be
Actually-
flooring in terms of him seeing her.
Yeah, this should be like a.
This is where the-
shattering kind of things.
To the
This is
point
where
where
the
he would
movie
say,
basically
"You guys see her
break.
too, right?"
Yeah.
Or even worse, but we'll get to it.
Yeah. So, yeah, and Benoit Blanc's arrived, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" It's like, oh. Also, the last character to introduce is Guy. There is just a guy on the island. He walks around sometimes. He says hi. There's nothing more you really
Yeah.
need to know than that.
His name is Herring. Red.
He's just a random hippie or something.
Nah.
Is
Getting
he? It's
drunk.
not even a red herring. He's nothing. It doesn't
He's
even...
nothing. He's just in the movie.
He
It's
was
like,
for me
oh.
a bit because I'm like, okay, well, he's gonna play a role in this, right?
Nope.
No.
I kind of figured from the beginning that he wasn't going to play a role, actually.
I could
thought
figure
it
that
was-
Ryan would commit to having
see,
him be
that's the
absolutely
point.
useless.
Exactly. He's worthless. See, because you're overthinking it too much. Not everything is related to this central mystery that you're buying into. I'm smart.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Yeah.
another example would be they have the hourly dong. What is the value of that other than just...
Oh, I'll tell you the value of an hourly dong, Mahler.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Later, not here.
All
not
right.
here.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Not
I'm
PG.
I'm
Fun-
just making a promise.
Fun thing to know is that that sound is Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who has a cameo in every one of Ryan Johnson's movies. That's a fun fact for you.
Good for
Okay,
him, I
that's
guess.
Yeah, it's a very... I think for this cast, that's kind of the fun fact of... Right?
All right.
Like, I accept that as information. But yeah, it just goes dong for every hour, and I think that I'm just mentioning it because he then says I got Phil Glass to compose that dong, and they have dumbass character say who's Phil Glass? Like,
Not like
Huh.
you said Philip Glass.
it's just it's a knee slapper.
like-
Is what it is.
Pat,
Oh.
she's so dumb. My favorite
This is-
character.
Yeah, it's really
She's so
funny.
dumb she can't even hear.
Can't even
I
hear.
can't even hear.
Yes. Then again, I guess, yeah.
So funny.
That's real clever.
And this is, I know it's a dumb joke, but why would how does Philip Glass compose one single dong? It's
That's
just a bell.
This is a moment where they would say you don't get it, do you? That's what's
Is
funny
meant to be
about
like
it.
a Philip
Yeah.
Glass, or-
It's funny because you get someone so talented to make something so small and stupid.
He's
right.
very
Waste the money
rich.
because he's
He's
Dumbo.
rich and he throws it around
He's
to have
Zumbo.
everybody else do things for him.
Why didn't he say he got Joseph Gordon-Levitt to do it? That might have been funny.
That would actually probably make because that would be more confusing. Just like
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, he got someone who
Why?
isn't in any way known for being a musician or anything
Yeah.
like that to compose it.
And it actually is his voice. So that anyway, it's fine.
But they had
Um,
to stay on theme, so make it dumb.
We learn that they have rooms. They are assigned by the chakra they are most closely associated with by Miles. And using their biorhythm monitors, you can access your rooms. It even says it acts as a key.
I
Wait,
have a
real
rhythm
quick.
monitor. Wow.
Real quick,
This
can
is
we rewind?
irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go back, sure.
Okay, so
back.
after they're starting to leave the beach, and Benoit's like, "Is someone gonna get our bags?" I guess we'll just leave them there. Then Andy and Benoit introduce themselves. They introduce themselves, even though no one is looking at them.
Oh,
That's-
I assume you want this highlighted now, just as a because
Yeah, it's just a little
that's
something
perfectly
that-
normal on the first way around, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think so. That's fair enough.
makes perfect sense the first time around.
I would agree.
Only
Anyway. So yeah, I was just gonna say it all as reality, and then people can comment as they wish. So they've got little wristbands. The wristbands have a chakra associated with them, and it'll have a biorhythmic monitor that acts as a key for their individual rooms. And these wristbands will lead them to their rooms using haptic features.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
So all of
That's
this,
pretty annoying.
well, all of this to me is just like,
Yeah.
wow, what crazy bullshit! Just give me a fucking key card, dude.
But also, it doesn't even matter. It's not like
It doesn't matter at
never
all.
Yeah, it
comes
also
up.
has nothing
You're
to
right.
do
It never
with
comes up. It
anything
only
else
gets in the
with it.
way.
No, like I said, yeah, he's
Why?
throwing in like a bunch of red herrings essentially, and I'm pretty sure the dong was a red herring and the haptics was a red herring.
But when you throw a red herring, like generally you throw it someplace, but you don't like throw it down where you're walking and then slip over it.
Well, the problem
Yeah.
is
That
it
would be
causes,
pointless.
problems because it goes out of plan. It's like, well, how does certain characters get into certain places later in the film?
They all left
if
their doors
this is the
open.
way that they work.
Yeah.
Right, well, good thing they did that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
if
that's
he
my
hadn't
way
have
to-
established you need a key to get into each of these doors that they all have individually, then there'd be less issues because we would all just assume, oh, I
Exactly.
guess you can. They all trust each other. They can get into these rooms easily.
But I think what Regan's basically trying to do is being all like, oh, those of you who are familiar with the whodunit genre, oh, maybe you should pay
Yeah.
attention to these. But then neither one of them ever come up, and I think he's just like, haha, it's so funny because you guys thought it
But
would lead
again,
somewhere, but it didn't because it's stupid.
One of it's worse than that, Das, because it causes problems as
Yeah.
an element in the story.
Well, and
It
so
do.
just help me out. What does it mean to be by a wristband to be haptically guided to your room? What does that mean?
I know it
I
I guess the
vibrates
way
at
that it
certain
vibrates
points.
or pulses.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
That
assuming it
sounds
vibrates
incredibly
more as
fucking
you-
annoying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You remember how,
Like
like, when
every
you're playing in God of War Ragnarok, right? When you're looking for the pieces of the mask, and then you whip out the mask, and then
Oh,
the
God.
controller is doing there. It'd be that just forever, though.
And you're
all
like,
the
can you just
time.
tell me
You're
where
there.
point in the direction of my room? And he's like, no, you got to figure it out with your haptic feedback. It's like,
Part of
really?
the mystery.
But the part
No,
of this
I'm
is
gonna
funny
take
is like,
this off.
I could see someone being like, yeah, it isn't. That's the point, isn't it? He's such an idiot. That Miles, he's such a fucking moron. That's what he would do.
Yes.
And it's like,
But
how
no
far
one
are
who
we going
critis-
with this stupidity thing? Can't he just be normal?
Very,
Very
very hard.
No, it's subversive.
Bad.
And here I am being punished for thinking about it, wondering, oh, maybe he put trackers in them and he's going to use that to his advantage later.
Ah,
hmm
no.
Since he's very clearly the bad guy, obviously, the whole time. I
No.
thought,
No.
I thought maybe, oh, okay, well, there's probably trackers in those, and that will come into play.
Bad guy is clearly Ethan Hawke.
Ah,
And he's
yes.
given
I
them
knew
all
it.
a poison injection right at the beginning there. They're all going to die.
What if that
they're
was the
all
murderer?
dead.
The
whole time.
injection is haptic.
Yes.
It
So,
vibrates your stomach.
yeah, he drags. He says, "I'm happy you're here" to Andy, and then says, "Benoit, gonna need to have a chat with you." And Mr. Blanc is like, oh my god. He's like a kid in a candy store. It's kind of strange. He's like, look at that. Oh, this is great. Gee whiz, Jiminy Willikers. And he's like, if there's any role you'd like me to play
Jiminy
in this
Willikers.
murder mystery. And then he gets cut off. He's like, is that a motor car? When
A motor car. It's like,
Yeah.
why
No one's
why
called
you
it motor car since
why would you say it that
1922.
way?
because he's quirky. He says
He's
things like
quirky.
that.
Yeah.
And this is one of the many examples of just how much this character sucks. He's like, the response to him saying that is Edward Norton being like, well, it goes with me wherever I go. And then he says, why is it on the roof? And he's like, because I can't really drive it around the
Yes,
island.
no roads here.
Yeah, like, and
See, it
to
goes
me, I'm
with
just
him
like,
wherever he goes, that's foreshadowing for where it goes at the end of the film.
true, genius film.
That's, yeah, that's what I'm here for, to just highlight all of those brilliant foreshadowing.
It's just that this is one of those moments where you could picture Benoit looking at it and knowing exactly what's going on with that. It's clearly a prized possession of his that he's got in this position to show off. It's like a big old amazing trophy to him. It's not even for driving necessarily. It's like an achievement. But he's just like, why is it on the roof? You can't drive it on the roof. It's like, okay.
What? Is that a horseless carriage? what modern wonders will they
look at
conceive
how
of next?
uncomfortable those chairs are.
Yes.
Look at how shit they are.
Well, the
That
desk,
desk,
it'll give you like
yes.
bumps on your
Oh
arms.
god, you don't want to be
Your
putting your arms on that. No.
Look at it.
See,
You
but
need
on
to show
Miles'
the
side,
audience.
it's not normal. On the guest side, it's not. So they get to suffer.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah,
then,
definitely. I agree.
then Benoit says, the wooden box was sent to my home with some simple children's puzzles to solve, and they have a little reaction shot of Miles being like, "Wait, what?" Like partial offense, partial confusion. I was happy to talk about this one because I mentioned it while we were watching it, and there's a couple of ways to read this. I think that make it go from making sense to not making sense to making sense again, and then not making sense again. To run it through, be like, you see, he's a great detective. So puzzles like the puzzles we saw at the beginning are puzzles that he would consider to be children's ones. And I think the counter to that is, no, he's a detective, and he's aware that he's a detective. He knows the difference between an adult puzzle and a children's puzzle. He should know very well that the puzzles he was solving, as much as they may be easy, they are not children's puzzles. Whether or not a child can solve them. And be like, okay. But
To say that, you'd have to be either an idiot or just kind of a jerk.
wow, see,
I
so
think
this
it's
is
just a dig at
this is
Miles, though.
that's the thing. This is a counter to that counter. He's doing it to piss Miles off. We know that he wants to kind of shake his ego a little bit when we find out more. So you could argue that. And it's like, Well, no. Why would he do that? That's just
Why
gonna
would he do
make him
that?
look a little bit more suspect when there's absolutely no reason to do that. There's no benefit he gets by making fun of Miles here. If anything,
Just
it just
kind of
makes him
seemed to me
seem
like a Benny character flex.
Well, so I'm actually curious. What is the intention here? If it is on behalf of like just Benoit's got a bit of an ego, and so he wanted to let him know, yeah, I fucking aced those puzzles. You know that he didn't beat those puzzles. He just got given the broken ones. So really, it's just about hurting Miles's ego, right? That's why he says that.
I think so.
Essentially.
Sure.
But I think at
The
the
only-
same time, I think it's just spelling it out to the audience, all like, "Oh, the puzzles were simple,"
But they
and so it's all
weren't.
like, "Oh, foreshadowing."
Yeah, but they
They
weren't,
weren't.
though. Yeah.
Well, you know,
I wouldn't have been able to solve these puzzles.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
if anything,
remember-
the music one was just
Yeah, the
like,
music one isn't even about.
not even.
It's not the name of the song
not a
or who made it.
puzzle.
It's the meaning
Yeah.
behind like the nature of the songs, and then what you're supposed to do on the board with that. It's like, what you think everyone's figuring that out easily? I don't know. If we had just have a handy Asian dude sitting next to us, like all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all
Songs
friends.
would be
Well, you
easier.
don't.
We're all
I
friends
agree.
with Yo-Yo Ma, and we just keep him around for stuff like that.
So yeah, I always found that comment to be more so it's fun for the audience to be like, hey, yeah, your puzzles, they're children level. And it's like, we're all sitting here like, as if you could all solve it. Like, all those puzzles.
And the other
Um,
thing, the other layer, if you will, is that we've already established that he's bad at children's puzzle games.
Yeah, he said his Achilles heel is simple
Mm,
puzzles.
yeah.
Yeah, he's bad at those,
Feels a bit
except for when he isn't.
feels a bit jumbled to me. And yeah, I think his goal, as I think he even gets to the point of stating it, is to come across when he's here as sort of welcoming and warm and chill as possible to ease information out of people as much as he can.
Yeah,
So
you'd think so.
making fun of Miles here isn't exactly like the best choice, and I honestly think Miles should be able to pick that up. Just be like, if I was sitting down, I'd be like, he just described those as children's puzzles. Why? Like, are you just trying to annoy me? Or because the funny thing is, he didn't even design the
I worked
puzzles.
hard on those, dude. Yeah.
No, this is no. It's a point of criticism
for them.
from Benoit in this film that he didn't design those puzzles. They're not even his. And it's like, so you're not even making fun of him at that point.
Yeah, it's who he hired.
Do you know what I mean? There's a lot. The more layers you peel, the more like, wait a minute, did Ryan even think this far, or do you just want to throw that in? I don't know.
But you see, the more, then this will be the defense. The more you look into it, the more it doesn't make sense. It's just how sad
Yeah,
are we for
that's a
wanting this
problem.
Glass Onion movie to make some level of logical sense. But at the same time, it's brilliant, though, guys.
Yeah, because so else is like calling them simple might be because he didn't actually solve them. And it's like I think we have so many explanations. It's impossible to tell because I think all of them lead to different motivations, different goals, and a lot of them fall apart in terms of like why would he be doing that now? There's so many options I don't even know what to do with it. So we could just keep going.
Well, I mean, there's a much more relevant problem here in that why would Miles at all let this guy stay on his
Oh, we're
island
nearly there.
for any reason?
Oh,
So-
just because that's a huge plot.
Yeah, I'll
hole,
go-
We'll get to
it's
that.
Yeah.
a massive
I'll
one.
I'll summarize the conversation. So he's like,
Is it the
do you Miles is like, do you have the invitation? He's like, yes, of course, and he provides it, and then he's like, this is just like all the other ones, and he goes, is there some way to reset the box? And then he goes, oh, someone reset it and sent it to you as a gag because we're doing a murder mystery. And he's like, oh, I am mortified. And then he's like, why? I have the pre-definite detective at a murder mystery. And he's like, Mr. Braun, I've learned an anonymous invitation is not to be trifled with, which I guess is a reference to the first Knives Out, because that was anonymous. And then he's like, I'd love to have you here. You're officially invited. Try and solve the murder. It's going to be pretty amazing. Like, he basically just sells it as like it's top-notch. And yes, that is a very fair comment, ER, both before and after completing the film. Why the hell did he allow Benoit to stay?
There's
Yeah.
problems with this scene, I think, both right now on its face and also after we
After we
learn
learn
everything.
Oh, yeah.
This scene gets worse with age.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
It
absolutely.
does.
And even here, there is this element of you have the world's most famous detective, and you set up this little murder mystery party for all your friends. You don't. That's like I don't know. It's like maybe you got a daughter and she loves volleyball, and so you rent out like a volleyball court, and she gets all her friends and they play volleyball. Yay, we're having a good time. It's wonderful. Oh look, there's pickleball, and then you also invite like the world's champion, top gold medalist volleyballer, and she just fucking demolishes all those little shits, and she puts them in their place.
Yeah,
and she, oh,
and to do just pretty much the same analogy, but just really help drive this home. If you created a mini golf course, like 20 courses, all for your friends, and then just the fucking best mini golf player in the world just turns up and says, "Can I play too?"
Tiger Woods or whatever.
And to remember, it's even worse than that, because the way this should work is let's just call it this: first person to actually, pot the balls in the mini golf tournament. It's over for the rest of them. Let's just put it that way. That's how it works. If it were like that, it's like, of course I don't want a fucking expert here. What do you mean? This is gonna ruin everything.
That's right. It's not even like mini golf, because everyone can play after Tiger Woods finishes and loops you 3 times around. Everyone can still have fun. But once it's solved, it's solved. No one else can solve it.
This
now.
is like, it doesn't get more clear than the example. You created a murder mystery. Everyone can guess the second they think they have it, and the person that does it wins, and it's over for the rest of them. And you're inviting a guy who that's his job.
Yeah.
Why? You don't even know him. How is this fun for you? And the answer to the question, of course, is, well, but he needs to be in the story. You're like, oh.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
It's really, really lame. This is one of the many ways the whole film crashes, unfortunately. Of course, if Benoit was not here, there'd be extremely different results.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
So, it's kind of annoying, but that's that. Yeah, he's staying. That's the decision that Miles makes. So, continuing on. There's some hard kombucha that was sent by Jared Leto. That everyone...
It's Morbin juice.
Once again, his name is associated with quality.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's a part of a clue, kind of. It's in a little model version of Miles's car, all the bottles, and then Duke is like, "Oh, that car, baby blue. Remember the time you almost pancaked me with that car outside of and then he gets cut off, and Miles says, Anderson Cooper's birthday. Coop's parties are memorable.
Name.
Which is really weird in retrospect, and I almost really want to talk about this now, but I don't know if it's hard. I don't know if I'll remember to talk about this later.
I'll remember. I'll write it down.
Write it down.
Oh
all right,
my
cool.
god.
We'll talk about that later.
What we'll say now is that conveniently the camera cuts away from Duke, so we don't get to see his response to that.
Yes.
Oh yeah. That's right. He doesn't
more
react to
lies.
it at all.
More lies.
Lies.
You see, if you just don't give people relevant information and go out of your way to hide relevant information in this whodunit, it's really clever.
So then Duke shoots his gun again, because why not?
As they do.
Yep, he's asshole, man.
I don't mean
you
just
of the
people,
gun.
I mean like
After the pool.
right-wingers.
In this murder mystery, the gun may become relevant. Don't you worry. And then Benoit, because he is an incredibly talented detective, stands in the middle of the pool and stares at two people having a conversation.
Maybe you just thought they were hot.
I was getting so fucking frustrated with this shit, man. Like, this is the kind of stuff where I'm just like, you're a world-renowned detective? How? You can't even... All you need to... Like, the way I find it more believable is if he was, like, walking backwards or pretending to sort of swim while getting near enough to them to kind of listen in. He's just fucking staring at them. And, by the way, they notice he is staring at them once we see them in a different angle later on in the film.
Yeah, looks a bit like a creep, to be honest.
Well, and they're
Any
like...
detective staring at me, ever.
And they're like, oh, shit.
He's not close... Well, he's not close enough to hear them anyway, so I don't even know what he's fucking looking at.
Just the fact that they're talking.
What is he
wants
accomplishing?
to creep them out.
Yeah.
If the world famous detective goes around staring at people in pools, it's gonna be a little, it's gonna. So maybe that was the trend back in 1947 or whatever time period he's from. The time machine he stepped out of to get into this movie.
Yeah.
So Peg and Birdie, the fashionista, they're having a chat. And Birdie's annoyed. She's sad because she used to be the cool, popular one that Miles wanted to hang out with. But, if anything, it's now the reverse. And she thinks that sucks. She wants it to go back to the other days and times. Now, when you first go through this movie, you might have been gathering from kind of what they've set up that Miles is going to have a quote-unquote murder and you have to figure out who tried to kill him. Now, I even thought this when I was first watching it, that he was going to die for real, and that we'd have to figure out, oh
Same.
shit, who's
Yeah.
the actual killer? And so what they're doing here is like, see, she kind of has a motive, and I'd just be like, no, she doesn't. That's not a motive to kill someone, Jesus.
I mean, she's really stupid, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
for
you know,
her.
it could translate, that's true.
See,
Yep.
you just misunderstood the movie, you fucking idiot.
Damn it.
Yeah, everything is stupid, and that's genius.
Everything is stupid.
It's either stupid or arrogant, and that kind of covers all the bases.
Oh,
Pretty much.
joy. So Benoit comes out of the bathroom and he notices that in the, I guess, I don't know if this is like the living room or whatever in this place, but he's like, is that a fax machine? Why
Fax
is that
machine?
here? And they're like, well,
turns out
Miles doesn't even have a phone.
I can imagine LeBlanc going to the wall and just like flicking on the light switch, and then the light pops on. They're like, oh, the power of the sun and the power of my
How do you harness this magnificent magic?
I just want everyone to know, Miles is what they refer to in this film as a tech billionaire, and he doesn't have a phone.
That's
Okay.
'cause tech billionaires
Yeah.
are quirky and strange.
Instead,
He's
he
like-
has. I want everyone to understand this. Sorry, because we've already gotten over this. We've had several days to
They
process.
never will, Mueller.
But there's
They
people
never
in chat who've
will.
never heard of this before. Miles does not have a phone. He instead, in every location that he owns throughout the world as a billionaire, has, and brace yourselves, sit down, put your belts on. He has a
I've got my
fax,
belt on.
fax machine
Fax
Right?
machine.
everywhere in the world, and it just automatically prints out any and all information that's sent to him. Be it sensitive, it could be the most sensitive emails you could imagine. It's a fax
Mhm.
machine. He has one in every location he's familiar with, and they all print out a copy of whatever anyone's sending to him at the time.
Yes.
This,
Why
to me,
would that?
is
What?
on par, if not worse. I don't know. Which one do you think is worse? This or the vomiting whenever you lie shit?
This.
Yeah.
The
Well,
fax
is this
machine
ever like
seems
actually
more s-
relevant?
Yes,
Incredibly.
it lets.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can get to how this clues them on as to how Miles is a major suspect for how this could have happened. If you
We'll get
But
there
I don't
later.
see
yeah.
how.
Well,
that
wait,
would-
I'll-
I
I'll
can
put
see
it in
how would
chat,
Still
so-
work with just a phone, you know.
well, keep talking, somebody, so I can tell him.
Well, it's like
Well, see,
because
the thing with
the,
the thing with the lying in Knives Out is just that it's like it's such an insane impossibility, you know, that a character would even have that trait in the first place.
Yes,
like,
it's
but at
absurd.
least
But
it's
this is
even just a
also-
little bit more understandable than the stupid fax machine thing. Because I can imagine if somebody feels like under pressure, they can at least feel like kind of queasy. I guess maybe not to the point where they barf like 5 seconds later, but it's
Or a
like,
minute, depends.
Yeah, but a tech billionaire who could be anywhere at time, and somebody needs to get a hold of him to call him for anything, is just using fax machines at fixed locations. Like, how the fuck does he even stay in business?
That's a very good question. I think the thing with the vomiting is that people don't treat the fact that she can't lie to, like, they don't use that throughout the movie. Like, you could solve the movie pretty quickly if you just asked her more appropriate questions, and then no one ever does that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's close. They're in the same league, I would say.
Yeah, they're in the same league, but this fax machine is so much less plausible by a country mile.
I think
Guys, we're supposed
it's beyond absurd and like just destructive in terms of something you have to make me believe. This man has faxes everywhere that just openly print everything that he ever has sent to him
Yeah.
to any level of private information. Who knows who takes care of all these buildings? It's just there. There's nothing secure about it. It's just
in
there.
case Miles has
I mean,
to
look at-
walk into that room randomly and there's something that he needs to have, then there's a fax there that 3 weeks ago spat out that piece of paper.
Look what's being printed right now. It looks like a series of numbers. It could even be bank account numbers. Don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Could be anything.
Benoit Blanc can have a
It's-
look-see if he wants. Why not?
Yeah. And the other thing he says is that I just really like analog. This is not
Yeah.
analog.
That's the point. I wrote that
I
down
know,
too.
he's stupid. He's just
He
so
likes
stupid.
analog tech like a fax machine.
Why doesn't he like use a telegram or something instead?
Yeah, LeBlanc knows what those are.
Well, that's the thing, because he believes that is analog. But again, the tech billionaire.
Is that meant to be the joke that he's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
stupid
Does he
that
not
he
have
doesn't
anybody to
realize it?
tell him what analog actually is, or does he?
No, that's the point. No, you don't understand, Mauler. The point is that he has a lot of dumb ideas, but nobody tells him because he's rich.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the
here's
point.
the
You don't
thing.
understand that.
Based on how he's characterized, I literally think it's impossible that he's a successful tech billionaire. I cannot believe it at all.
When you get to
Somebody
that
just fucking
extreme,
dumb.
where he just doesn't understand like basic anything, you know, Birdie is the same way, right? Like she's just too stupid to live. Like it's
She has to be reminded to breathe.
well, we actually made that joke when watching it. One of the characters does
yeah.
indeed die from what looks like asphyxiation. We were like, they forgot how to breathe. They're that stupid. So this is where he explains himself, I guess, and all of this to Benoit. He's like, we're a team because disruptors recognize each other. Birdie was on top of the world as a disruptor, and then she did the Halloween costume tribute to Beyonce, and everything fell apart. But she disrupted her own disruption by making sweatpants during a pandemic, and she made a killing. And you're sort of sitting there like, what?
Okay.
And then he says, look
well,
at Duke. People think he's just like a slab of meat. And then he went on to become the first influencer on Twitch to have 1 million followers.
Whoa.
Wow, Twitch. I've heard of that.
Is that disruption?
No,
I don't know.
that's the opposite. That's playing within the bounds of the established
He's building it up. That's like
business
just
models.
seems
Yeah.
normal, yeah.
This is just operating on
It's
a
like gradual
business.
growth. This seems like the opposite of
Yeah.
disruption.
Disruption
Well,
is like I burn Twitch down.
But is that
to
the point?
ground
Because
or
he's
something.
stupid? I don't know. We'll be asking that a couple times.
Let's rewind
Maybe
very
it's because
briefly.
the kinds of opinions he has.
Because
right?
Benoit
Maybe.
asks a very important question that I wonder at all times while watching this movie is, why are they even friends? Any of these people? He says, you're such an eclectic bunch. And then Miles says that, disruptors recognize or know other disruptors. And based on the way he describes everyone, it makes it sound like they all became friends recognizing their own achievements in different fields. And that's how they met and got together.
And
But we're going to find out that that's not true at all.
yeah, because when they met, they all had nothing, basically.
Yes.
So, no, you are
Which is-
absolutely right. I have no idea how this group of people became friends. They are all completely disparate, and they had nothing when they met.
Yes, it's bad here, but it gets worse later. The one thing I'll say before we skip past Birdie is that her story makes absolutely no sense. So he says that she was a fashionista, she's on the cover of magazines, all that sort of fun stuff. He describes that as being part of the establishment bullshit. So she's not a disruptor yet. She becomes a disruptor by wearing blackface and getting canceled. And then he makes it seem like she invented designer sweatpants
I don't understand that.
in 2020.
Yeah, I
What?
really don't understand that. I guess she made really, really good ones.
Maybe because it's the pandemic, everyone wants to chill at home
But
and they need sweatpants.
Surely there
Yeah,
are
but-
companies that are making that
And she-
already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Matt.
she makes them so good and so cheap that they make the
That's
killing.
not disruption.
I don't know.
She
I
didn't
I
invent
know.
anything.
How is
She
that
didn't change
disruption?
anything.
Well, the way he describes it, she disrupted her own disruption. So is he saying that she tanked her own career with the inappropriate Halloween costume, and then she tanked her own tanking with making more money? Like, it's just, he's contextualizing just the things that happen as disruption. And I guess that's the point.
Yeah. See, you got it. Why'd you have to think about it so much?
I just find that so beyond unsatisfying among all of the bullshit, like, contradictions,
Well,
that's what I'm getting from this character. It's just like, don't understand anything he's saying, because if you do, you'll realize he's stupid, and that's it. You're like,
And
okay.
then the problem is that there are other characters in the film who also say things that don't really follow logically, but that's like not
Like the
point.
detective.
It's a fuck up, right?
Yeah.
It's a mistake. You've made a mistake writing these characters.
Madness.
But in this
He's
case,
never
it
heard of.
was
There are
all
no
on
flaws with
purpose.
TLJ that he's heard. I'll have you know.
Yeah, he
Ah.
says Claire is a soccer mom in beige throwing grenades into machine politics, and Lionel
Oh,
didn't
God.
wait 10 years licking on the taint of academia to push boundaries in science. He just did it.
First
He
off,
signs
it's perineum.
Yeah, and I think once again we were just like, oh my god, look at him with his science. You go, science man. Yeah, and he says, if you want to shake things up, you start small. Some norm or convention or whatever. You break something people want broken anyway. That's the infraction point. But then, you'll break more things. Bigger things. Break something no one wants you to break. Because it turns out, nobody wants you to break the system itself. That's the true disruption. Everyone here got to that line and crossed it. And that was that's supposed to be, I guess.
It's foreshadowing for something that happens at the end of the film, maybe.
Yeah, that
I don't
speech you
know
can
if
come
that's
back
actually
to.
what they meant, but we'll get there.
You can come back to that speech for a lot of things that happen in this movie. It's especially confusing in terms of what the hell Ryan was going for. Does he believe in it or does he not? Because it is
Or is
almost
he
the
talking
villain
about
speech.
himself, and he's the disruptor, right? Like he comes into genres and
Yes.
franchises and then mixes them up,
Ruins
which
So-
is
so
kind
this
of
is the thing.
funny, right? You've written a story that is to now maybe that's not what he meant at all, but it could be interpreted as what, a story that venerates his own process of making films.
Well, because this,
Hmm.
like I said, villain speech, but it seems to apply to the quote-unquote hero of this movie. At least that's what I think the film's going for. In which case, are
Yeah.
you validating the perspective? And in which case, are you applying it to what you did to Star Wars? Because a lot of people have said that's what it seems to be. Whether or not they're in favor of the film, I've seen people saying that.
Mm-hmm. But like, there's no robust argument against that perspective in this film. The perspective, the counter is like a caricature.
Well, the counter is you're an
If
idiot, right?
That's what it
That's
is.
it.
Right? Okay. What, the only reasonable counter is that you're stupid.
Well, and you have the quote-unquote hero being like, that's some real red pill stuff, Miles, which is a little bit confusing to me.
That's a pretty embarrassing line as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, there's a lot of those though.
It's only embarrassing if you're not based.
Yeah, and then she does the thing. This is all stuff you could have tried to draw. If not a little bit vaguely, sometimes I think overt. But she just goes around the room and says, Lionel, you work for Miles. Miles bankrolls Claire's campaign. Miles is invested in Birdie. And when Duke... I can't believe this one, guys. Those ones... what I was criticizing with those ones are that
It's
we
just
could have figured
thanks
that
for the
out for ourselves,
exposition.
but you've just
Thank
told us
you.
explicitly, yeah, so we understand the story. Thank you very much. But
Mhm.
the
Just
last
in
one...
case there was any room for misunderstanding these caricatures.
And instead
The
of
last one,
feeling...
please.
Yeah, instead of feeling, that it was explicit with the last one, she says, when Duke got banned from Twitch, Miles set him up on YouTube and promoted the stream. What?
Made him a YouTube account.
He made him a
Yeah,
YouTube
he
account.
opened him a YouTube account.
How do you
yes.
make that a YouTube account? I don't understand. how
What
this
does it
works.
mean,
Can I shoot
Ryan,
it with my gun?
for a billionaire to set somebody up? Does it mean that he like paid for ads or something to roll?
I
Like,
can
for
I can
his-
understand if
his
he said he
YouTube
promoted
channel?
him, but the reality is, let's just say Elon Musk had a stream where he promoted EFAP or something. It'll like give us a boost of some kind, but if he did it once and it was like over, that it would just be
probably
dead.
dwindle immediately. Yeah, because people aren't that interested in that kind of thing.
There needs to be a
Yeah.
big crossover. What is the crossover of that?
Well, it's just he set him up. Don't think about it. Just
This is
leave
what I mean,
it
it-
vague so
it's
that you
just
can
like,
invent what happened
Ryan,
in your head.
Ryan,
And he
like,
just wanted to reference YouTube and Twitch and stuff, but he doesn't understand these ecosystems.
yeah,
He
because
just
it comes
doesn't-
across as
he
though
doesn't
he's
know.
aware of Among Us because he maybe watched AOC playing it, and then he was like, "Oh, what is
Yes.
this on the site?" And it's like, "It's on Twitch." What's Twitch? It's a site where people play games and they have followers, and they do. And he's like, "Oh, my character will do that." There he goes.
He's like LeBlanc in real
Like,
life.
that's Ed Batista, yeah.
It's like you couldn't have gotten one dude, one gamer bro could be like, "Oh no, you wouldn't
Well,
say
maybe there
that."
was one gamer bro who said, well, he probably wouldn't say that. It's like, shut the fuck up. I'm the fucking writer, you dick. Like,
Yeah.
You're just the gamer bro here on set. Oh, well, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe everybody was like, this is fine. It's part of some broader, like, objective with this narrative.
Either way, she's made the point real clear, and then she ends with saying, "All of you are holding on to Miles's golden titties, and you won't let go."
Oh, thanks for spelling it out.
Yeah, and she says like,
This
and
is
all
who
of
these
you,
characters are.
and she says all of you would stab a friend in the back just to hold on. And so like,
Thank you for declaring something that will happen later in the film.
well, it's weird because she makes this point even grander and again in not 10 minutes from now, and then again later on,
Yeah.
and it's so
It just
mind
keeps
numbing in terms of
happening.
like, I get it, man. Like, because
yeah,
these
but-
characters, we are. By the way, I don't know if you know this, chat, but we're getting close to 40 minutes in.
Yep.
And we-
The
How much have we
first like
achieved so
hour
far,
and 10
really?
minutes, just
It's insane how
certainly the first
little
hour.
progress we've made in
Yeah,
terms of
'cause we're-
story.
remember that the whole box opening thing sequence. It just had it's cut it, like it just doesn't.
Yeah,
it could have just been an
yeah.
envelope. It literally could have just been envelopes.
Yeah.
He introduced all of the
And then it would at
characters
least
and
make sense, a
the
little more
essential
sense why
parts
Benoit
about
Blanc
them
is
right
there.
here. Anyway.
Oh, I forgot to bring that up. They can't figure out who played the gag of getting Benoit Blanc to turn up here, and I was just like, why don't you just ask? Now, you might be
Yeah,
like,
no-
well, because
yeah.
people will just say no. It's like, no, you don't know. Like, he believes it's a funny thing to do. That's a fun thing to do, to bring the world's best detective to the murder mystery. I kind of like that. It's like, so who did actually do it? And then I was thinking, man, if the invites just had to and then person's name, we'd know.
Yeah, or there's something on the card that has a marking in the.
I'm not
edge or
even going that far
something where-
because he
Could be
looks
anything.
he looks at the card and it would have been. I mean, we're almost there, but you guys know whose card that would be, and it's not like he can fake it. So, that's another thing. He probably should be in a position where he can make them so they can't be faked, or you have a tracking pin in them, or you have a unique ID. Anything.
Nah, he loves
why would
analog.
no, Mulder, why would
If
he
he
do
likes,
that?
if he likes
Why would-
analog, why wouldn't he send something that's more fitting with analogness?
Well, but also, like, why would he do anything like that when he has, like, 0 cameras in this entire building?
Not
if he
analog
does
enough.
have cameras in this giant building, then that changes everything. It changes so much. So we have to assume that there are no cameras here.
We
Good
actually
thing
do
there
have to
aren't.
assume that for many reasons. The whole film falls apart a bazillion times.
Well, the whole film falls apart. The protagonist goes to jail for a long time. If,
tech
there are
billionaire.
any cameras.
Name
the
one
tech
billionaire
billionaire in the
mansion
place-
that has
Yeah.
cameras. I bet you can't.
Yeah.
God, we're gonna get.
Yeah,
to
he's
But
got
Sony.
then again, I mean,
Spencer's-
he uses fax machine, so I guess he has no cameras. Fortunately, he
thinks-
does. Otherwise, the whole film plays out in a very, very, very different way.
But like, do you
Well-
understand
So
what I
we
mean?
just
Though
gotta grant
everyone's
that he doesn't have one.
if everyone's sitting down and he just goes. So anyway, who did invite Benoit? And they're all looking around like, well, it wasn't me, not me, not me, not me, not me. And then the person who did it would also say not me. Then he'd be like, nobody wants to own up. You're not in trouble. I think it's great that he's here. Just, who did? None of you. And then like
Everyone just show me your invites.
exactly. And there's gonna be a
Yeah.
person without one.
It would be like, isn't that a
Yeah.
thing where you'd have to
Show your invite. Like,
show your
no.
invite,
That's
or it's
the-
like
like,
no,
whole
Rags,
point of
no. You
having
just
Well,
needed
he
to know where the
unlocks
place
them.
was.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
It's so dumb
'Cause it's
because
okay.
then he'd be like, you guys know, right? We already know this is bad enough on it is, but it's even worse. If he'd done that and he realized who brought him, he might be like, oh shit, you brought him?
Yeah.
Oh. And then,
Okay.
yeah. So, it's-
Yep.
yeah. Anyway, she shits on the whole parade and then Miles gets up and goes, but, a couple of lines up to this point, Birdie's been talking about how she's just a truth teller. She tells it like it is, and nobody likes that. And to be fair, yeah, I've met people who say that all the time as well. And Benoit says, it's a dangerous thing to mistake speaking without thought for speaking the truth. And then she goes, are you calling me dangerous? And it kind of annoyed me because I was like, he come on, he pretty blatantly insulted you there. That wasn't
Well,
sneaky.
she's a glass half full kind of gal. She hears that and
And
she interprets
retarded.
as yeah.
But that's almost a
or whatever.
smarter move than a stupider
yeah,
move.
but I
Because if it was a
Yeah.
smart character who said something like that in response, you'd be like, they're sidestepping the whole "you just called them stupid" thing to take the dangerous. But because she's so stupid, I think the point is that she didn't even recognize he called her stupid and only recognized dangerous. It's like,
yeah,
okay.
you know how it goes, or do you don't? I don't know.
It's just a small thing, but I kind of hate that no one there responds to Andy like in their own defense. Everyone's
Nope.
just like, "Yeah, you're right." They all just sit there and take it.
Well, they're all evil.
And they know, and you know how evil people always accept guilt for the things that they've done.
Yeah.
It's not like they
Yeah.
create any number of rationalizations for the choices that they've made.
Yeah.
Some eavesdropping
owned.
happens. I don't want to talk about the eavesdropping until we get further along, because my god, that's a subject. I'm gonna leave that alone for a sec. So they end up I'm gonna leave all of this for now. Basically, there's just lots of things are being picked up in terms of information. We're gonna get a whole scene talking about all the stuff that was picked up later, so we'll just keep moving for a sec. Something that's annoying, especially on my latest watch through, I realized he gives them all personalized drinks. They're all their favorite drinks, and everyone's very happy with their drinks too. He knows them pretty well, and he's got them all their drinks. If you look at the glasses everyone gets, or at least the containers for their drink, all of them are extremely different, except it just so happens that Miles and Duke have almost the exact same glass.
That is
fuck,
incredibly
you're right.
lucky, considering that the event that plays out was spontaneous.
Exactly. You know what I'm getting at?
Uh-huh.
That annoyed me. I was like, oh,
Very
great. Because, of course, if Duke liked any of the other drinks, then that would have been awkward, wouldn't it?
Why didn't he just make all of the glasses
There's
look
an-
basically the same?
That would have been
Why
a
did he
smarter
do it
move
like
because
this?
Ryan doesn't redraft. He will refuse to redraft. See, what was cool is like he's handing out someone, a very specific like Scotch glass. Someone gets a wine glass, and then he gives Peg like a party cup. Because he's like, I guess that's to imply maybe that he doesn't take her seriously, or it implies that that is legit her favorite kind of drink and environment. She's like a student or something. There's plenty you can draw from it. That's great. But then it's like, well, it just fucks up a huge payoff coming, but that's fine. Don't you worry about it. So yeah, this is just, I guess, he's gonna start explaining, I guess, the glass onion. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to go too far. Benoit starts eating like a wrap and then says, "Oh, that has a kick." And he's like, "Oh yeah, because you're using Jeremy Renner's hot sauce." And
Another name.
And then he
Jared Leto's
says-
this.
yeah, he sends me a whole bunch of those hot sauce. You should have some. Just keep a few. Go ahead. That's going to be very relevant later.
That's so relevant, yeah.
Yeah.
I would argue it's going to be
Put one-
hyper relevant later.
And when
Okay.
someone tells you that you can have some hot sauce and you're visiting, what you do is you don't like take it back to your room, you don't put it in
Or
your
just, like,
luggage,
put
you
it on
don't
a
set it up in
table
your
or something
room.
and say, well, I'm not going to
Or
carry
right
this
in your-
around, like, I'll just
Well,
put it on
Fringy, you see,
my
here's the thing. That's where you're wrong. You keep it on you at all times. Whenever something needs to be sauced, it is there.
Well, yeah, but
Maybe
then
the
while
sauce
Wolverine
helps.
plans ahead, yeah.
And this kind of shit, I like this. I guess is better than out of nowhere stuff, which he does plenty of. But this is still really annoying. Where like we're just playing a chess game at the beginning of the movie, two guys, and then one of them is like, "You beat me at the chess game. Here's your reward. It's a collapsible ladder." And you're like, "What?" And you're like, "Enjoy your collapsible ladder." There you go. And then later on in the movie, you're in a cave, and there's this really decently sized chunk of land you can't get past. Like, if only we had like. Oh, and then he gets his collapsible ladder. And you're like, what? What? Come on! Like, what?
I knew
like
this
something
come
for-
in handy.
That's like a
It's
comedy
ridiculous.
thing.
Yeah,
Where
it's
someone just
Yeah, but
happens
this
to
is
need the
this is
extreme.
partially a comedy. This is partially a comedy. Shut up.
Okay, well, I guess it's all. I guess that takes care of that.
that takes care of that. Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah.
other thing is
Okay,
he doesn't
now
even
it's no
seem to
longer stupid.
he doesn't even seem to enjoy how spicy it is. It looks like he's
Yeah.
not enjoying it. So why would he take some with him?
Yeah,
he says
exactly.
he
He
says
doesn't enjoy
it
it,
has
so
a
don't-
kick. Maybe he did enjoy it.
It didn't look like it. He's like coughing.
Then we have a really weird line. Welcome to decipher as you wish. Claire says, "Why do you have the Mona Lisa in this room? It's like having a Shea poster in your dorm room."
What's a Shea poster? Like a
Che
Che
Guevara.
Guevara?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't understand what connection
What?
Che.
I don't. This is what I mean. I'm not clear on what she's trying to say. Having the Mona Lisa in your glass onion is on the level of having that.
Well, doesn't she say that?
you
Conscious,
don't even
maybe?
understand that
I don't know.
reference? That you don't
Wait,
even.
I thought the idea was that everything else is very like modern and expensive looking, but she's like, oh, and
Well,
you have
I
a
think
fake print.
I think the conclusion is fake print. Like, oh yeah, well that why
Not
the
a
hell would you
fake
have a-
print, but not the real thing. So why would you have
Yeah.
just a print of the Mona Lisa in a museum that has all these other
so
original?
so she's under the impression that everything else is real. That's fake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Which I guess you could. Well, I was about to say I guess you could say is reasonable. I don't know what's in this fucking room, to be honest with you. I haven't checked. But,
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. I think it is reasonable. Most people would assume that is a fake Mona Lisa, not the real one. That's
Mhm.
in
Of course,
fact
because the real one would be.
Yeah.
because you're
that
not
would
going to
be
have the
insane.
real one. Nobody would have
Yeah,
it other than
Not
be
gonna
madness.
happen. That would be insane. Clearly.
So anyway, that's the real Mona Lisa.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
how
God
did that?
damn
How is
it,
that even
fuck,
possible? That happened.
And yeah, so I'm just gonna. First of all, that's the real Mona Lisa, and here's how it's the real Mona Lisa in universe. Miles says the Louvre closed thanks to the pandemic. France needed money, and so I bought myself a little short-term loan. The costs were mainly in the transport. Don't tell the insurance guys, but I installed an override button for its security. I need to be able to look at her in the eyes without the glass between us.
Oh.
He's
Like
an
if
art
he
guy.
hadn't done it like that, man, it's just like,
If
the movie,
only.
No way.
So
the fact that he even has it, of course, at all. Like, okay, sure, dude.
So I
Alright,
think the
whatever you
important part to
say,
point
buddy.
out here is it's not his. It's
No,
on a loan.
this
on loan.
This is everything.
This
This
is
is why
not-
it's in
he
the
would never
it's in the
have it.
thumbnail, all right? We were happy to
Never.
spoil that.
Yeah.
Okay.
He would never have it in a million fucking
So where do we
years.
start? Where
Well,
do
you know what?
wanna-
I would like to
where
point
do you
out
wanna lay down
him
this,
calling it the Louvre. It does not even make sense when everyone he would have spoken to and all the transport shit for this,
Called it
he would
the
have heard
Louvre.
everyone else calling
Yeah.
it the Louvre all the time. Like that kind of stuff I don't get.
I don't
Well,
see
but
how
we had
you
it
could
before,
possibly.
right, with Philip Gas. Like that happened again with that. Remember?
Well, I guess you could argue that one was misheard, as
Sorry.
in like someone says glass and
Yeah,
then she goes
as
gas.
opposed to,
But this one
"Hey,
is like he's
welcome
only
to
ever
the
heard the
Louvre,
word
Edward
pronounced
Norton."
correctly, surely.
Yeah. You want to come walk through the Louvre? All right, here's the Mona Lisa in the Louvre, and then he's like, "Ah, yes, in the Louvre."
Yeah.
He's
It's
been
like
there.
the Stewie Griffin. It's the Stewie Griffin Cool Whip.
Yeah.
Like,
So and then he's like, so why is it here? The Louvre closed thanks to the pandemic. I doubt it. But okay.
Well, even
I mean, does he mean like closed temporarily?
Well,
He means temporarily,
Yes.
right?
well, but you move on. The next line is France need money. It's like, oh,
France
Huh?
would rather
I
would rather
imagine that they
die
would
than
do
give up the Mona
bonds
Lisa.
or just any other means by which governments raise money for themselves.
no, they loan
No, they
out
don't
the Mona
pass
Lisa to
bills.
billionaires to have on their islands, I guess.
And then they make sure
all
that
the
they
time.
on the island with absolutely fuck all security measures except for this little thing that can be overridden.
Well, yeah.
Good
So if I
thing.
can
cameras
explain,
even.
if I'll explain, yeah. So there are no cameras on it. We have to assume there are no cameras in this film.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Which is
That
insane.
there would be no cameras. There were eyes all the time on that
It's
painting.
the honor system. The French would give it to the billionaire,
honor
and on the
system.
honor system, please just make sure it's well taken care of. Don't scratch it. Don't drop it.
Well,
something
so,
like that.
just for the sake
We don't
of
send any guards, no cameras. Just take care of it, all right? We're cool,
for
right?
the sake
You're
of chat,
cool,
or for the sake
billionaire
of
man.
people listening, the way this works is it's in like an encased, secure thing that protects it from everything. However, when you stand far enough away from it and leave it alone, it'll come down. It'll be nice and safe. You could even theoretically you could just shoot it from a distance. And well, actually, I was about to say, I wonder if the shield would come up from the sound of the gun, but the bullet would reach it by the time it's done. And
Of course, yeah,
yeah.
pretty much all
So,
guns are.
whenever a loud sound or a significant vibration happens, a shield comes up, a glass shield. And,
Except for when it doesn't.
So that is its form of protection. Already, that's incredibly fucking stupid. I don't even know, like,
Very dumb.
what the fuck. It would just be, you need this thing under every secure thing. And if Miles had a way of looking directly at it without the glass in the way, it wouldn't be a little doll that you press in front of it, and neither would he tell everybody about it.
Yeah, allow me to
You
show
think they would
all
do
of this gaggle of idiots. Just like we're just gonna show them exactly what it is to my most precious possession.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, he probably doesn't think they're idiots, right?
Well, so the response to this is, of course, yeah, but he's stupid, though.
But
So
Like,
I made
even,
the bet-
even stupid
should be
people
the-
can love something so much that they'll want to protect it from everything, right? Are people too
Yeah,
stupid
this-
to not know preciousness at this point?
it's almost
He
like they would
loves
be
the Mona
setting up
Lisa.
the character that he's dumb, but he adores art, and that's the thing that he's super like on
Well,
the wavelength
Mona Lisa
of in a way.
particular, he adores the Mona Lisa. He loves it. It's
Right.
like one of the most important.
Well, yeah, and they
things
make
in
it
the
clear
world
that
to him.
he talks about how much of an inspiration it is. He has like a little
Yeah,
thing. He says, my mum took me to Paris when I was 6. When I looked at her, it changed my life. Da Vinci invented a brushstroke that can leave no lines, and that's how you can look at her and her expression will change every time. This simple thing you thought you were looking at, it can suddenly take on so many layers and so much depth, and it can give you vertigo. He's explicitly talking about how it makes him feel, and it's an inspiration of many sorts. Like, it's kind of awkward to do that, and then, like, treat it as though, like, what you want, right, is the villain to be like, I have this because of how much it's important to the world, and that matters to me, that I have something that's important. You don't want him to
Right,
be
rather
like
than-
talking about what the value it has as a piece to the mind, sort of thing.
Is that
Yeah,
like an
because that's
artistic
earnest.
smart thing to do?
That's like
Well, it just
earnest.
makes it harder to
Uh,
hate him for that. You'd be
seems
like,
to be an art lover.
especially,
like
I'm
earnestly an
trying to
art
like
lover.
awkwardly set up the motivations between the two people who fight over this thing, and how we're supposed to be on one side, when it just feels a little uncomfortable to be on that side.
Mm-hmm.
And also, just to go back, I'm still stuck on the fact that he has it at all. So, for the record, France shut down for COVID. Let's say they shut down the Louvre then, I'm not really sure, late March. And this takes place in May. So it's been like less than 2 months. And I guess France is so broke already. They're like, here.
They've already resorted to writing out the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
All of the
Has
only
that-
thing
now,
keeping France
maybe
afloat
somebody-
is
maybe-
Louvre tourism.
I don't know if that's like has that ever happened ever? Like in
No.
terms of in modern history.
I
of
can't
loaning out
imagine
the
it.
Mona Lisa?
If
I
we
can't
found out that was a
fathom
thing that happened, I'd just be like, "You fucking kidding me? What were the crazy level of things that have to happen to make that happen?"
Governments loan paintings. Is that something that happened? Like, I'm sure that that's something that happens. How often and how expensive are those paintings? Out of curiosity, If
It's like
that's the
taking
answer,
an old Gothic cathedral and renting it out as an Airbnb because you need money.
And so,
Insane.
I think that's the mechanics explained. That's going to become super relevant in however long it'll take us to get there. So, well, of course, she asked then, of course, like that explains how you got it, but why is it here? Why is it here now? And he's like, I want this to be in the room when I announce something that's going to change the world. And they're all like, uh-oh, getting awkward. And so he throws a little rock to Mr. Blanc and explains, this is Clear. That's what it's called. It's a
No,
new
clearly not.
solid hydrogen fuel. It's incredibly powerful. It's radically efficient, 0 carbon emissions, and it's derived from abundant seawater. Clear, with a K, is affordable home power. It's an affordable home power solution. Basically, he's cracked like super energy, and it's in the form of this hyper fuel that he's found. Like, okay, so that sounds really good. What's the catch? And then I think it's Lionel that's like, no, I was clear with you. We need 2 years to test if it's safe or even viable. And then he reveals, oh, it's viable. And everyone's shocked to find out the glass onion itself is powered by Clear.
Wow,
That's actually going to become
Seems to be
relevant later.
working. Yeah, it seems
yeah.
working great.
highly relevant. But also, like, what does he mean when he says, like, yeah, it's good to go? It's like, has it been improved by like several different governments? Like, what does that mean? And what
Well,
was the process?
should we wait?
Do they understand the chemical properties of Clear? Do they know what it is?
Well, so I would
Do they
actually,
not?
I would go as far as saying best faith interpretation is that it's passed enough tests that Miles is willing to use it, and that the science man is like, no, we need to make sure it passes every possible
Well, that
stress
will-
test ever. That is the interpretation
Well,
I would likely go with without additional information.
Well, without additional information, because the
Yes.
additional information,
Is coming later.
yeah, we'll get to that.
The additional
Hey, by the
information
way,
destroys
Benny,
the
can
whole
I have
movie.
that rock back? Yeah, essentially.
Oh,
it's like,
that's
hey,
another
Benny,
good
can I
point,
get that
yeah.
back, by the way?
He doesn't ask for Clear back. Benoit will now hold on to that
Yeah.
for the rest of the movie.
Oh shit,
Right,
you're
right,
right. Fucking
right.
hell.
Yep.
Can you believe it?
Oh
He gets
god.
hot sauce.
The,
He
hot
gets
sauce.
hot sauce, puts it in
briefly
his
Yeah,
comment
and
on
let's-
It's a little goodie bag.
And let's please, like, you know how this would
Pure
go. If you
hydrogen.
highlighted this, if you said all you need to do is ask for it back and the whole movie changes, the response would be, yeah, but he's stupid.
But
It's the
I'll-
ultimate
but I
cure-all
guess
to all
before we move on,
problems.
touch on the Mona Lisa thing, as people have pointed out, like, you know, paintings will get loaned out to other museums, like they get moved around, sure, but like, you
It's
know,
the Mona
there's, like-
Lisa.
That,
And it's
no,
just-
so that was what I was about to say. It's like, yeah, but the Mona Lisa though, like, it's the Mona Lisa.
It's used as the
It's like-
example of like a priceless thing. Like it's the Mona Lisa of
Well,
things.
it is
would-
priceless. It is priceless.
It's the Citizen Kane of art.
basically.
It's
I-
kind of.
I wonder if that's even that might be understating it. It's like the most famous painting.
It's
in
the most
world.
value. It is the most. I'd say it's the most
Everybody knows what
famous
the Mona
piece of
Lisa
all
is.
art.
Well, that's what
in
I was
the
stumbling
world.
out to try and
It
say. I
might
was about
be,
to say it's
yeah.
the Mona Lisa of art, and it's like,
Mona Lisa. Yeah,
Well,
there
it's
is no-
correct.
There is no equal. There is
It
no
would probably
equal.
be
That's-
more accurate to just say it's the Mona Lisa of human civilization.
kind of, yes.
And it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there in this guy's house with no security.
Because the
No
French needed
security,
a
no
buck.
cameras, and it can be killed
Behind-
by someone pressing a little statue in front of it.
I can
Wait,
respect
what do you
this
mean
movie
it
for
can be
making the
killed
French
by
the real
pressing a little
villains.
statue before? What do you mean it can be killed?
That's
with a
what-
little statue?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, the potential to kill it is. You know what? The potential to kill it is still right there. It's not that great of a
It is.
defense system.
Exactly. He went ahead and he
It's not
showed
a
it
defense
to
system at
the
all.
disruptors how to take it down.
I'm sure
The
they'll
guy who likes
bite
to
him
fire
in the
his
ass.
gun off randomly, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Before we move ahead, I
ahead.
think this is a really good example of what we sort of mentioned earlier about how bad the dialogue is in terms of getting from piece of information to piece of information. This is a really good example. So he just gets through saying how important and impactful the Mona Lisa is and has been throughout his entire life. And he clearly, like we said, he's an art lover. He collects and owns so many expensive show-offy things. And then he says he wants to do something mentioned in the same breath as the Mona Lisa. And Blanc goes, "What does that mean?" As if it isn't perfectly obvious what it means. And then Birdie starts explaining the perfectly obvious explanation of what that means. And Claire cuts her off to say, "Wait, why do you have the Mona Lisa in your living room?" And that leads him into his thing about his clear thing that he's going to do in front of all those world leaders.
Yeah.
But that question makes no fucking sense. But it's just there so we can segue into his thing that he's
about
going to do
clear.
for all the world leaders. Yeah.
No, yeah, this is the thing. As much as it's going to take time and effort to point out all the contradictions, like the basic just getting information presented to the audience is really amateur. And it has been throughout the whole fucking movie. He does a lot of that sort of basic, just, this is this. And you're like, thank you. That's that, I guess. This is as blatant as it's going to get.
I figured you'd be better than that at writing.
Nope.
And conversations don't follow. It's just like...
No, they don't.
Ugh, I hate it. I hate it.
That's a good example, though, of that,
yeah.
where it's just like a non sequitur. It's like, this has nothing to do with anything.
What? Ryan Johnson can't write for shit?
How dare you?
What?
Brilliant writers of like the current age.
So, yeah, he explicitly mentions the heating, the cooling, even my fax machine is powered by Clear. It's like, fuck
Even
off.
the fax machine?
Wow.
So,
Crazy person. Absolute mad lad.
yeah,
He
Lionel
loves
says,
dialogue.
I'm done, you're gonna get someone killed. Which is like,
Ha.
wait, what? Like,
That-
why?
Whoa.
What?
That's-
What?
well,
Do we
it's
need to be
interesting that
concerned? What do you mean?
It's interesting that he says that, considering what happens at the end of the film and the zero casualties that result from it.
Yeah.
And
It's
then,
what we call
you know-
plot dangerous.
well, and it's even worse because his
Yeah.
response to that
But-
is, "You're not getting out. It's already happening."
That's a pretty bad response to somebody saying.
kind of a
"Nah,
threat."
people might die." It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You're stuck, buddy. Better shut your mouth.
Well, so and that's actually important because again, because this movie is pretending to be a different movie, like on purpose. The idea there is, now Lionel has a motive to kill Miles.
Ah, yes.
Mm.
See, they've all got motives, and we, the film, planted the seed in your head that there was going to be a murder mystery.
Well, and you know
Sorry,
what?
it's really
wait.
your fault for paying
Didn't
attention.
Lionel already mention he signed off on this anyway, though?
He did. You're right. He did indeed.
So-
There is a
I guess
manned
he-
mission with Clear that's going to be happening. We'll get to that in a bit,
Yeah.
but yes, you're right.
Oh God, you're right. Fuck.
So it's really
That
weird that
happened
he's
before.
like, I guess his line
All of a
isn't.
sudden,
His line is before releasing it to the world, but after releasing it to people.
Maybe the move
Okay.
here would have been to say, well, now that he's surrounding it, or now that it's around him, he's concerned. But when
yeah,
other
maybe.
people take the risk, it's fine. That's not what the film says, but that's.
It's so
what
interesting
could
you
have
say that,
been
Rags, because I
done.
think you've correctly concluded that from the information they've given. But nobody seems to have any problem with standing in this room for the rest of the film.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
But you know what? I've jumped ahead, arguably. Lionel knows something that none of us know yet, and he's going to tell us in a flashback. So we'll get that later.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for
No.
flashback.
Well, it's something that what's her name knows too. Catherine Hahn.
Yes, they both
She
know.
knows it too.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure Miles knows it too, but he's stupid, so it's fine.
Well, I mean,
Ah,
he has
okay,
to,
yeah.
right?
We're gonna
But,
so
yeah.
totally get to that. That is something we are so gonna get to.
But for someone who just said, "I'm done," you're going to get someone killed. He seems to cave and fold pretty quickly and just
Yep.
sit there for the rest of the dinner
Well,
party.
because he's
Yeah.
spineless. Something that I think the film tries to forget about a lot of these people at some stage.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yes.
convenient so the plot can keep going along.
Mm.
He's stupid and he's arrogant and he's spineless. It's all so convenient.
So we get to the fake sort of surface level murder mystery fun game that Miles has made. He sets it up. He says that you have the weekend to figure it out. I will be quote unquote killed, but you can still talk to me about whatever you want. I'm just not going to give you clues about, who killed me in this game. And, first person to do it wins. And it's pretty much as simple as that. There are clues in the island. There are, little hints and stuff. And you can, talk to each other, try and figure it out, but you don't want to give it away because only one person can win. Like, all right. And then Benoit is like, so does it start? Oh, no, I think it's Duke that says, like, do you have to die and then it starts, or is it started already? And then, Miles is like, well, it started already, yeah. And then Benoit Blanc just explains the entire thing.
Well,
he's already
I guess
figured
it
it
might
out.
Be worth, it might be worth noting that it
hate
cuts
this
to
so
showing all
much.
of the.
Like,
I
what?
guess before we jump into that, it might be worthwhile that the camera's like showing all of their faces, and they're all unhappy. Everybody around the table except for Benoit. He's like super into it, and it's like, see, because they've all got motives, like the crazy thing that Lionel just said, and the fact that we
Birdie?
skipped over that part, but it's also funny. It's like, but also Birdie, because like he doesn't really care as much about her anymore. It's like, yes, that motive.
Well, the other
Like,
thing
it's
with
just-
Birdie, didn't they mention this before? Something about the Bangladesh statement that she has to make. We didn't get the
That-
full picture
yeah.
of that
Oh,
yet.
right, yeah.
We're getting this is the thing. All the stuff we've learned in the opening, I'd say 40 minutes, is about to become irrelevant. As in, like,
yes.
most of the things that you think are directing a story are not worthwhile. We're about to get new information that's going to reformat the whole story, which I think
Mhm.
is a criticism a lot of people have of it. I think it can work. I don't think it works here at all, because everything becomes
Yeah.
incredibly crap and stupid. But we're almost there, chat. We're going to be basically reviewing a whole different movie in a second.
Yeah, it's like you can't
Two for one.
retextualize a lot of this information for later. It's like, no, thrown out the
Throw it
window.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Benoit basically just explains the whole thing, and I'll read it out as he says it, and then we can talk about it. He says, Birdie has planted a remote device to activate on the crossbow to fire a shot that'll kill Miles, and she's doing it because he stole her famous Ren diamond she wore in a magazine. She is sitting opposite to the crossbow, and the crossbow is aimed at Miles, and I believe if you inspect the crossbow, we will likely find a remote triggering device, and the crossbow itself is a vintage Jayhawk brand crossbow, Jayhawk, Birdie J. And then he says there are some clumsy clues that he actually got as well, like the hedge grove spelling a B for Birdie, and Birdie's room is the sacral chakra, which is blocked by guilt. That is everything he has.
Yeah.
So upon further inspection, this is bullshit.
Yes, every word of it. Every word
B
of
for
it.
Yeah.
bullshit.
This, I would immediately be like, Miles, why did you do this? And he'd be like, what do you mean?
Now,
And I'd be
how
like,
did you
why?
really find out?
Yeah, why did you tell him the answer? What's the point? And then Benoit would be like, no, I figured it out. And you'd be like, no, you didn't. Like,
Yeah.
What do you mean? What you just said is
You're not-
absolute fucking horseshit. You should never have figured it out from...
Well,
the thing that
but
really
the thing is
triggered me was when he says, I believe if you check the crossbow, you may find like a remote triggering device. He hasn't even looked at the crossbow, like in
Yeah.
to inspect whether or not it's got a remote trigger.
No.
Unless he was being cheeky, like, well, if you check it, you just might find, and like that kind of attitude. Like he's
that's
just being
the,
a cheeky.
that's the
Problem
best
is he
you
just
have. But
knows
the
things
thing is,
from where he didn't witness. That's the thing.
the thing about it is, spotting the crossbow is aimed at Miles's chair is possibly the best thing to predict that that's going to be how he dies. The funny part is, that's information that was going to be given to all of them in about 5 seconds from now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's not even that interesting that he's got that. The most interesting is how did he know it was Birdie, quote unquote, in this game? And he says the big clumsy clues. There's a bee in a hedge grove, which is like, you can fucking see letters all over the environment on this island. What do you mean? Like, you spotted a bee in a hedge grove. What do you mean? Like, if he had said it's the hedge grove outside of Miles's room, like something more specific that links to it in some way, but a bee on the island? Okay. And then the other one was that Birdie
Yeah,
has
it wouldn't be for Braun, his last name, would it?
No, it couldn't possibly. That's the funny thing is that, again, someone would be like, that's the genius of the movie. It might not have anything to do with the clues. And you'd be like, oh my god.
Oh, so then why are we fucking here?
And then he said the Birdie chakra is blocked by guilt. It's like, man, that's a leap. Like,
Yes.
because
Wait, guilt for
Myself
what exactly?
off.
What is the guilt here?
yeah, what if? No, I'm not even going to bother. My point is just that he's got nothing.
Oh,
Mhm.
It races by so fast that you might not notice that that it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
it's very rapid
this is a
fire.
moment for Ryan to be like, ain't it cool? He's quite a smart detective. And it's like, no, this is what you think a smart detective does. Which
Yeah.
is just making shit up. Like, what do you mean? You didn't figure shit out. And once this is just illustrative of the fucking whole movie. What were we supposed to be doing with any of this? This is just him telling us everything we didn't know. We didn't see that bee.
Yep.
We didn't read
Well,
about
I
the...
guess that's the meme, right? Is like
We never get to know about any of it.
Yeah, I guess.
Have you
Yeah, it's
have you
just
guys
one
seen
big joke?
have you guys seen H Bomber Guy's video on the Sherlock
Yeah.
series?
Yeah,
You
know
that's what I
how-
was about to say. It's just like a Sherlockian joke from that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the
Just
basic
sees
one of
things
the
that everyone else can't.
Yeah, one of the big criticisms is, unlike Sherlock Holmes stories that are written in a way that if you were really clever yourself as an audience member, you could perhaps put the clues together and figure out the puzzle yourself. unlike that, the character Sherlock just solves things with information that you couldn't possibly have.
Was-
And
Yeah,
it's the
but-
exact same way for this.
Because he's
yeah,
so
but the
much
thing
smarter
is
than
that-
you.
But this is we're doing genre bending, so you can't make that argument.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, genre bending. ER will like that.
Uh-huh.
I love it.
I,
Whodunit. He never said it was a whodunit. It's just a movie.
it's
so
just
you're
something
coming
that's going on. Yeah.
So-
you're coming into it with expectations, despite the fact that the film actually tries to set up some level of expectation by framing the faces of the characters and trying to
Yep.
establish their perceived motives, and then intercutting those reactions with him discussing the fake murder mystery.
Well,
So
you forgot
it's-
that
but it's
genre
not-
is a
it isn't-
descriptive
It isn't
thing.
the film's yeah. But the point is, you're not allowed to be bitter about the fact that you were trying to buy into the murder mystery and get
Yeah.
all those pieces of information, only for it to kind of not matter.
Well, and
Yeah.
I want to
That was your
mention
fault for caring.
this criticism that it's like the Sherlock ones in terms of he had all the clues that we didn't have and he concluded it. It's like, yes, but even that would be better than what we got, which is he
Yes.
had all the clues we didn't have, and those clues do not
And-
conclude that it's Birdie.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
For example-
Even with that evidence, the information that we don't have, it's still like, man, that's a big old reach right there. Have you been playing a lot of Halo Reach? Because my god,
Hey.
that fucking
Hey.
Reach
It's just like
is just
J
insane.
Hawk, Birdie J.
Remember Reach.
there.
Remember the Reach.
And it's like there
Yeah,
could be any
it-
reason why there's similar. Like there's probably something on this island called a Duke. There's probably a painting that has a Duke in it. Does that mean that Duke
Mhm.
did it? Like, what?
Yeah.
What is this? And it's like, yeah, but it's the crossbow that kills him. And it's like you fucking guessed that shit too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
to-
if it
to
didn't
be-
fire like 2 seconds later,
Yeah.
like it does? It'd just be like, well, that's fucking
It
awkward.
could, yeah, it could have
Like-
just been that his meal was poisoned. Remember, like I said, there's so much to this. That's so annoying because like that. If I were on the table, I just would have been like, so you cheated. There's no fucking way you should have known that from what you just said. That's nothing. And he said like, oh, there's loads of other clues, blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, you didn't mention any of them like, except these
Because they don't
goofy
exist.
clues.
They don't exist.
Fucking clown
There
clues
are
is
no
what they
other
are.
clues.
And when he
Well, maybe
walks
there
in,
are. You know, who knows?
so when he walks into this room, which I believe is the first time they're all walking into this room, they all kind of marvel at it. They all enter together this place where they're having dinner and drinks and seeing all the pieces of art. We see Blanc pass by the statue with the crossbow very briefly, and then in like a second or two later, he's eating that wrap with Jeremy Renner's hot sauce on it. But so we have to imagine that from passing by that statue in the span of maybe 10 seconds at most, I guess he just has an encyclopedic knowledge of vintage crossbow brands.
He would though.
Well, the label was on it, and that did it. It's great. It's so good.
Also,
Why
I
would,
read
the,
this-
good.
why would she, as the killer, leave clues that she was the one?
well, to be fair,
Well,
this
it's
is
meant
the
to be a
fake
fun murder
one.
mystery
Yeah.
I know the
right?
fake one's
So-
just even the fake one's
Well,
poorly
I was
written.
actually going to bring
Yes,
that
it
up.
is.
So, my last question about this. Well, yeah, actually, we have to talk about the last thing about this whole game, which is he says the motive. She famously wore it, and it's likely in your locket around your neck because it's out of keeping with your breezy island style.
That one doesn't make any sense.
So, like,
whatsoever.
That
yeah, you
seems like
understand.
meta. This seems like meta knowledge.
It just seems like bullshit, is what it seems like.
Yeah.
He's basically
Yeah.
like, you would have to have the locket for that motivation to make any sense at all. I only have one thing to go on. You have a locket around your neck that could probably fit it. That's in there. You're like,
That's what
okay.
the
And then-
detective more looks
Well,
at.
and that's the thing. The
That
writer's like, what reason would he have? It's like, it's out of pocket with his style. And it's like, anyone can wear a fucking necklace, man, with whatever
Yeah.
outfit you
they
have. What do you
can't.
mean?
It's not in
Not people
style.
without necks.
Molo, what
Oh,
do you know about
shit.
fashion? What do you know about fashion?
Laparo.
I happen to know that
How does-
humans are weird.
How
Yeah,
does
you
Anwar-
can wear something that means something to you
Well,
without
but
it
it's
being
not
like
stylish.
clashing with your...
Yeah, but the dash, it's not stylish. That's the point. And he knows
Okay.
that,
Got him.
being a purveyor of fashion himself, I presume.
Of
I don't
course.
like this
Benoit
version. I
Blanc
don't
is-
like this
is-
version of
is-
Fringy.
is-
Can we have the old one back?
I'm just throwing out. Look, all right, I'm just presenting a lot of the counter arguments that might be made.
It's mainly the same
in
counter
response
argument
to
over
your
and over again.
criticisms of and in response to these criticisms of the film, okay?
Okay.
So rather than play by our game, he's being devil's advocate for the rest in order
Oh,
to
well,
deal with this.
Well, I mean, I'm doing it
works.
in a very derisive and scornful way. to be honest.
Fair enough.
Something has put him into a derisive and scornful mood. I can't imagine.
I can't
what
imagine
could
what it
be.
is, though.
Yeah.
So
what
it's-
kind of
it's-
movie would do that to me?
One of his clues, by the way, is that she is sitting across from the crossbow, but like so is Peg. So is the person
Yeah.
opposite
Or a few
her.
people actually.
Oh, it's even
a
worse. He
few
says,
people are.
look at this. The first thing he says in trying to explain this mystery is, look at the seating arrangement. She's perfectly triangulated. What?
Oh, yeah.
It's just
That's
a
actually-
remote.
That's actually a
Anyone
fucking,
can
that's
press the remote.
actually a great point.
Triangulated
I
with
don't know how I
what?
missed that. I just registered it as
With-
she's in line with it. Not that, like, why does he say she's triangulated with it?
Because that sounds smarter than
Well, but
saying that.
Isn't that
it's
the thing he
fair.
makes fun of
like
Miles
her-
for?
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it
that
is,
means
exactly.
it fits perfectly into this fucking movie.
Yeah.
It's all stupid.
And so
I think
regarding
he criticizes Miles for words that aren't words.
Oh, okay, wait, to clarify, because I was just thinking in my head, like, when he says triangulate, he means there's 3 points of interest being the arrow, shooter, Miles, and her, meaning they form a triangle no matter what. And it's just like, yeah, but it would always form a
Everyone
triangle.
else.
Yeah, every
Yeah.
person
everyone
in the room would
else
form
has
a
the same
triangle.
thing.
Unless he means
Mhm.
it's a perfect triangle in terms of distances, which is like, how the
Well,
fuck did
a
you figure that out?
perfect- a
Like,
But it's a
Yeah.
remote control, so why the
A
fuck would it?
perfect what triangle though? Like a perfect which one? Like an isosceles?
Three
a right
interior
angle?
angles of the triangle
Which,
are
uh,
of 60
It's a
degrees
Kepler
each.
triangle.
I guess he did the maths in his head though. That the square root of an ice. Oh fuck! I can't do the quote.
well, just,
Sorry.
it-
Homer
like,
Simpson-
down to the
Homer
fucking
Simpson
inch?
ice
Are they
plus
equal distances between each other? Is that the point?
I
It's
mean,
just
how
like,
did
oh
he
my
But why
do
would
God.
that?
that matter?
Well,
How would
to
that
be honest
make
with you,
any
it
difference?
doesn't matter because it wouldn't be. She's of a shorter distance to Miles than she is to the arrow. So
Did
But
they
it
even
wouldn't-
The crossbow,
choose
but
where
sorry.
it's a
they sat
remote.
down, or
It's
did
just
he
a
have,
remote.
like,
what a weird
everyone
thing to
have
say that it
arranged
triangulates
seating?
perfectly.
They would
Well,
all
yeah,
triangulate perfectly because it's a
Well,
triangle.
yeah. Why wouldn't
There's 3
Andy
points.
triangulate perfectly with it?
Yes.
Maybe
Everyone
or is that
would.
facing it.
Or is that actually the hidden that you'll see in the analysis of the film? Isn't it clever that they put her right there? She also triangulates.
Well, but if she
perfectly
triangulates
with the
perfectly, then so
killing
does
blow.
Peg. By the way.
All
Well,
three.
yeah, but-
Everyone
well,
in the
then-
room
well,
does.
Well, all right.
No,
Look,
I'm
all right,
saying
just
no. I specifically because Peg, I believe, is in line with Andy there. If you can see, if you drew a line to the crossbow, I think that's Peg.
Right, I
is
get
Peg on
you.
her right or is she on the left? I can't remember.
I don't know. You need another shot.
It could be
Can't see.
it could be Claire as well. I'm not sure who's sitting
Yeah.
to her right.
Everyone in the room. Everyone.
Yeah, everyone in
Yeah,
the room
'cause
makes
you
a
drew
triangle with it
triangle
though.
From every point.
Yeah,
Yes.
they should not have said triangulate.
You know what?
Just not.
There's 3 points. There's 3 points every time. Like,
It's so
between the
you're
three
right,
of
it's
them.
so clever. It out clevered every cleverer.
Oh my
And that's
god.
the point is that
us.
Benoit Blanc actually had a really stupid idea here about like the mystery.
Yes.
So yeah,
That's-
knowing all
that's
of that
kind of something.
with the locket, the blah blah blah. Does this sound like it would be fun to figure out if we were all at this table? Miles set it up. It's like go. And so we'd be like, all right, so
No.
that arrow came from over there. We go check, and we're like, it's a Jayhawk crossbow, okay? And it seems like it's got a device on here that was activated remotely. Now what?
Yeah, that's like the dead end. It's like well, it
Empty
could
your
be-
pockets, bitches.
And if one of you said Birdie J did it.
I'd say like, oh, that's I guess coincidence a little bit.
That's a fun little theory, but like, you got anything better than that?
And then I run
Right.
outside and
They
go,
get
guys,
multiple
guys,
guesses.
guys, there's a bee. There's a bee in the hedge.
That
Yeah, but like,
does that mean she trimmed it herself?
I don't know.
Well, here's
what
the
the
other
fuck?
thing. We're making fun of how many dead ends there are because there are a million of them. But another one could be that he gets shot in the chest with the arrow. They go inspect it. They see a locket. They open it up, and she's like, "Oh my god, that's my diamond."
And then
someone's
and then is
trying
it
to
over?
frame me.
that would be good, yeah.
Diamonds.
So, I mean, here's a question. So, the stupid proposed motive for this crime, and it's also weird that Birdie J isn't in on it. So it's a surprise to her as well that she was the killer.
But
which
you
is
would have to
strange.
know all this beforehand if you're going to play the part of a.
Yeah, you'd have to be in on it, right?
Yeah,
But
she
she's
didn't
not.
seem like she was in on it.
No, she's not in
No,
on it.
Johnson doesn't even
What does
know
it mean
how
for
the
it to be?
fucking
What does it
mystery
mean though to be
mystery
from like
works.
a murder mystery if it could just be you? Like you could be
Well,
the one.
so
who
that's
was
the thing.
responsible.
Is that the
like, a
idea that
thing
you
that
go,
people do?
it was me and I did it for, like, kind of like,
It's like Clue.
What, you
Yeah,
try
like
to figure
Clue.
out
Really
the motive
badass.
for doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
I think that can
but
work.
then it's
Yeah.
like-
Motive could be. How could Miles like create any motive? Like how could he? It could be anything,
so-
right? Like
Yeah, that's the thing. You can make this really unfair. Like if you said like Lionel did it by trying to frame his motivation is the clear stuff. We saw it very blatantly, and
We
that
just saw it, yeah.
he gifted you that thing around your neck to make it look like she had a reason to do it, and sold it, blah blah. You know, and then he goes, "No, that's not it." And it's like, okay, but mine works though, probably better than what you have actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they're all
Aw.
like, okay, Birdie, where's the remote device? I don't have one. That thing kind of went off as planned by someone else.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're
Yeah,
supposed
she
to gather
wouldn't
from
have
that.
one. So
Like, I guess I was about to say like maybe it's planted underneath the table, as I thought, but I was like, well, that would just give it away straight away. So I guess
someone in the comments said that it's kind of like Clue, where you could be the killer, and it's like, yeah, but I thought he was bad at Clue, so why is he really, really good at this?
And also,
Well,
I
someone
don't
else
know if
wrote
Clue
this,
as
so
a
there you
board
go.
game is a good like blueprint to set up a murder mystery.
No, it
Especially if
isn't,
you have all
for
of these characters
Good
who
for a
have
comedy film though.
supposedly characters. You'd want to
Yeah.
have the way that they do the crime in some way correlate with who they are as a person. Like if you had Scientist Man, he could do something involving science. You know, that would he's going to play his strength. And if you had
How did you know
what's-her-face
that about him, by the way?
Well, word on the street is
Whoa, you
Yeah,
can't
Birdie
say that.
told you.
That's racist.
Birdie
Yeah.
told you.
Birdie told you.
for the science of streets.
So yeah, I don't
Street
think this would be fun to figure out.
No,
This
it
would be
would-
lame.
This would
No.
suck.
Yep. It would kind of
Especially
fall
if-
and it would just kind of go in circles, and everybody would just get frustrated.
Yeah,
And
this
then-
would suck balls.
Benoit
would
is
have
like,
to-
gosh, that was so satisfying, like a crossword puzzle in the Times magazine. It's like, okay.
Thought he
Okay.
hated
Shut the
those sort of
fuck up.
things.
That's what I mean. It's just like, what the
Are you
fuck?
just being a dick, are you? Like you're being
I think
a dick.
so, yeah. I think that's the idea. Just insult him even more. Even though, again, he didn't write the murder mystery, so I don't
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a very small thing, but Miles says that he got Gillian Flynn, the woman who wrote Gone Girl, to write this murder mystery. I'm like, why would you insult a real writer
I don't know.
Yeah.
by attaching them to this stupid shit?
Oh, do you think she actually wrote it, or is that just the film saying that? she
I'm
did?
sure I would assume Ryan's friendly enough with
I
other
would-
directors that he
Yeah.
can maybe have asked you, can I name drop you for this?
Yeah,
Fuck
but
no! Get out of my house.
Suck.
but it all it really does is imply that Gillian Flynn, the real writer, wrote this
dumbass
stupid
shit.
mystery that makes no sense. It's like, why would you do that to her?
I don't know. Ryan doesn't know what he's done.
It doesn't. Know.
Correct. Once again.
And yeah, so he starts complaining to him. It's like, dude, this was not simple to set up, and you've ditched the whole weekend now. And you can't help but thinking like, so why did you have the world's greatest detective be a part
Yeah.
of it? You fool.
Maybe take him aside. Like, hey, can you like chill out a little bit? Like, I've set us up for my friends. Like, I didn't want to have you here. You're probably really good at this, so if you can just chill out. If
No,
you
like,
know,
please just play along. I'm trying
if
to
you
have
know
fun.
the answer, just come to me. I don't want you to spoil it like immediately because you're probably
Yeah,
gonna get
when-
it.
We were watching it. The observation here is to be like, okay, so like you're here. Let's assume the rest of the film doesn't exist, and this really is just like a fun little murder mystery for his friends. All right, let's just go with that. Hey, if you feel like because you're gonna be mingling among the guests and stuff, and kind of a different vibe than me because I'm the one who got murdered and setting this all up, right? If they're having some problems, if they can't quite piece anything together, just kind of nudge them in the right direction. Maybe drop a little hint here and there if you
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
they can't actually figure it out. Because ultimately, I do want this to be solved. You know, it's not as fun if no one solves it, and I don't want to come across as being like, "Ooh, aren't I so smart?" So yeah, give them a hand here and there if they need it, but obviously, don't solve it instantly in front of anyone else before we have the chance to do it, because you'd be a
It's-
huge prick to do that.
Especially not before everyone else knows what their roles are.
Yeah, which I guess they don't know now before.
So yeah,
Yeah, it's-
but then Benoit says in response to that, I ruined your game on purpose. You've collected up several people on a remote island who all have good reason to want to kill you. Like, and that's why he's done this, is he wants to warn him about that. Like, oh. Okay. He says, Lionel, you threatened to destroy his reputation. Claire, same thing. And who knows, maybe you'll support her opponent in the election. Birdie, you got the Bangladesh stuff. You're making her take the fall. And then Duke, you know why he wants to kill you. And then he's like, he doesn't know about that. And he's like, he does know about that. And he's talking about sleeping with whiskey. So
Mhm.
again, it's just like, okay. Like, it feels like the same information you get told about all these characters again and again and again. Because that's the subversion the movie's pulling off. It's like, see, they all want to kill Miles, don't they? Which one's going to do it? Which one's going to do it? Ah, he didn't die. Someone else does. Ah.
What?
Bet you're
Oh,
shaking
yeah.
now because you can't figure it out.
Shaking in my
I'm-
boots. You got me.
I'm shaking so much.
Which actually leads us to him sort of talking a bit around a lot of what's happening, and then we get a little bit of history, a little bit of exposition about the famous napkin that was created. The all of Alpha is based on, and Alpha is like his company that is everything. Now, I think we should probably wait a little bit before we talk about what is written on that fucking napkin.
Okay.
We'll
Yes.
get there. I'll leave it for now.
Oh, I can't
In the
wait.
meantime, Benny won an iPad. Yay!
Yes.
Benny Butts.
And so, yeah, it's like a photo of them all in the bar, the Glass Onion, and
But before we go to that, the whole LeBlanc asking about the what does the winner get? That's a totally normal thing to ask. It isn't
Yeah.
unusual by
Yeah.
any stretch of the imagination, and the film just like poops on him for it as a joke. When obviously there's like a fun little the winner gets, something kind of fun, even if it's
Yeah.
just symbolic of your victory.
Mhm.
Winning something is typical of what we
Oh.
call contests.
he
What
does
if the
have his
winner
coin.
gets the
Das, I
Mona
just saw
Lisa?
him. He's holding a coin.
Oh, he has a
He doesn't
coin.
flip
oh,
it,
they
though.
can't- He does. Oh, he doesn't flip it anymore.
I don't think
Might
so.
fucking have it.
He's got.
He
that's,
just has
that's what I
it.
mean. I was like, how did I miss that? And it's like, yeah, because you can just make the subtitles almost stop me from seeing it. But he's holding it as this scene plays out, and he's just fiddling with it. Because funnily enough, we're almost at the point of the genre flipping. So, I'm sure some video essayist is going to point that out, and it's going to be the best film ever, the masterpiece we never deserved.
Well, we didn't deserve this. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Master Queen.
No one deserves this.
No,
Do you think
Um,
anybody's going to be talking about this film in 3 months?
No.
dude. Like I
Probably
said, I
not.
don't believe the people who made the Knives Out as a masterpiece don't remember the plot line of Knives
I
Out.
don't. Yeah, I'd be. I
It's
would
gonna-
be
it's gonna
curious if
go-
I've Ever rewatched it, honestly.
It's gonna
A
go
large number of them.
gonna go for a swim after the initial hype. Just gonna float around, and then the third one comes out, and then all of a sudden there's like, oh yeah, those were all really good.
They make an incredible
there's no-
trilogy.
Yeah, because as we've
God.
seen on when we look at Netflix, like Knives Out 1 is like number 4 most
Yeah.
played right now.
Got a big
It's
old
like
boost.
yeah.
We go back to them chilling out in the room, and because of that clear conversation, I guess they're all feeling pretty rough, and they all want to kind of leave. And now that the murder mystery thing is
On the
done,
club.
they almost just want to go. Then we see that Duke's phone is pinging all the time from his Google alerts, and he's set Google alerts to just fucking alert him whenever certain things show up. And one of the ones it includes, he's got a Google alert for the word movie. I don't
Yeah,
even
he's
know
a
what,
film lover.
what does that even mean.
He's a cinephile.
That's very regularly.
Because if you
Well,
look at
maybe not.
just to give you guys an idea, right? 'Cause this is what it says. You got Google alert: 5 new articles about Claire DeBella. He's got an alert for that. 22 new posts about Apex supplements. He's got things about that. 2,987 new posts for movie. And he says the reason for this is he likes movies. Do you understand?
If he
Like,
likes them so much, why doesn't he check his notifications for them?
yeah, you're right. He doesn't
Which is
even do
weird.
that.
If
But like,
that's
is this
something
what
that an
happens?
alien would say.
Is this what happens when stupid people try to write stupid people?
What? How dare
If
you?
you like movies, if you're into movies, then you know specifically what movies you're looking forwards to coming out and what kinds
Not just
of movies
movie,
you like.
yeah.
Not just movie in general.
Maybe go for a genre. Maybe go.
It's
You could
okay,
even
he's
have
stupid.
some fun references by doing that, but never mind. By the way, this is a huge setup for important things.
Yes.
Like whenever a character does
Set
something
him up-
absurdly
set him up 2
stupid.
minutes ahead of time, by the way.
Yeah,
Set them
yeah.
up a good 2-3 minutes before it pays off. That's what it means to do a really good setup and payoff.
Because when
Is
you
in the scene.
when you see this
Yeah, it
shit, it's
hasn't
like,
been
why would a
going
character do
off
something
the
so
rest of the
dumb?
movie, has it?
No,
I
it
don't
hasn't.
think
Only
so.
now.
No,
What was that? Sorry.
just now when it's plot relevant.
It hasn't been
weren't
going
all
off for the entire movie until just
Yeah,
now.
no, you're right. We haven't heard his phone
Only
going off at
now,
all.
just now, people on planet Earth have been looking up movie though.
And why?
Honestly.
Wait. Also, why is he allowed to have his
Only-
phone here? Isn't the whole thing that he doesn't want to be heard when they talk about weird stuff or whatever? So no one is allowed to have their phone when they're chilling out.
I don't think that's a actual rule he
I don't
makes.
think he
just,
ever
he asks
gave that
that
rule.
Benoit doesn't have his phone
Smart.
on when he's talking to him, and he says, "I don't have it with me."
Yeah,
Okay, I
it's
thought
not made,
I thought there was like a thing they
it's
not
actually
made a
agreed to
rule,
do.
but you'd be forgiven for thinking that because throughout the movie they all kind of leave their cell phones in their rooms and no one has one when
yeah,
they could really use one.
They have
Yeah.
to behave like
Yeah, that makes
non-humans. The
sense.
tech billionaire doesn't even have phones. The
Yeah.
scientist does not
cameras.
have a phone, seemingly. The fashionista seems to... Well, she's not allowed to have a phone, but she tells us she has a secret phone that she never uses
Or she's not allowed to have a phone.
because of what she tweets, but she also says, I have a secret phone, but then we never see her
Just say,
using
like,
said
she's
secret
not allowed
phone.
to have a Twitter
Mm.
account.
Same
I'm
thing.
not allowed to have a phone.
No, yeah, of
That's
course.
Has a
ridiculous.
phone also.
But
Like-
yeah, then Duke has one, but it's only become relevant in this scene, and there's a reason for that, because of how badly written all of this is.
all right.
So well, you know what? We need to keep that in mind because it's going to become relevant many times over. The state of the phones in this movie, which is something I think
State
you
of the phone.
you bring it up, Rags. You were like, there needs to be some kind of a collection of examples of how much
There needs
phones
to be-
destroy movies.
It's something, maybe one day I'll make it, but there needs to be videos on the problems that phones and guns cause in plots.
Yeah.
Right? Having a phone is an
Pretty
insane
useful.
amount of plot ability that you have. You can call for help, call for backup. You could search up things on the internet to get all of the human knowledge at your fingertips to come to you when you need it. It's a recording device, both visually and for audio. It is an insanely useful device
True.
in films. And now that they're just ubiquitous and everyone has a phone, you need to keep these things in mind when you're writing your plot. And guns are the same way. Guns to a lesser degree than phones are, because not everyone has a gun on them at all times, like a phone, essentially.
Mhm.
Guns give characters incredible amounts of power and killing potential and threatening / bargaining ability.
Interesting you say that.
If you're gonna have, yeah.
'Cause right now in this very screenshot, we got a phone and a gun.
Phone and a gun!
Oh my
Somebody
god.
do it.
Hey,
Now,
yes.
this is kind of
Oh
funny. It's
my
like
God.
a character holding a phone and a gun. I'm like, Ryan, are you sure you're ready for this? Like, can you really?
That's why I always leave my house with a phone and a gun. Unironically.
Gonna be causing problems. So yeah, just those worth keeping in mind. Those bits of information. And whenever his Google alert goes off, it alerts the painting's protection. It actually, the security system goes on whenever it has the Google alert, which makes you wonder, like, how is it not going off from people talking?
Yep.
Yeah, it's super inconsistent.
At certain
the
points,
way
people
it works.
shout and it doesn't go up.
Yep.
Yeah, but then it goes
No.
like bing, and there's a bomb. Now it's closed. It's like, what the fuck are we
Yeah,
doing?
just like women's laughter set it off over and over again. You know, it's
no
like,
fun allowed. Ah!
Gag on bitches.
Women.
Really stupid, but yeah.
Pretty
So,
sexist, actually.
We move on to Andy walks into the room and everyone is like waiting to sort of talk about the thing because we heard about it before on the boat over. There's something's going on basically. She's unpopular with the rest of them, and they start being like, let's address the elephant in the room. And Catherine Hahn's character says, "Do you want to know why we all did it? Do the math. It's easy math." And I was listening to this like, well, no, she already accused you like half a day ago that you did it all for the money. Like she did this already.
Yeah.
She had that big speech about how you're all on his golden titties or whatever. So what do you think she means by that?
On the teeth.
Like, so it's really weird to like Catherine Hahn's character is outraged that she won't just see the obvious truth. We did it because we sold out because the money was good. And it's like, that's what she accused you of.
Yeah, we did that. Thank you.
And you said nothing in response because you believe it to be true.
Yeah, so this to me instead is just like it reeks of, well, we need to generate that argument again because we need to have it in this scene. There's an additional reason this is happening and it'll be explained later, but for now, yeah. And then she ends it with, "You got yours." Now, I'm gonna stretch into additional context for a moment. We don't need to know much more, but canonically speaking in universe, Andy got nothing. She got everything taken from her. That's what happened.
Mhm.
We'll go over that in more detail soon. I'm just pointing out now to be like, when she says, "You got yours," it makes no sense at all.
Yes.
She shouldn't be saying that. She knows what happened. She was in the fucking court. She knows how it went. I don't know why she's saying "you got yours." So then, yeah, she says, "Do you want money? Do you want revenge? Just say what you want." She says, "I want the truth." And Duke says, "We all played the same game and you lost. You couldn't hack it." Which is, I guess, that would make sense. He is the character that would probably say that, and that's probably what he thinks. You could there you go, a line that makes sense.
Whoa.
Yeah, you guys want to throw a party for that? That's all good.
I enjoy parties.
Yeah,
In
parties are
general.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not all of them, but in general,
So yeah, I think so. They all kind of want to leave, and like I said, I think it's over the clear stuff. But it's all very strange to understand because as like I said, we find out soon enough they've signed on it. So it's just like I don't know. It feels like you wouldn't leave. You'd want to have many discussions with Miles, like try and figure this out, stop it ahead of time, or figure out what your damage is going to be to you. It's certainly Claire and Lionel, they're the kind of characters that want to do that instead of just I want to leave. Where like, I don't think so.
The first person to say that is Duke, and I don't know why he wants to leave.
No, he
Is it
really
just-
shouldn't want to leave considering his motivations.
Yeah, it just seems like, well, there's no more mystery, so I'm headed home. Even
Yeah.
though there's never been a mystery at any of these other yearly engagements.
Well, and he's always seemed like he's excited to just go to this place rather than do the murder mystery.
Yeah.
So it's pretty strange. But as Duke is getting some alerts, and he spots one, and he goes, "Oh my God, my views! They're blowing up! You got to see this! It's all over the internet, Miles." And then Miles looks at it, and he looks a little bit like super excited, happy, possibly concerned as well. And he says, "Yeah, it's blowing up. This is fire. This changes things, right?" And Miles is like, "Yeah." And you're like, wonder what that's going to be about. Definitely coming back to that. Believe it for now.
Yes.
So then Miles seems pretty excited about it all too. Everyone's in a really great mood now. It's so good. And he starts preparing his little drink, saying stuff and things. Camera shots of the security for the Mona Lisa keep going up and down. Everyone's sort of chilling out. Miles has to sit down. And do you guys think it's fair to point out what is shown here?
I
Because this would be,
don't
Yes.
know.
I think, the
Mm.
biggest example of a lie, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's like completely
Yeah,
fake,
I think it is worthwhile to highlight this one. Yeah.
So, well, yeah, Miles goes to sit down and he passes his drink directly to Duke.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, that's weird. Like, if you're watching a film in slow motion, pausing and stuff, which, not at all how they are intended to be consumed, I suppose, but I think plenty of films hold up this way. If you did see this, I think if you could pause and think, you'd be like, why did Duke do that? He has his glass right in front of him. Why is he grabbing the glass from Miles?
Yeah.
Kind of strange, but all right. Also, VSC is fucking chewing up this movie right now. And then, and by the way, their names are on the glasses.
Yeah.
Again, it's just
Big old letters.
And then, and of course, the coincidence that their glasses match. For the most part, they're not quite there, but on a casual glance, I suppose.
Very similar.
And then, they all drink up, celebrating, and Duke fucking dies.
Yeah.
Bum,
Whoa.
bum, bum.
That's not Miles. That's
Finally.
Duke.
And I
What
want it known,
happened?
most people when watching this, when Miles did pass him that drink, most of you, I think it's reasonable to say, wouldn't even remember what happened in that moment because you're watching a movie. Stuff is just happening. You don't necessarily register every little detail. But,
I mean,
you know,
I don't know if I pointed out, but I did see that he put it down and Duke grabbed it, but I didn't really think anything about it. I don't know. I didn't make the connection in my brain because, yeah, movie. But I think I realized that happened. I was like, oh, that's odd.
So yeah, Duke dies, and they're like, police? And then I think someone says, like, are you treating this like a crime scene? It's like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even that. Police will show up when someone dies.
Yeah.
That's just normal. And to be fair, the movie has another character say, well, that's just protocol. And it's like, so why the fuck? Yeah. It's like someone's dead. And he's like, oh, police? I don't know. Yeah, and then Claire is like, oh god, I can see it now. Governor jets off to Greece with a men's rights YouTuber who dies.
Get it?
Which
She's
just-
only concerned about her.
What it's going to say about
Career.
her, yeah, she doesn't care about Duke at all. Nobody cares about Duke. They just care about how it's
Yeah.
going to affect them. It's like, cool.
Yeah, they've definitely been not lifelong friends, but they've been friends for over 10 years. I totally believe that. Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, I say it's safe to say, like, strong friends for more than possibly, like, 12. Like, the implication is that they went to the Glass Onion all the time.
Yeah. And that was 9 years ago. And then could probably
It was
put
10
some
years,
years
wasn't
on
it?
top of
9
that.
years ago was when it shut down, which is another
Oh,
stupid
right.
coincidence.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's at least that amount of time plus X amount of years. So yeah, there you go.
So yeah, Lionel says he'll go call the police, and then it's gradually realized that Benoit is treating this like a murder, and so Miles is like, whoa, you're thinking this is intentional? And he says, my guess is something was put in his drink intentionally. and yet he does not check the drink.
No.
This is the world-renowned detective.
Yeah.
He has described what he believes to be the murder weapon, essentially, but he's not going to look at it.
He doesn't even see anything missing on
It's
the
so
body.
bad. It's so bad.
We'll get to that one,
know.
Ia. That's even funnier. You know what? For
Yeah.
now, we'll just pretend like
Wait,
it's
real
fine.
quick. I just want it said that they give up on trying to save his life really fast.
Yeah, they're just like, he's dead.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh, he's dead.
Like,
He's
They don't really like him.
he chokes and shit on it, right? So like, can't he just like jam a pin in his neck and unscrew the top and give him a little tracheotomy and shit?
You could have
No.
thought to try that. I guess maybe that none of them know how to do that.
Not even superhero Benoit Blanc.
No, not even. To be
Damn.
honest with you, he probably wanted Duke to die, so he'd be like, "Finally, I have something to do."
Yeah.
This
I want the
mystery is so
great case.
boring. Now we made a better one.
Just
Gotta keep
fun
him
now.
dead though.
See if I can use my hot sauce for this.
So, unfortunately, we find out the police can't reach us because there is only one landing point on the island. Miles's dumbass Banksy dock was set to low tide height. It is not buoyant. It is a piece of shit, so they can't get to us.
Get it?
Good
Piece of
thing
shit?
that it was,
Piece of
good
shit?
thing that it's not good. Otherwise, the whole story doesn't happen.
Yeah, if the
I was
police,
about to say,
if the police arrive,
if-
it fucks everything, so they
It
can't.
changes absolutely everything.
yeah, that
imagine
was
a
one
good
of the
thing
issues
he's
with
not
the
a
D-Day
stupid dog.
invasions. Really, is that there weren't any docks on the
True.
beaches.
That's how it
so
happened.
it was really, really difficult. The Germans should have just told us beforehand. They just that's why there were no
Well,
docks there. The Germans specifically didn't build docks so that it would be impossible for anyone to get ashore from the water.
I'll just say it now, because fuck it. A second person gets murdered, and when they do, Benoit says, "I don't care if they can't make it because of the dock. They can beach here."
Oh,
Like,
really?
Once a
Probably should've
second
done that,
person is
yeah.
murdered.
Because if one person's been murdered, it's not like that's
It's like,
already a big enough deal.
I
to
don't
warrant
I
like-
guess now it's kind of
Second
urgent.
murder is too much.
That's what I mean. It's so beyond stupid and brain dead. You're just like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, and people saying, what about helicopters? Like, no, they don't have
they
that
don't
kind of
fail.
technology. Okay, it's just
Yeah, it's one in a
The
million
helipad
chance.
is
This
the
is
helipad
Greece.
blocked
They
by the
have
car, I'm
chariots.
sorry.
They can't get there. It's impossible. It's
They
so
probably
fucking
have like
stupid.
water chariots, no jet skis, no police boats, nothing. You just can't get on the island if there's not a dock. It's
Exactly.
not possible.
Doesn't fucking work. And this is what I mean. Like, what a pathetic excuse. You're sitting there writing the story with him, and you're like, so the police are going to come now. And then Ryan's like, no, they can't come because it'll fuck up everything later. And you're like, oh, so why? What are we writing for why? And he's like, the dock is stupid.
Yeah, and then
I've-
people go like, yeah, but Miles is really stupid. It's like, no. Someone built this who knows this kind of stuff and told him, or
Yeah, but
should
he
have
didn't
told
listen.
him.
He
That's
didn't
not going to
listen,
work
he's
when
stupid.
there's low tide or high tide.
He didn't listen though, because he's stupid.
Ah,
Is
I
that
could
a
literally put
satisfactory
boats
answer for
onto
you guys?
shores.
You're not satisfied with that answer.
Everything happens because he's stupid. And then anyway, he infects everybody with his stupid as well. There is even reference to that in the film with Benoit. He's
Oh,
like,
no.
man, this was just so stupid that I couldn't even see it. It's my Achilles heel, bro. So, yeah, that's just a reality. Let that sink in for now. And then Miles, when everybody's sort of planning on how they're going to deal with this, moving on, he realizes, oh boy, that drink that Duke drank out of, that's my cup.
I think it was at this point that I guessed, or it might have been a little bit later. Oh, so Miles is the killer.
Well, the thing is, with everything we've talked about, this film fucking hates him. So,
Well, yeah. So the problem is that it was clear that Andy is the actual protagonist.
yes.
And it was clear that Miles was like the bad guy. So at this point, I think, yeah, like Miles did it. And the problem
Well,
is
he's just
it's like, well,
irredeemable. Like,
like because of the
Rich
meta.
white guy.
they keep like shitting all over him. But to be fair, they shit on everybody except Benoit and Andy.
They do.
Mhm.
That's true. But like him in particular.
Yeah, him
he
in
gets
particular, he's
shit on a
Satan.
lot. It's like,
Which is why it
right,
would have
so he's
been
the bad- yeah.
It probably would have been more interesting for him to not be the killer, to be honest with you.
Which
Well,
is
yeah,
weird
that
because
would've
you
been-
think
that would've
that
been-
out.
Funnily enough, that would have been subversive in a sense.
you
Yeah,
would
and, like,
think that the
Benoit thinks
corrupt
it's him.
politician would be the person who's like the most potentially damaging and evil of them all to be a corrupt politician, but instead it's just the weirdo who streams.
Well, like, I never would have
Well, I
believed it's
thought-
Birdie. She, like, I don't believe she can operate a gun. Like, there's too much limiting
not
her.
Of course, unless that's the meme, right? She's pretending to be stupid because she's
Yeah.
actually very intelligent.
You could do that.
That
That
could be,
might have
yeah,
been
but that would be
interesting.
more conventionally whodunit. We're not doing that here. We're doing fucking genre bending like stuff because that's the focus more so than like the focus is subverting your expectations on a meta level more so than within the story,
Yeah.
or at least it feels that way. I mean, we're not quite to the parts that start to justify having that perspective on the film.
Well, yeah,
but,
'cause we're
yeah,
getting to
we'll
the
get to
big
that.
old thingy now. But he points to the glass and he says, he picked up mine. And then it shows the scene. But the problem is, if you didn't remember what we were shown, you'll now assume this is what we were shown, which is a completely different thing. It's Duke picks up the glass after Miles put it down. Miles isn't handing it to him. I think what Ryan wants to go for is, you see, Miles is telling people what happened, and so this would be the visual, I suppose. But the problem is, like, well, no, we didn't know that that was an important thing to be looking at. So now when you show us, like, a flashback, we see this as the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you, like, there's this thing, this is going to be flipped back later on in the film, and it's like, like, what, you're relying on your audience to have photographic memory of every scene as how it ran in the first time, so that you can, because if you did, you'd be like, so this is a lie. This didn't happen.
Yeah, this is just a lie.
Or
This
you
film-
might be
a
like,
lot-
wait, which one was the lie
cheating.
then? So yeah, not a fan of this. Funnily
I
enough,
hate it. It's a trend that needs to die.
there's
It
something
needs to
that
be...
is like this in Knives Out that I actually thought was okay. It's one of the few things I kind of like. It's when I think 3 different people describe Ransom, being Chris Evans' character, leaving the house. When it's described, I think, by Ransom himself, he like storms out. When he's described by like Marta or whoever else, he storms out. When it's his mum describing the story as he leaves, he like puts his hand on the grandma as if to say, like, you know, goodbye, hope you're okay, sort of thing, and he leaves. Like that has no bearing on anything. It's just represents how she sees her son versus how everyone else would see him in terms of recollecting an event. But it's much clearly delivered. This is one of the most important pieces of information in this whole film. Did he hand him the glass or not?
Mm-hmm.
And so now, yeah,
Because he didn't.
you could consider this
then-
like, well, now I guess he didn't. It's like, no, he did. Like, oh, so what was that? It's like,
And-
that was him recanting it. It's like, so why did you show that instead of just having him describe it? Wouldn't that be the best way to do it?
Well, because if you show it, then that reinforces the belief.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm
The
getting at. If he said he took my glass off the desk, and someone who was like eagle-eyed would be like, ah, no, he didn't, you fucking liar. And they can
Exactly,
enjoy
that's
that
how you
knowledge.
do it.
But if you
Give them
have
an
it
opportunity to
shown
figure
that
it
he
out.
literally
Yeah.
did pick it off, that you're like, oh, was it that? Oh shit, maybe it was
Yeah,
that.
because most people who are watching the film are not going to rewind to check.
Well, what about the
Um,
fucking
even though it is on
theater? It's like,
Netflix.
can you rewind?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, right. Like, I think the
Pause.
film did have
Can you
a- but
rewind? I think the movie lied to me.
I doubt the film that it was written with them knowing. Well, I mean, it's on Netflix. People will rewind it. I highly doubt that was the way it was written. I think it's just put that piece of information in the viewer's head. They'll believe you because the viewer is kind of primed to trust the information that
Yeah,
you give
absolutely.
and that was a mistake, right? Trusting that throws you off of the
I think
throws
so,
you
yeah.
off of the scent. So how do we feel about that? Are we okay with that, or what do you think?
We don't like it.
Not a
speak for all
fan.
of us.
I hate the lies.
What do you think the counter argument would be if somebody said, "Well, no, actually explain yourself. Why?"
Well, the counter argument would be something like what Mahler described in Knives Out, like in that, you know, sometimes it's okay. It's like, have you ever seen Rashomon or read the story? Anyway, it's a story where there's a murder, and then we see the same events from different people's perspectives, and they contradict each other, right? So,
Okay.
So it's a very famous example of that. So what this is like, oh, we're seeing it. We're like, this is the image that is being put into everyone's head in the scene that Miles is telling this event to. But the problem is,
oh, go for it.
but the problem is now we as an audience are like, oh, that's what happened. Because
Right.
also, this is the first time I believe in the movie we do anything like this.
Yeah.
as well.
I-
So we
you might
haven't
be right.
established
Yeah,
it.
the idea
as a
that this
visual
is all
style.
from the account of an unreliable narrator that's taken kind of to the extreme. That's a really interesting idea. But that's not what this movie is. That's
Well,
just
I don't
flat
think-
out not what this movie
Well,
is.
because it's funny that you say narrator because, of course, as Edward Norton, one of the things I was thinking about is like, well, in Fight Club, they don't, like you see Tyler like as a guy who's there talking to the narrator and like interacting with things in the world, and being like an active participant. And then obviously later on, a lot of those scenes get recontextualized with like new scenes where it's Edward Norton talking to himself. Or Edward Norton was actually like Tyler Durden giving the speech in Fight Club, and it's like, well, so what is the difference between that and this? What is the difference?
We have no like the problem is he hasn't said it properly for us to. I think the information that came to a lot of us was that is what happened, not that's his version of events.
Right. As
Yeah.
opposed to when we have the narrator is the narrator of the story, all of the scenes are framed in his perspective, and there are sufficient clues beforehand to allow you to potentially figure out the twist.
Like I said,
Whereas here, it's just got to be, I hope you remember that 2-second shot that you never would have been paying that much attention to.
yeah, and that shot determines a significant plot point.
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, it is instrumental, you could say.
And so it's,
It would be
it's fucking
interesting if
with
there
our
was an
ability.
early scene that established this kind of idea to the audience. Like some character says something, and it's not that consequential. It's just an early sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge that a character might say something that like legitimately didn't happen. So, maybe that's something you should keep in mind. And like LeBlanc could point it out. It's like, oh, no, it was Billy was the one who put his coat on the rack or something like that.
Stop calling him LeBlanc. That's a League of Legends character.
LeBlanc?
Yeah.
It's Benoit Blanc, not
Benoit
Blanc.
Benoit Blanc.
I think it was, I can't remember who said it before, but it should have just been that Miles said, I passed him the drink. They shouldn't have shown the shot. But
Yeah,
the
you don't need
problem
to
is
show
if showing the shot allows you to trick the audience better.
Yes.
And that's the purpose it
it's more
serves.
effective.
That is,
Yes.
yeah, that's explicitly the purpose. It does its job well because a lot of people would be like, "Oh, I thought it was the other way." Oh,
But it's not an O. It's like
no, it's
lied
not.
to
You
me.
just told me that's how it was, and then you said it wasn't how it was. It's like, okay,
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you lied.
it's as casual a shot as any other shot, right? And so the idea that we'll remember every action that's taking place in it, or every expression that's happening in it. So of course not. So when you tell me this is what it was, it's like, all right, that's how it was.
Mm-hmm.
That you need better indication that it's an unreliable narrative. But the thing is, I don't think he wants to frame that as a possible unreliable narration because that'll clue us on to the reality of the twist, which is, oh, so it was Miles.
Yes.
Like I said, if everyone remembered that first shot, we'd be like, he did it. Like that's it.
Well, so the reason why I thought he did it, I was partly appealing to meta, but one of the reasons was because they'd said so many times, like, they've given the speech at this point, right, about the nature of a glass onion, and like that. Is that before this point or after?
No, Benoit says it right after solving his dumb mystery party.
Right, because I think once he gave that speech, it's like, right, so you're fucking with me then, right? Like you're trying to set up in my mind that there's going to be like a murder mystery going on here, and you're making me focus so much on Miles and the reasons people have to kill him. I bet you that's what you're doing. You're trying to focus me on that to make me not realize that, like, Miles might have reasons to do something. Of course, the problem is, you have no information at this point that could, like, lead to that conclusion other than, what are you playing at, Ryan? I think that's the attitude I had.
Legit
Play
in my
meta games,
fist,
win meta prizes.
right around with Mel on this movie. I'm pretty sure I said, I thought he like, okay. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how I dealt with the new shot. I was just like, like in my own head, I was like, was that how that went? And it's like, okay. And I have a feeling that Ryan and many other people will be like, aha, that's kind of the point. That's how Miles gets people, is he'll tell them what the truth is, and they'll kind of just buy it because they didn't think more thoroughly about it. And I'm like, mate, it's a movie. I can't remember every single frame when I first time go through it. Like, what do you mean?
It's not really a matter of thinking it through logically. It's like, I legitimately can't remember what I saw.
And then that combined with what information do you want me to be operating on right now? Because I'm not actually sure. So I'm going with whatever you just told me, I guess. And it's like, aha, that was so clever. It's like, oh my god. And that's going to be flipped again later on. Don't you worry.
What? Again?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
So yeah, they then realize Oh, this gets really weird, actually. So the security system is tripped again because of the phone. And then they're like, all right, we need to get his phone and turn the alerts off because that's annoying. Oh man, I don't know how to explain each of the problems with this. It's so bad. It's like I'm just gonna go silence Duke's phone, right? So it plays here. I think I want to jump ahead a little bit, all right? Because we kind of revealed Miles has done this. So Miles stole Duke's phone as well. Okay?
Right.
He's got it in his back pocket right now. Miles does not have a phone. That is what everyone knows. But you can see it in his back pocket. It is very fucking obvious. This is a really weird move from Miles. The only justification is he's an idiot. That's it. And that's what everyone would say is true. He is indeed an idiot. You can see it right there. He's got Duke's phone.
Benoit's also an idiot, apparently.
Wait, he hasn't silenced it. It's still playing the fucking sounds. Absolutely insane. Now, this is the thing when I was watching it, and I was like, how long does it take for him? Because he needs to access that phone and turn it off. He needs to put it on silent. The sounds go off, and then they go, oh, we need to go and get his phone and turn it off so it stops fucking with the security system. You don't see his hands touch that phone for a good while, so if only another alert went off, it would start getting real fucking suspicious, especially for Benoit, who's right next to Duke's body. He'd be like, so that's not coming from Duke, that's coming from you. And that's a huge deal. It's like, you stole his phone. That's weird.
That's very odd.
And you were just talking about how, like, you don't definitely... Then it's like, that's what's going on, man. And then, of course, while he's searching for the phone... Because again, as this scene is playing, he can't silence the phone. He's literally using his hands to talk. Benoit spots that the gun is missing.
No, but he doesn't spot it. It's Lionel that spots it.
Oh, Lionel spots it. You're right.
Right. And he's like, "Oh my god, the gun is missing."
It's hard to be clear about this. Benoit's had access fully to Duke's body for like 10 minutes at least, and he hasn't. Maybe worth checking if the gun is on his waist. If it's not there, you're gonna notice. He's a detective.
It's a little. He notices everything else that he hasn't seen. So
everyone else in that party is gonna notice whether or not someone's carrying a loaded gun with them at all times. They're probably nervous as fuck.
That makes me want to roll this back. Actually, it was like, wait, when did he have? It's like he had that gun when I was showing it earlier when he was talking about his Google alerts. It's right at the moment he tells Miles about his awesome view count. That's when Miles takes his gun, I think.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, are you a fucking sleight of hand person? How did you do that? Like, I feel like that's when you hug someone and you take a gun from their waist that's between you both. The sound of it, the feeling of it, the weight of it's gone.
That's at least a good couple pounds being taken right off his junk.
It's like, it's really hard to
retention.
But then
you can hear the retention when it gives after you pull a weapon out.
Yeah, and you want me to believe he's a crazy right-winger who shoots his gun all the time. It's like, so he's gonna know the second his fucking gun is gone, isn't he? Yeah, he just takes the gun away in that moment. I don't believe it. I just don't. And then he puts it in the back of his, like, in his pants at the back. It's just like, man, that's so easy to spot as well. You can see it as he's walking around. There's just a gun in his back now.
So stupid.
Benoit sees literally everything in hyper detail until he doesn't at all.
This is what I mean. This is why I struggle with Benoit as the world's greatest detective. He doesn't just miss stuff that would be cool for him to catch, like him having a phone. He misses everything.
Yeah.
Like a man who's famous for having his gun being dead, and he doesn't check his body for his fucking gun.
Can you see the gun, like, on
no, not the... You can see that he's got something in his back that's outlined as a gun.
So, like, what am I meant to believe that the film shows me when later we get another shot that is the same as the one before, but with totally different information in it?
Yeah.
Well, you mean, you trying to tell the difference between,
when
like, a continuity
error,
or...
trust the film or not, you know? Like, that's kind of, like, the point that I'm highlighting, which will become more apparent with one shot in particular. I'm just saying, if you can see the gun here right now, it's like, what's interesting that there was a shot earlier in the film where you just hid somebody completely. Like, you completely... Yeah, we'll get to it.
So, yeah. Like I said, these are things that it would be cool if he could pick up, because he's a detective. The kind of shit that I would expect to see in, like, the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes type stuff. He'd be like, I saw the outprint of a blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I think it completely breaks when you can't have him notice that his gun and phone are gone, and that what you've defined as the murder weapon, you don't even look at it.
Like the two most
Yeah.
important things that he owns, that guy, his phone, which was highlighted, and his gun, which he just fires randomly. The two critical items that you need, you don't
And
notice that they're gone.
This is what people are more like. We've not even started really, but this is what people are referring to in terms of like, wow, this film is stupid. And it's like, yeah, don't you get it? It's supposed to be. It's like, I don't think Benoit is supposed to be a shit detective.
No,
Yeah.
he's supposed to be the only non-stupid person in this room currently.
Apparently.
Didn't
Yeah.
achieve that very well.
Nope.
Yeah, he literally goes, "Oh, fiddlesticks, where's his gun?"
When did his gun disappear?
Wait,
Yeah, and then
when Miles is like kind of grabbing him with his back to LeBlanc, shouldn't now I'm saying LeBlanc, Benoit Blanc, shouldn't he feel the fucking gun on his back?
you should feel something hard. You're right.
Yeah. Oh my.
When he's already tossed
God.
into the.
Well, he's not like he's a
Hey.
detective, dude.
Hey Miles, is that
right,
a gun or are you just happy to see
What
me?
you're saying, yeah.
And Benny didn't hear the phone chime on him either. Like, what the fuck?
No, he couldn't. The sound was just that vague that he couldn't tell.
Okay.
You know what? Sometimes I wouldn't be surprised that after that first shot showing the gun in his back, that they shot all the future ones without the gun in his back. You know what? It
Yeah, I
looks
wouldn't
like
be
they've taken it
surprised
out
either.
at this point.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
again,
brushed it.
if
Through
he's
that.
I think he's already hit
if you
him.
remember, yeah, he stashes it in one of the stupidest fucking places ever. He puts it in like the ice box for the drinks.
Does, yeah.
So
You know,
Okay.
the place that people would regularly be checking at a
And-
party?
well, the funny thing is, I've just made it sound more secretive than it actually is. I'm talking about like they're all open and it's just like a you know, like
He,
a
like,
bucket for ice.
Tosses it in. He like
Yeah, he just throws it
puts
in.
it in. Just throws
Yeah.
it in.
So it probably
They were all
it
like,
probably is
"Oh,
away
this
by
is a
that point. But
stressful
then
situation.
this is what I mean. It's like it probably would have been better if it was in his back the whole time than in there.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a
Mhm.
regular place to put your gun if you're trying to conceal it in the small of your back. That's where I keep mine typically.
Well, I guess it's been pointed out though that then he wouldn't have been able to like lean against Daniel Craig because otherwise, then he definitely should have noticed.
Well, yeah, but then all you need
Right.
to do as a writer is just not have him flip
Not have him do
himself
that,
around.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. But that's funnier though.
Okay.
This
Fiddlesticks.
is so stressful. I need a drink. What?
Mhm.
So, then Miles starts panicking, and he's like, oh god, oh no, the murder game, the game, oh god, I was gonna have it be that now at 10 o'clock, the lights are gonna go out, and then they do, and it's super dramatic and scary.
Yeah. how
Timing.
Convenience.
It was just, yeah, because then Ryan clearly wants to do a different kind of scene, which is that, how do you go from, the fact that the lights are turned off is just like, okay, well, I mean, they've all got phones, they can just turn their giant lights on them, and
Yep.
like phone lights these days are amazing. Even my parents are always shocked by them. They're just like, "Oh my god!" It's like, yeah, I can light up a whole fucking room at this point. But sure, fine, that happens. Where are you going next with this? It's like we're gonna get it to a point where everyone is just running around expecting to be murdered, terrified, and then someone will die. You're like, why would they do that? You're like, that's what humans do when they panic, right? The lights went off, they panic, and they all run away. Okay. Because
instead of just sitting here and just asking Miles, hey, how long until the lights come back on? And it says this much time, and then we go, okay, well, we'll just sit here then.
seems like they'd all be safer if they just,
Well, he
hung out in the
runs off
same
first,
fucking room.
right?
Well, so funny enough, the first thing I think that happens is that Whiskey comes into the room with a spear gun and says it was Andy. She killed Duke and she tore our room apart. I saw her.
Yeah, remember when it was just a funny meme in the beginning? It's like, oh, I'm gonna get my spear gun. Ha ha. No, he actually brought a spear gun. And
Yeah,
He
here
was
it is.
able
and
to
there it is.
transport the spear gun.
And
Mm.
and in response to that, Miles says no, not today, and then runs off on his own into the darkness. Really weird choice.
Yes.
If Andy
Wait.
is the killer, why not just hang out with everyone here? That's where you're safest.
Of course, everyone would of course stick together. You would never isolate yourself from the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Benoit goes to chase
Well,
him,
less
and
than
obviously
bad.
they split up, and then everyone is just in different parts of the place, all running around doing things. We find a knife is missing. We know the gun is missing. So,
Real quick, before the lights go off, there's a dumb thing that Blanc does that bugged me. So right when they discover that the gun is missing, he says, "By the way, where's Andy?" and it kind of puts the idea into everyone's head that maybe she has the gun or something. And it's like, well, surely, as we'll find out later, you kind of want to protect her, don't you?
Yeah, why are
Yeah.
you calling
Why would you do
attention to
that?
her? In fast
Why
forward,
would
it
you
makes
do
more
that?
sense.
That's actually true. Yeah, you shouldn't want to do that at all.
No, but he does.
It's not just protecting her; it's that she's on a current job
Yes.
Mhm.
that he sent her on. So that's really weird that he did that. Yeah. Another thing, there's a lot to think about in this film for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, everyone's just running around. What could possibly be happening? I don't even know. And then Benoit catches up with Andy, but he calls her Helen, which is a bit strange. This is like, what's going on? And then they're just clarifying what's happened, and he basically says like, I've got it. I can figure it all out. There's just one last piece of information that someone has. But as they're talking, someone with a gun is aiming. Oh Lord! And then, right as he says the last thing, the evil gunman shoots. Oh, gunwoman.
Pew,
Could be
pew, pew,
gunwoman.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And it hits Andy / whoever Helen is. And I think that's where we switch into a different film, basically.
Well, after all of the people,
I
the
like how
lights
they
come
stand
back
out
on.
there
Oh,
and
yeah,
everything,
yeah, you know what?
the
That's-
light's still functional.
Yeah, we should probably say how this actually runs out is that the gun is dropped, she's fallen to the ground, we get shots of the whole place being in darkness, and then Benoit is crying, basically, and everyone's surrounding the area. And there's a dead lady on the ground with blood, apparently, on her.
I just had a
Grace
thought.
Lord.
It is
What do you mean?
incredibly convenient to think that the killer, whoever it was, even though we already know who it was, it's incredibly convenient that like the power outage that was already planned ahead of time coincided with him receiving a piece of information that saw him kick off this set of calamitous events with the drink. The
Yes.
timing, man, it's incredible.
It's all wrong.
Oh God, you know what? I'll hang on to it. It's coming later.
Mm.
Yeah, it was funny because when I think everyone, when you're first watching this, she is so obviously super important that it's like she's not
That
dead.
you know,
Yeah, he's not
he
dead.
had no screen time, barely any screen
Yeah.
time so far.
Yeah, she had the look away and look over her shoulder
Yeah.
look at the start. She's too
Yeah.
protag, man.
Oddly, that would have been subversive.
Again, yeah, if they'd killed
Yeah.
her. for
Yeah,
real.
it's true.
It would have been a
Didn't
really
have the
interesting story,
balls.
and it would be a lot for Benoit to deal with. Like, because he
Mhm.
would have kind of killed her. At least he
Why
could feel
was the
somebody
gun-
responsible.
What do you mean
Yeah,
by
why
that?
was the gun dropped?
Because
Oh,
stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. That's a good question. So anyway, he tells everybody to go back in the room. Nobody feels the need to check on the body.
Nope.
They
Doesn't
even
no one
lot-
suspects him either.
They even
But,
almost do, but then Benoit's just like, nope, she isn't going anywhere, which is a
He isn't
really
going-
strange thing to say. Like,
It's like, really?
Okay.
Like, okay.
yeah, and then he says, Peg, radio the police, tell them to fucking beat shit if they have to, which is, again, I just think that's funny as fuck.
Which they would have done fucking anyways.
Now we
They would have
care.
done anyway because there's
Mhm.
been a murder.
A
Not only
protag
murder,
has
a
died.
murder on the island of a guy that's this important to, like a billionaire. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh god, this movie's about to... So, like, try and understand that this is going to get difficult because we've got to re-talk about lots of different scenes and they're all going to get way stupider
Right.
now.
Let's kick it.
They're like, explain what happened to us, please. And then he's like, I could peel back the layers, but what lies at the center? Only one person can tell us who killed Cassandra Brand. And then it's like, cut to black. And we are resetting
Hey.
in terms of events back further than when this movie began.
Yeah.
When we decided to watch this, and then we
Here we go.
warn our younger selves, no, don't do it, don't do it.
Well, so this is a moment, and I love explaining this to people because it's so funny. It's like, we are 1 hour and 10 minutes into the movie. What do you think is going to happen now as a big twist? And it's like, turns out the lady who just got killed, she has an identical twin sister. And it's like one of the most generic, like, oh, what?
I felt much pain at this point. Hey, fun fact, Ryan Johnson claims that he was forced to do this.
What?
What? Why?
Why?
Yeah. There,
don't believe you.
I don't know why. He doesn't say. He just says he was forced to do this. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's full of shit, but
What?
he,
That's the main twist of your movie. So you were forced to make a shit movie? What are you talking about?
yeah, he was forced to do it by nobody he mentions and why. He just says he was forced to do it.
I don't
If he
Where
doesn't
does
want
it
to
say
say
this?
why, then just don't say that. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck are we supposed to do with that
Also,
information then.
dragged
You
kicking
can-
and
How
screaming.
did we try?
Yeah.
what is
Kicking and
the-
screaming.
I mean,
What?
this is a meme, though, right?
I gotta
like,
see
this is a
this.
meme.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of
North-
interesting if it's true.
But the thing of it is, he's so vague about it, though. It's
Northeast
Weird.
Mississippi Daily Journal. What is that? This seems like a meme. What? Like, are you sure that this is real and not just some bullshit?
well, I mean, if you just Google Rian Johnson kicking and screaming, like there's several articles just keep on quoting it over and over again. So I'm not even really sure.
Well, I can believe
all
it.
like-
It seems pretty simple so far. The 49-year-old director admitted he tried to consider whether or not the audience would accept the twist, and he thinks the placement of the reveal makes it work. He added, I thought, will the audience ever forgive me for this? I think we get away with it because it's not like the reveal at the end. It's a complication in the middle that leads to a deepening of the stakes in the story. No.
Definitely deep in
No.
He said, it's a joke that I thought was pretty brilliant, and I ended up giving it some serious thought. As much as I take the murder mystery genre seriously, I take the genre of Muppet movies seriously. What?
Okay.
Oh, that's
this has to be a meme. Come
you
on.
just responded
Like,
to fans calling for a
it's-
Knives Out crossover with the Muppets.
Oh, I see.
Oh, can you imagine? Fucking hell.
Poor
So,
Muppet.
by the way,
ruined one
that's an
movie.
Don't
interesting
ruin the
line, too.
Muppets
I-
as well, dude. Come on.
Don't be a Muppet.
Don't be a Muppet.
Yeah, so obviously, so for those listening, that's the reality we're dealing with here. You're in a murder mystery. We're this far in, close to fucking 2 hours, and they're about to
Yeah.
drop on you that one of the recent victims has a twin sister, and it's going to recontextualize everything. It sounds like something in Futurama's The Scary Door or some bullshit where it's like, there was a twin sister all along, and you're like, Now,
Yeah.
someone
And
could be like,
you
wait.
you might wonder, hey, what are we actually gonna do now? Like, this can't be too long. Like, we already had the murders happen, and we're about to reveal everything. So I don't know. What we got? Like another 20, 30 minutes? No, we got like an hour left or something at
Well,
this
yeah.
point.
To make sense of what I said, this reveal and the recontextualization, I didn't mean it happens in a minute. This happens in the course of like 40 minutes.
Right.
It is
This is the
long.
next stretch of
It
the
is-
film.
And it's
Yes.
this is the part where I was like, fuck, you've destroyed the pacing of your film. It's like
Yeah.
annihilated. But anyway, someone out there is going to be like, hey, so you're saying it can never work to reveal a twist twin? And it's funny because one of my favorite movies of all time has exactly that in it. It's just
Yeah,
that
that's right. But
one
it's
of
an
the-
actual subversion in that movie, though.
well, it's fucking
That's the thing.
fantastic in that movie. First and foremost, the whole movie is about magicians that use doubles all the time, and it's presented as an option throughout. We're shown the trick in many other ways with doubles, and one of the characters keeps saying, it's a double, it's a fucking double. I bet you it's a double. And everyone's like, no, it's got to be more complicated than that. It can't be that. It has to be something else. This movie, I'm sorry, where was the reference for how we even thought of a concept that there would be another Andy? Where was that a thing? Like, where did you pull this from?
And is this does this link into the whole idea of the glass onion being? See, it was really simple all along. She had a twin sister who impersonated her to go onto the island to figure out who killed her sister, who was being killed by one of these people. Wait, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
it's just this totally new, absurd piece of information.
It doesn't fit the theme of the movie at all.
It doesn't fit the theme of the movie. It directly contradicts it, I would say, because
Yes.
this is not a simple explanation. This is
No.
absurdity. And it also just means that you're in a position where any amount of speculating you were doing before, at this point, you got to be like, oh, well, I guess fuck that, right?
Fuck
Like
me for paying
everything
attention
I
and
was
thinking
trying
about
to
it,
figure
yeah.
out beforehand is now gone. It's out the window completely. And maybe that's the point. I don't know.
This
Maybe,
to me
maybe
is so out of left field because like the 40 minutes is going to contextualize why this is a meaningful twist. We had no concept for why this is a meaningful twist yet. He's going to explain why the twist matters after the twist. Like that is an
Which is-
incredibly
that's a way to
awful
do
way
it.
of trying to do it. And part of it would be like if you had like, you know, a billionaire is killed and there's 5 people that might relate to it who will want the inheritance, and then halfway through you're like, the billionaire was a clone, by the way. You're like,
Yeah.
okay.
This changes. I mean, this doesn't really.
Yeah, well, you're asking yourself,
anything
what does
necessarily.
that change? Like, what have we? And it's like, let me explain how this changes everything. You're like, okay.
All right, I'm glad we bothered.
All right, let's hear it.
You
This
may
better
have
be
wanted
good.
to do that ahead, but okay, fine. Yeah, so here it comes. Man, I got to redo all of this basically. So, yeah, you have Andy who I think she goes on to explain this. She was sitting around doing a thing, and she gets called and told her sister Andy is dead. Andy is dead. This is Helen. She is a different character. Helen Brand. Her sister is Cassandra Brand. Andy, that's the one that we've been seeing in the whole movie. In reality, she died well before we even got to the island and stuff, right? So that's actually Helen. You're like, okay. Accepted. How does this change anything? It's like, so she received the call that her sister was dead, and then she went to her house to clear up some stuff. She thinks it sucks that this happened, that sort of thing. Then she gets, I think the first thing that happens is that the gift arrives, the box, and she's like, what? So it's already a bit like, oh, that was coincidental that you end up getting it, and that you were there to grab it when it comes along. It's not like a place that you live, but sure, fine. And then she starts getting all suspicious about the whole nature of everything, and so she's like, one of the first things she mentions is that she checks her emails, which she can just do. It ain't, as far as I'm aware, the average person just doing like, I think if I asked my dad or my mum to go and check my emails, I don't think they'd be able to do it. In terms of, well, first of all, they wouldn't have the
Well, I
passwords,
think the
but
implication is that it was just left open on her computer in her house, and somehow the police just never thought to check that.
well, so yeah, I was gonna say you lose one way or the other with that. Obviously,
Yeah,
one way is
yeah.
too hard to get
It's
into. The
terrible.
other way, it's easy enough that the police should have had that, and there's an investigation. It's
Oh,
literally
I
2
see
hours.
what you mean.
2
I
hours after
see,
the
right.
email was sent, that's when she died, and the email is like, "I'm gonna ruin his life," something like that.
Yeah, like
This is
they
so
had seen that.
stupid.
So,
Wow.
but you know what? That's all great. It's excellent, and that gives her the motive to seek out Benoit to discover whether or not she actually killed herself, because she doesn't believe it. And then she says, he's like, like, why are you involving me specifically? And she said, I googled best detective ever, and you came up, basically.
As long as well
I
as your
mean,
address.
I
the
guess
meter arrived at your house.
fair, I suppose.
Yeah.
In this
Yeah.
world where he's the super mega famous detective, I'm like, I guess.
Yeah, and by the way, this is what the email reads, or I could be paraphrasing, but it's basically, I finally found it. I'm going to use this to burn his whole empire down. You know where to find me. And she sent that to 4 people of interest, being the Duke, Birdie, Claire, and Lionel. Not Miles.
No.
And then she ends with saying, I couldn't find that envelope in that picture that she's threatening has everything she needs to destroy his empire. She couldn't find it. So it's gone. And then Benoit's like, compelling. And then he says, if I was to get these people alone without like an army of lawyers surrounding them, like, I'm able to get some information, do some kind of investigating. You want me to go to the island, yeah? And then she's like, yeah, it's stupid, isn't it? And he goes, I'm not Batman. I can find the truth. I can gather evidence and present it to the police and the courts. The implication with that line
something that Batman can't do.
this is what I mean. There's such a weird line. I was like, is he saying that he can't kill them because he's not Batman?
Well, Batman. Well, I guess these
know what I
days
mean?
he kills a lot, but
I think he's better known typically as not fucking killing people. So I'm not sure what he's implying with that.
I think he's saying that he's not a vigilante. He can only do these things within the
Yeah.
constraints
But
of
she
law.
wants them taken to
except
law.
for when he does, he can pull some strings.
She wants them taken to law, though, right?
I guess he might be thinking, like, do you want more than that? Like, what exactly
Well, so-
are you, like, I can't guarantee anything. I can just do my investigation and then that's that.
The backup issue to be then is, wait, Benoit, do you not believe in that? As in, like, do you consider your position restrictive? You'd like to be able to exact some vigilante justice? Is that part of his character?
Well, I imagine that. I imagine the Steelman would be no. Like the point is that is not who he is. That's the way that he operates, and that's the way he always will.
Well, you
So,
know
like,
what?
There's only so much he can do.
Keep that in the back
We'll put
pocket,
a
eh?
pin in that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, we'll put a pin in that.
No, we're not putting a pin in that. We're getting an enormous steel stake, and we are hammering
Oh,
that into
God,
the
no.
like, wall.
Yeah.
Like a vampire. This movie's like a vampire, and we have to put wooden stakes into it.
So, she says, yeah, like, I understand your position, but you are going to be better at this than I am, which is a fair point. And,
Yeah.
and then he says, wait a minute, your sister's death, I don't think I've seen that in the news. And then she's like, oh shit, was I supposed to announce it? I don't know how any of this works.
You don't need to announce that.
Did you know that
But
you go ahead, because it's a crime to not disclose that you've come across a death or a body.
This is a very casual thing that I have just said, and it destroys the entire movie again.
Yeah.
Because basically, I think we should go a little bit further ahead, then we'll roll back. Basically, no, it has not been announced that his sister is dead. And he says, you know, oh, why don't you pretend to be your sister, go to the island, that's going to rattle them enough to possibly talk about different things, this, there, and that, and, you know, we'll be able to maybe coax some stuff out. You pretending to be your sister, and I'm there as an investigator, we'll crack this case. So, you know, if it was public knowledge that she was dead, when she turns up, they're all going to be like, you're dead, aren't you?
Yeah, basically, the whole movie can't happen unless this is the way that the arrangement
Now,
works.
I just
whoops,
wanna-
I didn't notify the world.
If I can roll it all the way back to the script making process, where I was
This
probably
is
like,
interesting.
ain't it interesting as an
Of
idea,
logic.
a twin sister to investigate the twin sister's murder as that person, because they know one person committed the crime, but the others did not, and therefore the only one person that knows that she's like a zombie right now. You know, it creates an interesting dynamic, right? It's like, how are you going to pull that off? It's like, we'll have it be that, oh fuck, we need to have it be that she's found, but we also...
She's famous, right? Like, she's pretty famous.
I was actually going to bring that in a little bit later, but basically, he's decided she dies, and it hasn't been long enough that it's made it to the papers yet, but it has gone to the coroner, and the autopsy has happened. And
So
how we just find this? The
Someone.
sister's supposed to announce it, and she didn't. There you go, we done it.
It's up to because the family gets to decide. Is that a thing?
Well,
Does the family?
it doesn't work. Honestly, they fucked it up when they had her say, "I don't know how any of this works." If they had asked her, you know, to make a statement and how they want to do it, she would have done it by now.
Exactly, because she didn't. It was like she only just got asked. It's like, oh, is that something I'm meant to do? Somebody there would have said, like, well, so what's happening?
Of course, yeah.
So
you also have to imagine she has no other family members at all.
She's been processed. There's official like information that regards this, but there's also
exactly.
Do you remember when? I can't believe I'm fucking having to do this. I have to though. So when it gets announced officially, and we're going to come back to that as well. Her phone blows up in seconds. She has like 36 messages, I think, from people, individuals talking about like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss," that sort of thing. It's like you're telling me that when her sister died, she contacted nobody.
No one.
She doesn't have any friends or family. It's like, well, you can't tell me that because I already know she has loads of beloved friends and family. Because first of all, she's a wonderful, perfect person. Of course, everyone in the world loves her. But like
all of the fucking protagonists in
absolutely,
these goddamn
her phone
films.
blew up. People are desperate to give her condolences. She, of course, has good relationships with plenty of them. She would, of course, be like, "My sister has just passed away."
This would have been well before she had any reason to be going to Benoit Blanc.
Exactly.
Like doing any of this investigatory stuff.
Exactly.
There's the fact that she is a human being who just found out that a family member has died and would be destroyed.
Yes, and to be
you want to get to the bottom of it as soon as possible.
Okay,
Notify
guys,
the
she's
police.
done. Oh wait.
at the
Except she's
time
not.
at the
Yeah,
time
go for it.
that Helen is talking to Benoit on his little terrace, she died 4 days ago, and she found out about it 2 days ago.
Oh my god.
So it's been 2 days after finding out.
I was going to do that. I'd say that the circumstances that the film has created are pretty implausible.
Well,
to
be fair, right, just to echo what you were just saying, Frank, is that this is where I'll bring it in now. So you know all of that, precious audience. Put on top of that, Benoit actually eventually says, "I thought I kind of recognized you because you looked like her, and she is incredibly famous."
She's famous. She was one of the people who was part of the company of this tech billionaire.
You struggle to get away with it with just a normal person, non-famous person, but the idea that a famous celebrity and you manage to accidentally hide it from the world. Sure. Okay.
And the accidental part is
perfect. Only in that was the whole plot to happen.
Recognized by face alone. This isn't even someone who's famous and no one knows what they look like sort of situation, or rarely does. This is Benoit recognized her almost just by her twin sister with a different hairstyle, right? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you cripple your own movie by doing this.
Because fuck it.
But yeah, it destroys the whole movie as in several ways. We're going to get to that eventually if the information came out. It destroys it in a very big way specific to this film. There's something that happens if
Yes.
someone finds out that information.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really bad, but we can keep going. Why not?
I stop there.
I think it's worth emphasizing as well in terms of the whole, could you have figured out this twist? It's like, well, we have no
No.
point of reference for who Andy is or how she behaves. We never got to see that. We
No.
never see Andy. She's been dead the whole film. So the only point of reference that we have for who Andy is framed through the lens of her sister.
Pretending
So,
to
like,
be
there's
her, which is all
nothing.
we know about her.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we never knew she had a
exactly.
sister. Do any of the characters know she
Exactly.
has a twin sister? I don't think
There's
so.
nothing. There's
They don't, and
nothing.
it makes no fucking sense.
She never
So,
mentioned
like,
she had a
you know
twin
what, they-
sister, I
they-
guess.
Dude,
Miles would
technically,
know.
but-
Miles would absolutely fucking
Well,
know.
they do know, right? Do
No, they
or-
Yeah,
recognize
no.
her. They
They do mention it when it
don't they say,
comes
don't they
up,
say,
but-
"Wait, are you Helen?"
Oh, okay.
Don't
I
they say
see.
that?
Like,
Or
So the problem
Yeah.
is,
So they
doesn't that
do
make
know
it
that.
worse though?
That
I mean,
does
yeah.
make it worse
Dramatically
because,
worse,
of
yes.
course, if you know that this sister has a twin sister, which you're gonna know, then if someone looking like the person you killed shows up,
Yeah, yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
what
well,
everybody thinks is not this person has returned from the dead.
Hmm.
They're gonna think, oh, this is the twin sister trying to fool me.
Well, and
'Cause
so
I've
that's the
seen,
thing,
not
right?
well, remember, Rags,
Yeah.
not everybody, specifically the person responsible.
Yeah, which is the
Oh
way
yeah,
they-
that's right. It's even worse than what I said.
Which
I
is
keep,
one
we
person
keep
we know
not
in particular.
explaining how bad it is consistently.
No,
It's always
it was
worse.
mentioned before. You didn't listen. So I'm pretty
okay.
sure Mola just mentioned it like 5 minutes ago.
Wow.
About which?
All out.
About which thing specifically?
Laying out the groundwork specifically for, like, isn't it like Ryan Johnson probably thought it was really interesting to have a scenario set up where this is the case, where people have access to different information. That was
That's
something
not what
Mola
I was-
mentioned, like,
What I was saying was every single time that we, like as a group, talk about it, we don't go far enough in explaining how bad
well,
it is.
yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
This is a bit of an onion.
So I didn't.
Yeah.
It was a
It-
different,
it
I said a
sounded-
different thing.
No, because before you laid out the whole thing of like, well, wait a minute, like if you know that she has a twin sister, then surely you would also deduce like, wait, this is the twin sister, not that she's alive back from the dead. That was the point.
This
that
was
you
just to
brought
support
up.
the second thing I was gonna say,
Oh, okay, yeah.
which
sure.
was the
All right,
how
let's
every
move
time
on.
we describe it, it's like it's actually worse than
It's
how we
just that
describe
it
it.
sounded like you said it as though it wasn't something that's already been mentioned.
That's all right.
We have not even
Okay.
gotten close to the bigger things yet, by the way.
No.
Are we
I
gonna
think I
mention,
saw
like,
someone in the comments, by the
gigantic
way.
Problems with their plan.
Oh well, I was
maybe
actually going to say
maybe
next,
that's what
right?
Otto-
This one
Yeah.
actually annoys me a lot. Is that she says, "Is this safe?" And then he's like, "No. One person
Nah.
knows the truth, the killer, and they will want to kill you, and they will likely actually be willing to do so to cover their tracks for having killed you before." So
Well, absolutely.
You know,
if they're willing to do it once, then they'll
Yeah.
then think they'll
Yeah, and
try
then-
to kill the same person again. Yeah.
So that's sound, and then he says, "I'm not a bodyguard. I can't help you." And then she
Bodyguard,
says, "No, one of them killed my sister. Do you think we can get that son of a bitch?" Basically, he says, "You are not safe." And then she's like, "All right, let's do it."
It's even worse than that. He changes his story when he's explaining everything to everybody in the room. That he says that everybody in this room had a real life reason to wish this woman harm. Everybody on the island had a reason to hurt this lady,
Oh yeah.
not just the killer. So he put her in incredible danger.
Lion's Den. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alone on
and
the
specifically,
island.
the reason is because if he goes alone, it's going to be weird to try and bring up the topic of Andy. But if she's there, then it'll be easier to pry them open on it. So really, it's just a measure of, oh, so you're just not very good at your job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like, you're a
He's not good
fucking
enough.
world-renowned
No.
detective. What you have to do is you need to talk to Helen forever about those stupid journals and figure out every last angle you can come in, figure out how much of this information is public. For example, Miles, Alpha, I thought that wasn't that you and Cassandra something, right? Didn't you guys run it together? And then he can be like,
Hmm.
huh, Yeah, we did. You know, and even if you were like, "Oh, well, that's too overt too," I'd just be like, "You're fucking bringing the zombie version of her over here. I don't know, like, how this is gonna help." This is what I mean. Like, and I don't write fucking whodunits, but if I did, I'd probably work for a while trying to have a detective come across as rather
More so than
like
yeah,
okay,
more so than many
intelligence
other
person.
genres. This should be like it may be the #1 genre of a kind of movie that needs to rely and be very, very strict with its logic, more so than any other.
Yeah, it's a puzzle, basically.
Oh, this
You have to have all the details perfect, basically.
someone's presented the question. I think it's fair to give it a little look. See, what do you guys think? Why did Miles send a puzzle box to Andy?
Yeah, that is a good question.
I
there.
figured
Yeah.
it was
I
like,
think it's
wait, I
complete
didn't know that
bullshit.
she dead. I didn't know that she
I
was
think-
dead because I sent.
I think
the
is a good
box.
enough explanation that he did it. They said this was yearly, and has she been invited to all of them? Every one of them.
I
is
mean,
yearly?
Yes.
I guess so.
But it
But
would
then
make perfect sense if he didn't send it to her because the trial just happened a few months
Yeah,
ago.
after that lengthy
Oh,
court battle where
right,
he
I
just like
see.
destroyed
Mhm.
her life, I don't
Yeah.
think she'd
So-
want to go to his
wait,
murder.
No one would
Well,
find it
trial,
so suspicious if he didn't this time.
Is the idea though that
Yeah.
he sent
Yeah.
it to be like really piling on the idea of like, oh, I don't know what happened to
I
her.
have
What?
no idea what
Yeah.
happened.
So-
Yeah, I think that would make him look more suspicious, though.
The issue that I think this presents is that he is characterized as a really, really stupid person thoroughly, and it's kind of like the
Yeah.
point.
So we can never
So
figure out
having
what he
him-
would do.
Well, so having him do this, admittedly, fairly, I guess, clever thing to act as if he didn't know she was dead by sending her the box is a kind of a breach of his character that's done in order to further a reason for her to be here at all.
Well,
Right,
but ER's
especially
arguing
when
that
the
it is
film can-
the worst thing to do. So
Yeah.
To send her a
I-
box, it would be less suspicious to. You'd want to send her a box. You want to act as if she's alive.
well, wait. What's the argument for how it would be
But
the worst move?
After a court battle where they basically have been estranged and there's surely no longer there's no
You'd still do
friendship
it.
there.
I still
His
think you'd do it
Would you
because
do that,
well,
though, or
couldn't one argue that
well,
you're
so here's-
overcompensating?
it's like something that you would do
Yes.
to cover
Well,
up something?
here's the relevant question: what would actually be the risk of sending that box to her? Like, what would actually happen that he should be scared of?
yeah, if even if you think that she's not going to actually come, you would want to put that out there as if anything, or at least you'd want to present that. Oh no, it was just business. We're still together. It's no problem. We're fine. We're cool.
I think
we have,
that-
we're
I
yeah.
don't
The-
know. Specifically for a murder party at that, after you've murdered her. It just
Part of
seems-
it-
But you
part of-
murdering her, that's not known. It's about what you present to the
Could it
world.
be that the
and sending that
true
box.
drilled issue here is actually it's really coincidental that she found the napkin 2 hours later he commits to killing her just 1 week before this annual get together. You know, like the coincidence being she
Yeah.
found the
Right,
napkin in the
right.
timeline of the event happening.
Yeah, I suppose the chances
Well,
of the because
Because her death would have been
mean,
announced.
one
Well, her
is-
death should have been fucking
could've
announced
been-
anyway, but
It could have been any number. Yeah, you're right. Like, if it happened a month earlier, the whole film can't happen.
yeah.
would
And
he have
part of-
Happened 2 weeks
I think,
earlier.
I think
choose-
under normal circumstances, you just would not send this box to this lady. You're not
these aren't
friends
normal
anymore.
circumstances?
Well, of course they're not normal circumstances.
Then
but
don't
you
say
want
under
to
normal
pretend that they
circumstances as
are.
part of your argument.
But you want to pretend that things are normal. You want to you're not
But
friends with this
even-
lady anymore.
But you would want to
So-
present that you're on good terms with her, especially especially if you actually know that she's dead and you killed her, right? Then you would want to show I just wanted to extend a thing of goodwill. I wanted to say we're totally cool. We have no
Well,
personal
Rags, you
issues
do
with
remember
each other.
he annihilates her. Like,
Yeah, he
he
destroyed her
fiscally
life. It
annihilates
just
her.
seems-
He did more than he ever needed to. He took everything from her.
I still think it'd be better to send her one.
Well, but
'Cause
like,
I don't know what you have to
are you really
lose.
going to maintain like, oh, you know, we're in a good relationship. I took
Well,
everything
but
she
the-
has.
what's
But,
there to-
you know, we're
what's
chill.
there to-
Well,
What's there to
but,
lose
like-
by sending one?
Well,
I just think it makes you look a little bit weird.
Part of what
the only
makes it
argument I can
look
think of is
suspicious-
overcompensation. Someone
Yes,
could
and part of what
infer-
makes it look suspicious is that the box arrives 2 days after she dies, or 3 days after.
Well, he
she
would
dies.
just say that in order to try and get back, we're going to do the thing that we typically do, and it was his attempt to reach out to her, and that would be not an unreasonable thing to tell the world.
I guess the thing is
think
that I
it'd
can
be
just
unreasonable
like
after you've completely destroyed the lady, but
I think I get that in a more. It's just that you see examples in real life where people who obviously hate each other or don't get along, like politicians or like business rivals or things, will still like be all chummy or something. Apparently,
And it's
on like
something
the
you could say
surface,
out
but
loud
they
that you've
actually hate
done.
each other.
You've
right?
always
Like
Like,
got
can you
that
think of
that
something
could
to that
say.
degree where you essentially bankrupt them and take everything they built themselves away from them?
I don't really have I don't have like an example that I could give. I think that despite how shitty obviously their relationship is, I can believe that like a billionaire would be like, well, yeah, I'm still gonna like invite her into the thing, you know. Just I don't even necessarily expect her to come, but like she was part of it, so I'm just gonna invite her anyway.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
the worst thing people will say is that was really cheeky of you, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. But even that might help you, right? That you're being a little bit of an asshole to
That you were
somebody.
the one reaching out
right?
to,
Yeah.
I'm being an asshole to someone that I believe to be alive.
I totally agree
Eh.
that it is pretty crazy, the timing and everything that enables the whole plot to happen. I
The
believe
timing
that
is
he
the
could do it,
issue.
though.
Mhm.
I believe
Yeah.
he could make this
Because
choice. I don't find
remember,
Oh,
he
wait.
doesn't.
I can believe this character would, though. That's not really my issue. Because the problem is that he could do anything, kind of.
right
reason,
because he's
whatever.
stupid. He's not.
Yeah, because
Well,
he's a retard. I mean,
well, I guess
yeah, I
that's the
mean,
thing. Maybe it's not in
really no use
character.
arguing it because he just does not act logically in any way.
Well, so the thing is here, I'm not actually appealing to his like I'm kind of appealing to this being like a fairly logical choice to make. So maybe it's not in character. Maybe it would have been in character for him to not.
That's
send
kind
the
of
box.
that was my original point. Where this is kind of this is a logical thing to do, right?
I'm on the
And if
fence. I could be
even-
convinced
even-
by the
I
side
don't
at this
think it
point.
is a
even
logical
then,
thing to
it
do.
that doesn't even really matter that much. He believes this to be a logical thing that he thought about doing and committed to as part of a plan. Which does that match with anything he does really in the rest of the
kind
film?
of, because there are
That's-
moments when, despite the fact that the movie makes him seem like a complete and total retard, there are moments where he's actually quite good
some
at
clever things.
misdirecting and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
especially when
Taking the
when-
gun, taking the phone, using
when
the
he
opportunity with
specifically
power
puts it in everyone's head that, oh, he picked up my glass, that
Oh,
must
yeah,
mean
if I
someone's
can-
trying to kill me.
If I can actually develop that, because I want to simultaneously, that is true. What you're just saying is supports his like ingenuity, you could say, but it's simultaneously he is doing fucking Benoit's job for him in that moment. He's waiting for him to discover the glass, but he won't. He's fucking missing it. So he's like, "Oh man, what does the glass say?" And then
Yeah,
Benoit's
exactly.
like, "Oh man, look at the glass!" Like it's kind of hilarious that he has to do his job for him in that moment.
Well, so you see, Mauler, this is why the film is brilliant, because unlike a glass onion, you actually peel back and the layers reveal yet more and more interesting information. So really, it's not like
That
a
Miles
glass
was
onion
more
where you
intelligent
rewrite
than
through it.
Benoit. Is that intentional?
Exactly. Yes. You know what? Maybe he would say yes if you said it to him. He'd be like, yeah, sure, he was.
Here's a question. How do we feel about the fact that Benoit says he could pull a few strings and keep it out of the news for a week?
right,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
he's
don't
the
know how
one
that would happen.
Complete Hollywood bullshit.
Don't think he has the jurisdiction to do that.
No.
This is absolutely. He would have to let. So, in order for this to be like remotely possible, what he would have to do is say, "All right, police," and he's talking to all the police and the commissioner and everything like that. I am LeBlanc. I am Matthew LeBlanc, and I'm the world's most famous detective. And I believe that I know this, and this. That leads me to believe that this murder was part of a larger conspiracy or a larger plot. And in order to get to the bottom of it, we need to keep this murder from going out into the news so that I can do X. And then the police will be like, but Matthew LeBlanc, world famous detective, what is X? What are you going to do? Right? What are we facilitating by hiding this death? And then he would have to explain to them this insane plot.
And also,
I guess
here's the question: what the fuck is his jurisdiction? Like, where did she die?
America.
Well, because he's a
America.
private detective,
Also
right? Like,
Greece.
he's not a police detective. He's like is he a PI or is he a
Of the
detective?
world.
that
He's a
works
PI
for-
for sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's-
he would have to be, right? So like
Yes.
he has no like he just have to ask them to do that for him.
He's a private
And it would just-
citizen, yeah. So
It
he would have
be a
to.
favor. They do a
He could
massive
do.
favor for him.
Like, if his plan, if we watched a different movie where his plan was really amazing and excellent and he was connected to it in some way, he might be able to convince the police to keep the murder from going public for a little bit. That's probably believable if he had a really good plan that he was involved with and he had his reputation as he did. The
Well-
problem was, in order to do all of that stuff, he would have to present some kind of a plan to the police to convince them to keep the murder secret, but the plan is bonkers.
So they just
Well,
trust him enough
also-
that they're like, oh, sorry,
I
go
don't-
for it.
Because
I guess they wouldn't know.
well, also it's only been, what was it, 4 days we established?
Yeah,
Already?
Quote,
It doesn't-
quote unquote only.
Yeah, already. I meant already, not only. Already.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he doesn't even know who knows by now. So who are you even gonna ask? Like all the news outlets in America or wherever we are?
Oh, well, my guess would be that the logic is it's still within the police and it hasn't been released to the public yet. So he'll ask the police in wherever the town that she lives in.
But
and
you'd
just, like,
have
not
to-
tell anybody.
You'd have to hope that nobody files a missing persons report, though.
Yes,
Exactly.
You would have to hope for a lot of things, actually. That she just
Which
never
is-
gets a phone call from somebody who's like, "Hey, I thought we were like meeting to talk about this."
Yeah, like
You
her
are-
attorneys or
absolutely.
something.
Yeah,
Exactly. Exactly.
If people go missing for a couple days, especially, I mean, there's a lot of people where you might not, you know, they go missing for a couple days, but they're not constantly keeping in touch with people. But some people go missing for a few days. You can't reach them, can't find them. They're not at their house. They're nowhere. There's absolutely people who are going to be putting out
Yeah.
reports.
You know what else is shit? Is that they don't have a backup plan for if that's discovered.
That's
Right.
good point, actually. Why the hell did they not, like, it could leak at any moment, so we need to be prepared.
Yeah, we
and
need
they
to
weren't,
know
you're right.
what our story is, why we're here, and it needs to like
Oh,
if we want any
that's
chance
right.
of fucking rescuing this
Mhm.
whole operation, we should talk about what we're gonna do at that point.
You're right.
Yeah, would be really
Mhm.
awkward if
It's
I
discovered
just
during the
completely
party.
lost my track of thought. Just ignore me. Just go ahead.
I
just
assume you would
completely
say it would
lost
be
my-
really awkward if we discovered the truth during all of this, which is what happens.
Yes, there you go.
Not to
Reading my
mention,
mind.
What exactly is his plan here?
He
What
wants
is he
her to
trying
be
to
there to
do?
prompt them to talk about Andy and everything that happened in the business, and then he can poke at it detective style.
He's gonna snoop.
And what does
snoop.
that gain?
Figure out
then?
who-
Information.
Andy,
Oh, and he
I
does, yeah.
guess.
He wants her to snoop while he distracts people as well, I think is what he says.
Well, she would be, absolutely the worst candidate for that.
Correct.
because,
Yep.
None of these people
Dude,
should.
yeah, like if everything had worked the way they told us, she scoots off to go and search their rooms, then she goes to the first door, fiddles with it, doesn't unlock, and she's like, oh,
Oh, damn it.
Oh, well, shit.
Yeah.
I guess I can try and bash it open.
Oh, I should try the room with the glass onion. Oh, it's locked. Oh, fuck. That,
Oh,
like,
damn
dude,
it.
that was a
ruined everything.
I can't believe he locked the door.
That's especially fucking dumb.
Damn it.
Especially given that
the door around his
he, of
greatest
all
enemy.
people-
I can't
he
believe
of
it.
all people knows. He
Yeah.
knows.
And especially now because they have a stranger here with Blanc, there's a higher chance he would lock all the doors. Everybody would lock
Yeah.
doors.
With
I don't know this fucker.
We're gonna start being able to go back to what we were talking about earlier and how it's so much stupider now in retrospect. So one of the ones that just came to my mind was how when she arrives, so Miles believes she is dead. She arrives. You know who else arrives? Fucking Benoit Blanc, the world's greatest detective.
Who you didn't invite. Who you absolutely didn't invite.
So
It's
if
like-
you're Miles, you'd be like,
Suspicious.
get out.
Yeah. No.
I
Sorry.
do not want you here.
Why the
Oh, I'm
hell
sorry
did
for
he let?
these.
Like we said, he had plenty of surface level reason not to have him in. Now he has an incredible, powerful motive to not let a fucking detective on the island when you literally killed the person you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Detective, remember.
Like,
He ain't
how-
just any detective.
And
Yeah, and the thing
is that
is,
when you go,
if
yeah,
you-
but he's stupid. Like,
Yeah, but that doesn't even work with the character you present because he clearly has the intention to keep himself safe. So he would totally
He has
tell him to
self-preservation
fuck off.
instinct.
you can't. You just
Exactly.
can't. Every time it's a dumb decision, you can't. Being stupid is complicated. You can still make smart decisions. You need someone. It's usually not that. No character is ever described as stupid because they just always make bad decisions. They make bad decisions in direct alignment with their flaws. That's what it's supposed to be. That's how you write characters. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to just go, they are stupid, therefore they do stupid things here and there. You're just like, ugh. It's the same in kind of in the direction of like, oh, well, this character is competent, so they just do competent things. Like, well, no, they do
Yeah.
competent things related to their skills. At least that's what you want to aim for. Jesus. Because Miles is very much self-interested. I'm happy to concede on that. Why would he allow a detective? It doesn't make any sense. And again, the whole film falls apart if he just behaved in any way like he would behave. So, whoops, again. And now, all of you are like, all right, fine, we're going to buy it. We're buying everything to continue the story. Little hiccup in the plan. she's already admitted she doesn't sound anything like her sister. Her sister talks in a completely different way. She's from Alabama. His sister is from wherever the hell she hangs out most of the time. I don't remember. However, she
Nice
tells a
McFancy
story.
place, yeah.
Me and my sister used to have the same accent, but she adopted this like rich bitch sort of accent that I know how to do. Actually, I know how to do it, and
lucky.
and I've got her TED Talks on my little MP3 player. I'll just listen to them, and I'll just nail her accent.
Also, she has this journal where she kept
Exactly.
every information that we need.
Hey, I
No,
was
I'm
making fun of the
What?
first thing. I think that's
You have to
absurd.
make fun of things one at a
Yeah,
time.
we gotta go one at a time.
Sorry, I got too excited.
Someone who's never done an additional accent outside of when she was a kid and pretending to be posh, she's now going to be able to assimilate the entire like dialect and just every ounce of the operation of her fucking voice. She's gonna absorb it all to the point of convincing all of her closest friends. Okay.
Remember, this is like the plot of My Fair Lady. The entirety of the plot is essentially doing this.
And
Because
then
this
yes,
is a really difficult thing to do. This would require a very skilled, not just actor to imitate one's mannerism, but you'd have to know all the personal information of hers that would be relevant. You'd have to be able to do the voice and all that sort of thing. That's that's like a skill set that few people have.
no, she can just
Nah,
do
she's
it.
a twin.
TED Talks.
Just
She said
do
she had
it.
TED Talks, Rags. TED Talks.
I talks.
Talks.
And yeah, so then you might be like, well, having her voice down is one thing, but how do you know all the stuff that happened in her life? How are you going to be able to talk about it? And as Metal mentioned, she says this as a part of characterization, but you realize very quickly it's not characterization at all. She says, like, when my sister was 6, she would write in her journals daily, and she would title them for my future biographers. She always knew that she would be special. She always knew she would matter, that sort of thing. And then she's like, so luckily I have all these journals that detail every last thing that happened in her entire life. I can read them all and assimilate her entire life. There you go.
Yeah, I will know that
Wow.
in
Man.
X amount of time. I don't even know how much time passed.
It's
but
incredible.
yeah.
Absolutely
It's,
fucking incredible.
Nutty.
Good thing she did that.
It's just
This is-
dumb.
It's just dumb.
This is what I mean. Like, this is what people are referring to when they say, like, this is terrible. The writer gave up so many times. She, that is a twin sister. Oh, how are you going to get her voice and her information about her life? It's like, journal and TED Talks. Done.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
What's kind of funny is
Great.
that she didn't need to have her have a different accent.
The
Like, that's not
convenience is
necessary
striking.
for
Well,
the
because that
writer.
makes it more meaningful when she switches back in the finale, okay?
Oh, okay.
Great payoff. Anyway, the next set of flashbacks, she's talking about what she's learned from the TED Talks and the journals and stuff, and she says that in the Glass Onion, when they used to meet up, Birdie was a washed-up model, Duke was a nerd doing gaming tournaments. She says this alongside washed-up model, like...
Ryan Johnson has a very strong opinion
This is
on
funny.
the most oppressed minority.
Well, it gets funnier, too, because you got Claire lost a race for city council, so it's like, washed-up model, lost a race, nerd, and then the last one is Lionel as a substitute teacher. It's
Not
just-
even a real teacher. You're like the nurse of teachers.
And you find out that she says, true reveal, it's not that the story kind of goes that Miles is the one that helped them all out, right? But truly, Andy is the real reason that they all got anywhere. She believed in them. She saw in them like potential. And then she goes on to say, but Miles Miles got Lionel published, Miles got Birdie a TV show, Miles got Duke set up at Twitch.
He made him account. Made him a little account.
So Ryan
we-
Johnson
I
seems
just-
to legitimately think that both YouTube and Twitch, you have to call them and say, "Hey, I got a great guy. You got to let him in. You got to let him have."
You
a
have
channel."
to. This is the thing. I think Ryan is
Like
that
it's a
stupid at
social
this
club.
point. You need to understand. All right, I'm going to read the other 3 out this time, and then we'll finish with Twitch. You go. He got Claire elected locally. He got Lionel published as like a scientist-related thing, right? And then Birdie got a TV show. So you understand that, like, I could argue, like, yeah, those 3 are kind of similar in terms of their power level. I can understand that. Why did you throw in set up at Twitch? Do you know what that means, Ryan? Do you actually know what that is? Like, that's fucking
That's,
great.
Twitch streamers are like people on
pretty
the
funny.
dark web. Just being there is.
He probably thinks you have to like submit to a job offer and then you have to like get approved
Mhm.
for several accounts, like all this bullshit. So it's like, you don't know
It's
what
like a
Twitch
country club.
is.
Okay, so So this is established that 10 years ago, before they all hit it big, they were a very, very eclectic group of friends that all hung out for some reason.
Yeah.
The only thing that united them, I guess, is that they all lived in New York,
Spoke
and that
English,
Andy,
I guess, or something.
and that Andy was like,
She saw the potential in
them.
them.
Yeah, you all have potential. And then, as if that isn't
He
strange
saw
enough,
Duke's potential.
You're a
He could be
nerdy
a great,
tournament.
weird right-leaning Twitch streamer guy.
considering they had
They were-
almost nothing in common before, you have to imagine that they liked each other at this point. I guess, like you know, I don't understand it. But the question is, so how does Miles do all this stuff in terms of getting Birdie a TV show when we're about to find out that it's after this point that he becomes successul with Alpha?
With Alpha, yeah, no idea. I guess he
Yeah,
gave them all the
no clue.
inspiration they needed. I mean, to be fair, setting up a Twitch account's not that hard, you know? I can understand
It is
that
for
one.
him.
I like the idea
It
he
is
was
for him.
sitting
Duke
next
couldn't
to him
figure
as
it
he was
out.
setting it up. It's like, you can do it, buddy. Good job. Now click.
Well, yeah.
Click accept.
Yeah.
Duke was
Oh
like,
no, you need to change the
Yeah.
bitrate a little higher, or it's gonna be
What name
blurry.
do you want to have for your Twitch channel, buddy? It's like, oh, I don't know. Well, let's sit down and figure it out together.
How about
buddy.
Boob Lover
Bro.
2000?
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I
that's
love that.
brilliant. Yeah, that'll
That's
get
when you
two-factor
that'll
authentication.
get all the views. Oh, look at you! You got 100 concurrent viewers. That's awesome.
yeah, he
man.
broke a
Keep it up.
million followers.
Yes, he was the first one, I guess. So,
He was, apparently, in this
Yeah.
universe. Great job, Duke.
Okay.
Good shit. Good on you. Oh,
Okay, so
fuck.
anyway, based on a napkin, idea on a napkin, they make Alpha. Miles finds the fuel. He's obsessed. He's willing to sacrifice everything for that. And it's like, okay, so this company was made from a napkin idea, and it's like, I can understand that, I guess. Like the first idea, that isn't quite a problem yet. It will become one. The company is made. The first thing that ever happened related to Alpha's ideas was written on a napkin. Okay, fine. Okay. And then you have him discovering this fuel. He wants to use it. Andy knows it's volatile already. And so she's like, no. And she says it'll blow up the world. Like, so don't. So, you know, it's kind of thing like, okay. And then she says, I'm going to walk and I'll take half the company to stop you because he'll need, like, the full company to do it. And so then there's this quote I fucking love. She says, in relation to this event, then Andy found out Miles worked the contract so that she was cut out completely.
Wait,
And it's
what?
like, I'm sorry, what?
I-
On her ideas, they jointly made Alpha, and then he worked the contract so that she was cut out completely.
And she didn't
Another
know that.
sweep under the rug thing that
So
we're
that
just going to have to
means-
assume is
No,
something that
this
happened.
is what happens when you write shitty, right? So he's like, that makes sense, cut the contract, whatever. It's like, no, what you've just made canon now is that she is so reckless, she signed a contract that fucked her over at some point. She didn't read it, or she didn't get lawyers to clarify her for it. Like, that's what would have had to have happened for that to make sense. Like, there's a clause somewhere where he could just cut her out.
That's just not how it works.
Well, it gets
Someone
worse.
in the movie,
Not
I think
how
it
it works
was.
at all. There's a board of directors. I mean,
Well, it does.
I-
Wait,
if
yeah.
they had
So hang
how it
on.
works.
To be fair, right? So the first thought you might have is like, none of that could possibly work. So then Benoit says, well, she obviously sued him then, right? He's like, yes. And then she says, Andy's whole case was based on intellectual property, on her having the founding idea, the napkin. Unfortunately,
she
she
did,
lost it.
by the way.
Yeah.
So there's so much wrong with this. Like,
That's so stupid.
If
first
they
of all,
had
went
characterized Miles as a really shrewd, clever guy, then yeah. that
well,
would-
he's annihilated her because she's an idiot. They make it sound like her case was built on the idea that she has the napkin, which she doesn't have. Why?
What does that
Like,
mean?
why did you do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, why'd you do that?
It's just
It's like she made the
It's
case
never
and
how
then
it would work.
started looking for the napkin. Oh, I know it's somewhere here. And it's like, oh, no, actually it isn't. Oh, fuck.
She didn't look
Well,
very
I'm
hard.
Screwed.
Oh yeah. And so
you can't
yeah,
claim ownership of an entire company because of a fucking napkin.
yeah. I don't think that's
Especially
obviously
if you
the.
signed, especially if you signed a contract that was a bad business deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
ugh.
there's all imagine the sheer level of like production layers this whole fucking thing went through. The idea that right at the bottom is this napkin that's whoever wrote that wins. It's like that's not how that works.
It's so
Mm-mm.
stupid.
It's incredibly stupid, but then it gets even stupider, right? Because she doesn't have the napkin, and so Miles says, "I have definitely written that napkin. She didn't," and she's like, "I wrote the napkin, not you." And then Miles, through essentially getting them to a position where he'll take care of them all, has the team of shitheads, as they're called over and over again, to back him up in court, and so he wins the case. Is that enough to win that case? Having 4 of the people say that he wrote it in their own rules, so to speak. If
And there, well, if the rule is that
If she has no other
whoever
evidence to the
had the
contrary, I guess
napkins
so.
well, but
wins.
you understand what I
then
mean? Like
guess.
who has the intellectual property of this thing? And it's like, I do. No, I do. So neither of you have evidence. You just have your word. And then 4 of the people say, no, it is him, not her. Is that enough?
I
you like-
mean, that's just not how it works. Period.
I feel like
But
none
I
of
guess
that-
in this
The
new
problem is-
Hollywoody.
Well, the problem is, I don't even know
version of
where to
events.
start with talking about it. The scenario is absurd.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
I can't
Like-
even... I don't know where to begin in terms of breaking it down, even part... If we accept that's what the case is it concluded when 4 people say, pretty sure he was the one that wrote it? It's like, okay...
Apparently,
Well, wouldn't he just? Do you think he would always have in his back pocket the ability to say all the things he did for him, or something like that? Is that not something he could use against them?
No, I'm not questioning the
Always?
leverage. I'm questioning whether or not in court that would have enough weight, having the 4 of them say, like, pretty sure he wrote it. Yeah, he's the one.
Yeah, but I mean, if this is a intellectual property copyright case, then whoever got a patent or a copyright on the idea would have it. Wouldn't matter who fucking wrote it down on a napkin, right?
yeah, it's just patently ridiculous.
The
Way
yeah,
too
so
much
the problem for me
information
is that
omitted
I
in
don't
a
feel like
scenario.
that would even come into question. Like the idea that this enormous company that has all these different outreaches in every different place, like this napkin is the one. You know what? Let's talk about the
here's
napkin.
The relevant part, like if they're talking about 50-50, that she owned 50 and he owned 50, it's like, so now he owns 100, right? So it's a private company. It's not a publicly traded company, right? Like,
Yeah.
I presume, yes, but is it even a company or is it a partnership? I guess it has to be a company, right, if you cut her out of it. Like, it just relies on being vague and super duper duper vague so they can be like, well, yeah, this is our scenario we've set up.
It
Like,
just
I have a
happened. That's
million
how it worked.
questions. I have a million questions, and I'm not going to get any answers. So I just have to accept that that's the scenario that they've presented me with.
So if we can, let's get a little look see at this this napkin, shall we?
Napkin. Yeah, like what even is the napkin? What's written on it?
Oh, I've been waiting so long.
So,
Have actually
I've been waiting
I will-
so long.
I've got it
see.
written down all of the actual like things as well. So if you want to, it's not clear 100% in this image, but what's interesting, the only compliment I have, and it stops here. Okay, it fucking starts and stops here. Is his copy has a
Handwriting's
couple of
nice.
things written wrong, like the idea being that he copied it badly from memory or whatever. It's like, but it's like for example, it says ICO. He writes icon without any initials. Like that's how he remembers it or whatever. But the thing is, that's going to become hyper irrelevant when we go through these. This is the core foundation of the Alpha company. Let's start with the top 3 that go from the top. That is tracking, cyber risks, and security.
So essentially, she's trying to claim that a mind map is her like intellectual property that asserts, like, gives her control of 50% of the company.
yeah, this is Alpha. This is the foundation of Alpha. Now, but
Well,
like,
sure, but
reading
this
what is
This
this?
is just bullshit.
This is just
but
bullshit.
fundamentally, like, what is this by way of how you actually structure the company in terms of, like, you know, different parts of the company, divisions, their legal structure, the way that finances interact, like, nothing is on this
They
thing.
didn't even try. They just
No, they
just
didn't.
wrote a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, because like actually read it. Tracking into crypto management into
Diversification. What does that mean? Like, what?
This is just bullet. Yeah, bullet.
Like, what the hell is this?
Well, look at this. You got like
this
free.
is just corporate lingo in a
My favorite one is
box.
timestamp. There's just the word
Timestamp,
timestamp.
yeah.
It's just there.
You gotta have timestamps.
What
guys.
is
Gotta have
timestamps?
timestamps.
Because it's got
Dark
machine
web
learning in the middle.
efficacy?
What is,
We all know what that
part,
is.
like,
Yeah.
Exponential growth. Exponential growth. That's more of like an ambition than it is like an actual idea.
No,
gotta have ambition,
no, Fringy.
Fringy.
That comes from crypto management. We know that.
Oh, I see. What exponential
Code
growth?
A delivery.
What is this?
I don't know what
just
this is. This is
shit
supposed
on
to
a-
be the
on a-
foundation of Alpha.
This is basically
this is
Andy
the-
just saying stonks and then having
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
they're
she
just
wrote this
hoping you
down on
don't even read
paper.
it.
We gonna get
Because
don't
she
give a
wrote
shit.
this down on paper, her intellectual property rights here supersede her actual contractual rights, which she
Yep.
signed away, apparently.
That's what I'm
Because she didn't
saying.
ask somebody to, like, read the thing and say, like, wait, does this cut me out of the company? It's like, yeah,
No.
it does, actually. Clause
funny,
here,
it's
mine
funny.
to cut you out of the company.
Because Duke, I think it's Duke, says something about how you got social networked, right? So that's clearly what they're just cribbing this from.
Yeah, but they're so...
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Exactly,
I
but in
see.
the
They're trying to
social-
say it's the same... Yeah.
But in the social network, he notices that he's being written out of the contract. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?"
And then they go to court.
Yeah,
They go to court because of that. And then
Yeah.
all of the shenanigans that are involved. The reality is that shit like this can get real complicated. The film wants to present it as very straightforward and simple.
Mhm.
It's just a
it
jumble
seems
of
to me that
fucking
the film's
words.
like, it's just she wrote this on
Corporate
a
lingo
napkin,
with squares around
therefore
them.
she gets to keep 50% of her part of the company, regardless of whatever was agreed to in their subsequent contracts, of which I presume there would have been more than one, given that she's like, what, CEO of this massive company? A massive company filled with employees? Nah, come on.
Someone
It's-
said, "Are these the
it
Death
relies
Star
entirely
plans?"
on, like...
ICOs.
Manpower, time stamps. We really need
Development.
development. Isn't all of this development? I don't know, man. Like this
Well,
is.
it's just the big thing she would have to argue is that this is actually like workable, that there was like a direct correlation
Oh.
between this idea that she wrote down here and the company that actually exists now, and that it's like unique to her, or at the very least, like a really significantly stems from her contributions, among other things.
He told them how to
Like,
spell ICO, so
I did
well,
that.
Yeah.
guys, you don't understand. I drew those little stick figures on there, so clearly.
Oh, those are mine. Those are mine.
It's
They
too
have
much for me,
names,
but
damn
like,
it.
unironically, like we're gonna return
That's
to
how you
it. It's
know.
gonna come back, and it'll get even worse. This is just for now. That's how bad that is. It's all nonsense.
Ugh.
It's already incredibly annoying. It's gonna get worse.
It's amazing.
It's so much
Oh, yes.
stupider than that.
It really is. So yeah, Benoit says like while they're talking, he's really bad at dumb things. So it's gonna be tough.
not
This whole
children's
thing.
puzzles
Smart
though.
things.
No,
Why
it's
wasn't
good
it
at that.
like? Why didn't they make it that she was like really intelligent, like in terms of science, and she created some super duper crazy algorithm? Or
And you
something?
don't show us it. Do not show us
I
the
don't
algorithm.
show us the
Yeah.
algorithm.
It's it's like a
it-
weird MacGuffin. It's a glowing suitcase.
We know what
But
it
it's
is.
something that is
But the second we see
distinctly
it,
original.
yeah, you take
Yeah,
the.
because once we see it, we can read it, and then it's like crypto stability. What is that? what is that? First of all, that sounds like an oxymoron to me, but like,
Yeah.
whatever.
So this scene comes up. Not really. Oh wait, do you actually remember you brought this up the first time around? Do you want to bring it up? So that they're talking to each other at when they open up Cap when he's doing his shoe. You brought
Yeah,
up.
she did bring that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So So to be clear, when they arrive at the island and they're pretending, that they've never met, but they introduce themselves when no one is looking. I'm not sure why they do that. And
Is
then
it
they
to
have
be-
this other part.
Is it to be extra careful? But the thing is, they're not extra careful from that on.
No,
There's
they're not
nobody
extra
around
careful.
them to even hear this
That's
conversation.
what I'm saying.
But
Yeah.
if somebody-
Yeah.
And then they
somebody
have a
turned
secret
around and looked
covert
at them, it'd be
conversation.
like-
Yeah.
But the more relevant part would be if someone turned around. It's like, why are they talking to each other for so long? Do they
Yeah.
know each
Yeah.
other? Like, what are they doing?
Wait, and they do look a little suspicious, a little bit weird.
They do, yeah.
And
I want to take
if you
the
had,
size lights, buddy.
if you had a thought, like, man, it would be really bad if that detective over there was actually brought in by Zombie Andy to try and prove that I'm evil.
Zombie Andy.
And then you see them talking, be like, yeah, so she's definitely brought him in. That's so.
There's no
fucking-
other. It has
You know
to be.
what? Maybe I could figure it out by asking everyone to give in their invitations. I could probably do that. I won't, though.
Just making sure.
I wonder if I have an incentive to do that too. It's just my
No.
whole life hinges on all this.
No.
But yeah.
Wait, so did we? I forget. I'm going back a little bit. Did we talk about how stupid it was that Andy sent the email in the first place?
Oh, yeah.
I guess we haven't. No. So yeah, the obviously. So sorry. Yeah, I skipped over it. Fuck. So Andy, she loses everything in the court case. It's over. She's done. She goes home and she's like, "Whan!" breaks everything. And she happens to find the napkin. It was just in one of her books. It slips out, and she's like, "Oh, I have the napkin now."
Yeah. First of
I
all,
can win.
How convenient.
Well, first question
Yeah.
I was gonna have was, isn't the case over? Can she actually like?
I guess
Yeah.
she wants to. Well, she wants to relitigate, I suppose.
Yeah.
When does double jeopardy happen?
This is civil law, not criminal law.
So it
This would be a
happens.
civil case,
okay.
so she can try again if she wants.
Doesn't
And it-
seem like she looked very hard for it in the first place. It
No,
was
I
just
know.
on
The
the,
fact that it
it was
was
just
big in
on
that
her
little
shelf.
book. Yeah.
Moron. Jesus
Right.
Christ.
Okay. Yeah. Well. So yeah, she can. We can't answer the. Funnily enough, when we were watching this film, I think it was Now Drinker was like, "Well, but that napkin, how are they gonna?" And I was like, "You're gonna have to wait." In terms of the
Wait.
the validity of the napkin is gonna be a big subject that comes up another half an hour from now. Okay, so
Oh boy.
we'll get there. So anyway, yeah, she's got it now, and so then she's like, "I'm gonna tell the 4 friends." She's like, I finally found it. It's right here. I'm going to use it to burn this whole empire down. I'm giving you all one last chance to make things right. So this is her invitation to them to tell the courts
Kill
they
her.
lied. Right? Right?
I guess,
yeah.
but why
Which is
would they?
pretty fucking radical in terms of, like, do you really think that's the wise decision here?
No.
No.
No,
Send
not
it
at
to
all.
Somebody else, just in case something happens to you. You dumbass.
Well, so yeah, the first thing you need to tell her if you were a friend is like, so you hold in your hand the power to burn down the empire of him and them as, like, you can get them on perjury at this point, right? Like,
Mhm.
Mhm.
I guess you have to
So
prove they
anything
knew
happen-
they lied as opposed to they remembered it wrong.
Which would? Oh, you know what? Yeah, that might
Keep
be
that in
tricky.
mind anyway. No, you're just like,
Right.
keep that in mind
But
anyway.
let's grant it that she could still prove that anyway.
But yeah, the point being, you're going to do serious damage to many rich and powerful people. You might want to tell at least one other fucking person you're doing this.
Yeah.
And you might want to say, if I end up dead, I didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, her mistake was assuming that nobody would ever try and do that to her, I suppose.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's a great fucking thing you just said, because when does that
Yeah.
line come up? Oh, fuck, that's later. I really want to say it now, though. It's,
I'm not going to remember, so...
Well, I've
you
got
go
it.
for
Say it.
well,
Give
let
it
me
to
go.
me.
Let me find it. It's... Yeah, here it is. So, yeah, you know, this is Benoit saying this, and it's about that event, right? Because in the terms of the timeline, she makes that threat 2 hours later, I think it is, because it gets faxed over to Miles straight away by Lionel. So he finds out, he goes to her house straight away to kill her. Now, you might be thinking to yourselves, well, hey, why did she let him in the house? If she hadn't done that, she would have lived. You know, he's the last person she wants in the house, right? Well, we can't sell her as an idiot, right? But simultaneously, she has to be killed by him. So Ryan's in a pickle here. And if you remember, before I tell you the line, we're going to cycle back to Knives Out. When you have someone who is a incredibly good-hearted and expert nurse, but the plot hinges on her mixing up the bottles of her medicine, you go like, you are just so good that you did that, actually. You are just so good that you knew the very vague differences in the viscosity. That's what he says, and that's how you knew the correct one. You see, you're such a good nurse, you mixed up the balls. It's like,
what?
Now, in
Can you
this
say that
film,
one again?
in this film, he says about her having let him in, you know, it's probably not a wise decision. And then, of course, she was killed by him. So it's like, what do you have to say about it? Oh, wait, 1 second. How did I lose it? Where is it? Oh, yeah, there it is. Sorry. So he describes that event as, she was so clever. She was clever enough not to fear Miles, so she let him in.
There we go.
But you didn't see the real threat until it was too late.
That's
It's
bad.
That one is 1-to-1 as far as I'm concerned with the good nurse. She is so clever, she doesn't fear Miles, but then she died.
Because she probably
so
couldn't fear
clever,
Miles.
she died.
So clever that she died to the stupidest character in the film.
This is what I mean. You can't have it both ways. You've written it so that she was killed by the clown. She is a clown too.
You are clowns.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
You know, it does. He bends over backwards to try to make it seem like Andy is not a clown while Miles is. But if you think about, like, Andy came up with that napkin. Like, Andy's a stupid moron as well. Like, that was all Andy's idea. It's just to scribble nonsense on a napkin and be like, this is going to be the big thing. I'm telling you.
It's going to be great.
Well, then he stole everything from her because he's an evil
Whoa, Evilman.
No,
But one thing before we get to recontextualizing all the scenes on
Everything.
the island when they're talking about their plans, she says, which is a fair point. She says like, well, obviously it's Miles, right? Like he's the one with motive, and Benoit, because we're still trying to misdirect from Miles, even though it's just going to be Miles in the end. He's like, no, he wouldn't be stupid enough to kill her.
yeah. The
What?
the obvious point being that it was stupid to kill her, but really it
But
wasn't.
he's the only one with motive.
Well,
he's the only one
problem
with
is
the
that
motive to do
as
so.
The film makes the argument that she would have won. Like if they
Yeah.
went again or she appealed and then they had another trial for it, that she would have won. So like, and then he loses. I guess he only loses 50. Well, it depends. If she's trying to claim that she owns 100% of the company
I
because
guess
of the
so. Yeah.
Well,
But
no
he
way,
loses-
right? No,
Dude, we already went over how much
Okay,
this doesn't make any
well,
sense.
alright,
Like,
Well, but like
It's
once
a weird
she
clown.
hold on,
It's a weird
once
clown
she
universe. Okay.
once
Come
she
on.
found the real napkin, she said, "I'm going to use this to burn down the entire empire." So
well, I mean, I suppose it wouldn't be burned down. It would be, I'm just gonna take it, right? I'm gonna get
Yeah,
it.
because she's like part of it or has an investment in keeping it or wanting
Well,
it.
and
But-
she
but
can
I
why
guess
she
that's
said
the
burn
point, right?
down,
It's
but
a-
that's what she
well,
said.
I think by burn
It's
down,
not-
she's referring to how she can prove they all lied now, right?
Which
Yeah.
she can't actually prove that. All
No,
she can prove
she
is
can't
that they
prove
all
it.
misremembered.
Yeah.
But
And
she's
there's
not going to
other
go back
things
to
to talk
50.
Well, still,
about.
would it be a jury that decides whether or not they are being honest when they say that,
Uh,
or judge?
it's probably
'Cause
gonna be it's civil.
What's interesting
because-
about
well,
it to me
I
is
don't-
like
I don't
if they
have
say
a
all of us
problem.
misremembered how you wrote the whole thing, it'd be like,
Well, it's just awkward, right? They could just be like, "Yeah, I misremembered."
Yeah,
she
I think
could
it's hard to
right,
prove. Yeah.
Wrote it if it was like handwriting and stuff like that. Yeah.
So next scene, this really I've only got a little bit of commentary for it, but it kind of surprises me, right? This is to show Andy and Whiskey having a back and forth that lasts a decent amount of time, and it's to set up why she's going to say something to Whiskey later that can get her in big trouble. But it doesn't mean to. She actually has sympathy for Whiskey after this conversation, and I think it's absolutely ass backwards. They basically go over how Whiskey is kind of cool and friendly and stuff. Why is she with Duke, the horrible right-winger crazy man? And she basically just says she's an ethot. She wants to build her channel through him as best she can and then ditch him. That's all she wants to do. And then she's like, oh, well, yeah, okay, fair enough, but you probably should ditch him sooner rather than later. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's not great. That doesn't make you a good person. What do you mean? It's like, oh, he's such a bad person. I'll use him for whatever I can and then ditch him. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, why does the film think that's a good thing? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Well,
And
she's
Doesn't
just
say
like
it's a good
everybody else
thing.
there, right?
Well, because the
Is
idea
it-
is that she's sympathetic to Whiskey after this conversation. And it's like,
Yeah,
you
but,
shouldn't be.
Why?
Oh,
surely
yeah.
it's worse, right? Because she
Yeah.
doesn't believe in any of this shit, but yet she'll advance these positions in order to make money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Surely
saying,
that's
yeah.
worse than Duke, who presumably believes in the things that he's saying.
Yeah, see, it's like,
She's just like everybody else. She's exactly like everybody else here, right? That they just
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, for
bullshit
sure.
and lie in order to get more money. Why does
like,
she
dude,
like...
just to read it out.
Yeah.
She says, Duke treats me like arm candy. And then she says, so why are you with him? And she says, I'm building my brand. He's putting me on his channel more often.
So like you're
Ethos.
worse than him. Yeah.
Yeah, because he purportedly believes in the things he's saying. You don't, and you throw other women under the bus to like get more money. Why would you be? Why is she sympathetic? Yeah, why is she sympathetic? Is it just because it's subversive that like
She said
the
it's
attractive blonde woman
expeditious.
is actually
It's expeditions for
Okay.
kind of a shit show.
well,
You got that fucking right. You need to have a
Check
spine,
on
woman.
Twitch.
yeah.
The funny thing is, she'd be fine on Twitch. She could build her own career.
Of course,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is weird you say that because literally when we were watching, I was like, "Damn, she's like distractingly hot." at
Yeah,
some
Rags was
times.
like, I can't wait to watch her play League of Legends in a hot tub. That's just
Absolutely. I want her bathwater.
yeah. Seriously, this conversation is supposed to be like, oh, those two, there's a little bit of a connection there, and then she's gonna try and tell her something later that'll get her in super amount of trouble just by trying to help her out. If you remember, something is misunderstood between the two of them.
Yeah.
It's pretty dumb. All right, what happens next? Oh no, it's the secret conversation between the senator and the scientist.
The one blonde.
I
was
can't believe
looking
this
at.
one happens. I'm not even going to play it. I'm just going to leave it on pause and say what it is. So, 2 weeks ago, the senator signed off on the power plant, and she said, if that gets found out, my entire base will fucking abandon me. I'll be done. And it's like, okay, why did you do it? And of course, the answer, I guess, is that because she wants Miles's support rather than Miles's, I guess, remember it was mentioned Miles would support her opposition or whatever. It's like, okay.
Right.
I mean, you're just not much of a character at that point. You're just at the whims.
Credibility will be completely destroyed, though.
Exactly. I don't see how her career continues if she does the opposite of what she's standing for.
Yep.
And then he says, so did I. I signed off on Clear to be, like, in a manned mission. The staff don't even know.
How could they not know?
Dude, already, I feel like you're not
beginning of
serious.
Army of the Dead.
We've destroyed this movie 17 times. Like, you can't be serious. You just said the scientist is, like, organized Clear to be a part of a manned mission, the stuff that he thinks can kill people, and he hasn't even told his staff, the people he was likely talking to at the beginning, who were like, do not fucking let him do this. So, like, do you understand?
Yeah.
Like, these people are pathetic. They have no spines. They're horrible. They sold out.
How long ago did he say he signed this into, or he like greenlit this plan?
Unclear. Obviously, his was 2 weeks ago, and he said, so did I. I don't think he said exactly when, though.
Because he was talking to those other guys who were telling him he was a scientist over and over. He was talking to them like less than a week ago. It was less than a week ago when the invites showed up.
Yeah, well, I think the implication is that he'd already signed off on their manned mission and that they didn't even know that.
Oh, cool.
Makes him an asshole, that's what I'm saying. These are all assholes.
Yeah, sure does.
And she then says, well, let's pray Andy was wrong. And he just goes, no, she was right. If you put Clear into a gas form in household piping, there's a massive hydrogen gas leakage. That's just how it works. And she's like,
Don't
hydrogen
put it in the
gas
piping, you
leakage?
nitwit.
And she says, it can literally turn people's homes into the Hindenburg.
Well, not literally.
Not literally.
Yeah.
But
Stamp this out every time it pops up.
the way this works is that when you use it for your source of energy in household piping, it'll like the assumption is I'm lost on this. Okay, if it just is gonna explode everyone's houses, you can't use it. You
And
just
also,
can't.
we would know this.
That's the other thing I was gonna get to. Like, first of all, you guys would be talking to Miles like, Miles, this is like nuking the planet. What are you doing? I know you're evil and all that, like cartoonishly, but this doesn't. It's like that shit where it's just like, yes, but I will have money, and it's like,
You're not a real person. You're like an avatar person.
This is a cartoon land. You can't be doing this.
It's gonna work out until the first home explodes. Then they're gonna find out.
So yeah, the fact is the characters would never sign off on it. Miles would never sign off on it.
Absolutely
But let's
not.
pretend, for the sake of the movie, they all sign off on it. The second this becomes available, people will test it and be like, so this is toxic and kills everybody.
Yeah.
We should not use this to power our civilization. This is bad.
What? But look how good it is.
And then Miles and Lionel and Claire are all ruined. They're just all gone. Nothing from anyone else involved. That's just they've destroyed themselves. They already. And you could argue, yeah, that's why they're so worried. It's like, no, you don't understand that it's over already. If you can't sign, there is nothing worse than signing off on this. Is what I'm saying. So they wouldn't. You can't. It's over. Why have you made this the consequence? You dumbasses.
Yeah. You fucked. This is over.
So insanely stupid. But it's useful information. Because remember, the glass onion itself runs on clear.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess it's not that dangerous after all, or it actually is? Or...
Man, you wouldn't want, I guess, a naked flame in there? A big enough one? I don't know.
But if it's just in...
annoying.
So it leaks through piping?
Well, so that's the thing. Put its gas form into household piping. There's a massive hydrogen gas leakage.
Well, then don't use its gas form in piping.
Or don't allow it to become gas form.
Like,
Or
do
you
they
have to
understand
do
that like oil is really like toxic and harmful, and natural gas probably isn't good to breathe, and it'll explode? Like, you know, pretty much all sources of energy are dangerous because their volatility is kind of what we need to, you know, make energy out of it.
So
the
specifically,
ignition
right?
factor.
Specifically, as you put its gas form in, the hydrogen particles are too small, so it all leaks out, and then everything explodes.
Then why don't you just transport it as a solid, and then when you need it, turn it into a gas?
Or Bill, you'd have to
Seems to just be dangerous if it gets ignited.
So this
Like
is the reality
oil and
then.
all
Just
the
like
other
all gas.
natural
Yeah, but
gas.
gas as well. Is like dangerous.
I was
That
gonna
would
say
be
that-
hilarious in a comedy movie if they were like, but if you introduce this to flame, it goes on fire. We can't use this to power our homes. We'd be crazy as a civilization to put this in our houses.
So this is the thing. If the reality is then that it's usable, we just need to reformat like piping, or we need to go about generating systems that can use this safely or something. It's like, so do that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of
what-
like
And if someone's like,
Go
well, yeah,
for
but
it.
he wants to rush it out, and it's like, why is he
Yeah.
so stupid? Why?
Yeah. Well, cause that's the point, usually. He's really
Yeah,
dumb.
But
he's a
the
dumb
safe way gets him more
billionaires are
money.
dumb.
Yeah,
It
but
sure
he's really
does.
stupid. See how this goes? It's really easy.
Yeah.
So painful. And yeah, by the way, this
This is-
incredibly sensitive information, they're just belting it out here, and Helen is listening to it just below them. And Benoit
Yeah.
Good
Blanc
thing
is
she's
staring
been-
at them, and they notice that. That's what I mean. It's just funny.
Yeah. Sure is a good thing. She just keeps meandering around and running into important conversations.
Again, well, you know what? It's about time, I think, that I made a list. You got Benoit eavesdrops on Peg and Miles discussing Birdie's statement. That's the first one. Duke eavesdrops
Oh,
on
wait.
Miles and Whiskey.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but he's hiding behind the butt statue, and they would obviously be able to see them.
Yeah,
him
she
there.
looked right at him.
She does look
and
right
she
at
didn't
him.
even notice.
yeah.
It was so bad. Anyway, continue.
If
thing he was
can see
invisible, too.
her-
I think, Rags, you were the one that pointed out when we were watching it, right? It's upsettingly stupid.
It was really frustrating. But
Yeah,
I
it's
guess he
around by
just-
here.
Oh, but
Yeah.
he's such a good director, though.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Benoit Blanc has cloaking powers. He goes into Benoit Blanc.
Ah,
Yeah,
I thought you said
Nice.
clucking powers, by the way.
Like,
No.
All right, here it is, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's gonna look right at him. Look at this shit. He's gonna come out from behind the statue.
It's it's
Yep.
it's cut in a way that makes you think like, wait,
Look
hang
at
on.
that! Look at that! They looked right at each other.
Uh,
It almost looks like, oh man, yeah, why did they do that?
You could have shot this any way you wanted, but you
Yeah.
chose to
You have
shoot
these
this
powers.
way.
Why?
So anyway, in totality, you have Benoit eavesdrops on Peg and Miles discussing the statement. Duke happens to eavesdrop on Miles and Whiskey doing fuck and making deal. Benoit happens to eavesdrop on Duke eavesdropping on
It's
Miles and
called
Whiskey
human
doing a fuck.
intercourse.
Helen happens to eavesdrop on Claire and Lionel talking about the destructive gas. Benoit and Andy happen to eavesdrop on Duke making his motive clear about Miles. That's in the gym. We're getting there in a sec. And Andy drops on Blanc, dropping on Duke, dropping on Miles and Whiskey. That is the one that's hilariously stupid.
It's a tiny
Uh.
island, but I wouldn't want to paint it.
Mhm.
You wouldn't want to paint
you
it?
got to show the shot, though. You got to show it.
Well, we're actually not there in chronology, so we're going to get there in a sec.
Well, yeah.
it's also funny that when they get there, she's like, "Okay, what do I do now?" And he just says "Snoop" and walks away. Doesn't tell her
You
anything
know,
specific.
That's not a skill.
Wasn't
just
me.
do it.
I'm not a detective. It's gonna come back. Oh,
You think the detective would do the snooping?
no.
Yeah, you'd think
no.
so.
He's not a
He doesn't have
Batman.
to.
I'm just
One
not
of the
familiar
person
enough
that
with
everyone
the
here
genre.
hates.
Right. So you got the yeah, that. So yeah, that information has been overheard. Wonderful. So then Andy shouts at them in the actual original timeline, and we added extra context on. They talk to her just after it, and they like it's Senator Lady and Duke. They're talking to her about what's going on because she's clearly mad. And they say, like, she said, "Do you want to talk about the email? You didn't write me back." And then she says, "We rang you. I don't do email. I'm senator. And then we couldn't reach you, so we went to your house." Which is really weird. She would have missed calls from them. She would know they called her. And this, to me, is a huge, like, realization, like, something fucking weird is going on. She very angrily is like, "You never wrote back to me," which is true, because they called her. Do you know what I mean? If a
Yeah.
friend of yours said that to you, you'd be like, the fuck? Like, are you drunk? Which he was in this scene, so to be fair. I suppose what I'll grant them, though, is that you're not going to jump to, you're dead, and this is someone else. So, yeah, I guess they can't really do anything but be hyper-suspicious. That is a really fucking weird thing she said, basically. But they do confirm that they all turned up and that she talks to Benoit about this information she's collected, which basically confirms they all have opportunity and motive. So now it's about trying to figure out. They decide we should find out who has the envelope. That's the last thing we can really do. But I can't believe this scene happens. It's for a joke, but I feel like it destroys everything again. They're sitting next to each other talking about how Duke, Birdie, Lionel, and Miles could have gotten there early to kill your sister and circle back. So really, like, we have nothing. We haven't proved anything yet. And then they realize that in the background, Serena Williams is watching them.
Oh God, fuck.
Serena
yeah.
Williams, what do you mean?
So yeah, I think anyone in chat listening, or anyone listening to this in general, is just like, what the hell are you talking about? So Miles has paid for Serena Williams to just be in the background and give you, I guess, tips or encouragement on a video call when you're in the gym.
Yeah.
And she's live. And
Yes.
they just said all of this in front of her. This is a meme, right? This is a joke. This is supposed to be like, haha, that's kind of funny, because in the future, maybe, well, I say the future, in a rich person's place, they have a live-action gym instructor just sitting there, even someone as famous as Serena Williams. And you're just like, okay, she just heard you say all of that, and she works for Miles. Like, Miles would have hired her. There's nothing stopping her from being like, hey, Miles, there's two people. One's like a guy dressed in a blue and white striped outfit, and the other one is, well, I mean, anything you want to describe, right? Sort of black and white dress on. It's pretty easy. You'd be like, they're talking about how the sister has been killed and that all of you are the potential suspects, and they're trying to figure it out.
It's not my contract, but I just think you should maybe.
Yeah, it's just
know
fucking
about
weird,
it.
dude.
Yeah.
And I don't know who these
No.
people are, but I
You're
don't
not
know
gonna
if you
kill
should.
me, are you?
Well, I would just have it go as far as saying, like, I don't think you should trust these people. I don't know what the fuck's going on. And Miles would be like, gee wills, I should have fucking figured this out myself, actually. This is what's going on. It's so weird that the person I killed and a detective turned up together, but I guess that is what they would be doing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all for a joke. It's supposed to be funny that she's there, but I was just like, man, that just fucks up everything again. And they let you take a breath.
They're gonna take her to court after all this. Like, after all this Mona Lisa stuff and everything happens and the murders and all that, they're gonna be like, "Oh, Serena Williams, what did you hear anything while you were?"
That's actually.
I guess you don't.
Wait. Are these sessions? Do you think these sessions are stored? Do you think they're recorded?
They're live, right? She was.
Do you think they might be recorded? Like,
Well, she,
Because
has
she
to
was
have
like
a camera.
acting bored. She was reading a book because she was like bored.
well,
It was,
but
like,
when
a live
someone comes in
stream.
the session, yeah, that's what I mean. Though, there's no reason why it might not be recorded for safety or for whatever, right? Like, and they get
For quality
it's a-
assurance purposes.
It's
It
a
could be.
possibility, yeah.
yeah. Especially when it's like official work, you maybe want it to be recorded so that if anything went wrong, there's proof, right?
Yeah, like you're actually, it's actually likely that it's recorded because she says, "Oh, I'm on the clock," and you probably want to prove that.
That's
right.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of reasons why that
Yeah.
would feasibly be saved, especially in this day and age. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
someone said it was sent to the fax machine.
the whole call, frame
But yeah,
by frame.
And what really bothers me is you see this lady just listen to everything you've just said, who works for Miles, and Benoit's reaction is, go away. No, not right now. It's like,
Not right
dude,
now. No.
that is a major leak.
There's a character watching you.
But he doesn't care because he's a shitty detective. So anyway, you gotta take one breather for about 2 seconds. They'll give you that, and then, I'm sorry, it's back to cringing. So,
Ah, damn it.
let us appreciate, you all know where I'm going with this. Let us appreciate this shot. See a fax machine right there. Oh god, there's so much to talk about. This is such a bad film. The fax machine is going off. But you can just, I want you to appreciate the environment, okay? Appreciate it. Where everything is. All right,
Oh,
cool.
yeah, you're right. Yep.
Yes.
I think we all appreciate that. So we'll have to go this piece by piece. Actually, let's just go copyright protection. So, judging from what you're seeing, they walk up to the fax machine. You can see it right there. There they are. Excellent. I'm actually going to rewind and talk about what they found in a second. But basically, before they can fully discuss what they found, Duke is about to just jump into this room. And they don't want to be seen together. They don't want to be seen doing anything. So they got to hide, guys. Where do you think they're going to hide?
Where will they hide?
I'm super curious about.
Yeah,
oh shit! Super curious about where they're gonna hide. Ah, there they go.
They just squat.
Squat
They
down.
Just pop a squat.
I think Soldier's, if it's kind of just the reference, like aim for the bushes kind of shit. Like,
Yeah.
They duck out of the camera. They don't exist anymore.
that is.
Yeah, cover your eyes while you're at it.
So this would be in your collection of. He's not very good at, like, this is a form of the director's responsibility, right? You could even file this under fucking choreography. Like, what are you doing? You can't.
What does it look like on set when they're like, oh, but you're like just
Oh,
you're not
probably
covered. You're
looks-
like out in the open.
It looks hilarious. It looks hilarious, like for a comedy skit. It's like, oh, let's hide, and they just squat down and lie on the floor and cover their eyes or something. And
Can't imagine that,
Ugh.
that neither of those two thought, "Hey, are we not going to be hiding behind anything?"
Yeah, that's kind of weird,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Exactly, during the direction, yeah.
I'm
Did
just
Ryan
Ryan
think
just
you're
go,
right.
"No, but it's
buddy.
funny. It's funny. No, it'll look good
Is
on
that,
camera."
is that actually what this is meant to be, or
I think it's supposed to be something you're not supposed to think about. Just, I think it genuinely, whoever I can't.
Mahler,
sorry, I
that's
don't remember
everything.
who said it, but when they go out of frame, out of mind. Like, I think that's what this is,
yeah.
Hmm.
which is unfortunate because it's just shit. As simple as
He
that.
walks up
Yeah.
right to
that is
where they are.
correct. It is just shit.
Now, rewind. You took a breath. Now, time for another bullshit. They search through the
No.
faxes posted here, and they find that Lionel forwarded the email to Miles, meaning Miles is just as much a suspect as the other four.
How did they not assume that would just happen anyway?
Well,
From the
it's correct, because the thing is that he could have just talked to them IRL. He could have just gotten access to a phone. I know he doesn't have one. So stupid. It's like people like phones are like a Game Boy. You might have one. You might. It's like no phones. No.
Everyone has a phone on
Well, he
them
was with
unless
Whiskey,
stated
right? And
otherwise.
She would have a phone.
Well, he didn't. Rags. The tech billionaire did not have one.
Is
What
it
if
not
he needs to
analog
send
enough?
messages to people?
He doesn't need to.
He carries
because-
his fax machine around with him.
Don't like fax machines have
Yeah.
phones like attached to them?
like
Or,
a
like, they
boombox
run
on his
through-
shoulder. He's got a
I don't
fax
know how they
machine.
work, like, but I thought I saw phones next to those fax machines.
Yeah, I mean, you need to dial to the fax machine
Yeah,
for
I
it to
thought-
work.
I thought that's how it works.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, the point to be made is that they now realize that Miles is just as much suspect as the other four, but he was already anyway. There was no reason not to have thought that. So
Greatest
Yeah.
detective ever was like, wait a minute, the people that testified on his behalf in court and perjured themselves might have just told him when they got that email.
yes, and this
He
is the
didn't
image,
put
by
that
the
together
way.
until he saw the facts.
Yeah.
This
Do
is
we
the fucking
have a
absurdity. You've got
shot-by-shot?
Miles. Sorry, Duke is the one that's eavesdropping. That's what makes this so stupid.
That's so stupid.
Can you
Look,
show the original shot?
in the
Oh,
original,
well,
it's just Blanc.
Yeah,
That's
so
the thing.
this is just a lie. Like when we first
Yeah.
saw this, there was
Yeah,
no
like-
Andy, and they cut her out because that's a spoiler.
Exactly.
So they just lie to get around it.
Yeah.
That's what Knives Out did, and that's what Glass Onion's doing now.
Nice.
Anyone
Real
else have anything to
cool,
say on that
thank
one?
No,
All right.
that's just about
It-
What
that
else
seems-
is there to
that's-
say?
That's
Well,
the long and short of it.
That's
Like,
this seems
routinely-
cut and dry. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
in this 40-minute section of the movie. It's just like, oh, that scene you saw before. Well, you're gonna see before
This
and
other
after
stuff
and during
happened.
it.
Yeah.
all that was in there the whole time. We just cut around it, so you.
Yeah,
didn't
we
think
lied
it
to
was-
you. Be subverted.
I mean, there's nothing to figure out.
Now imagine you're like actually a super investor, like, oh, that I didn't notice that, and then you go back, it's like, wait, it's not there.
It wasn't there.
Or you,
It's funny because while we were watching this, Mahler said, "There's somebody else watching him," and I thought like it was some idiot in a tree or something. I didn't
Jesus.
I didn't realize it was that fucking stupid.
Yep.
So I've seen some people try to defend this bullshit, like, oh, it's a whodunit mystery, like it's supposed to mislead you.
yeah,
Okay.
but not,
By
not like
lying.
that.
Because in
Not
Who
like
Done
that.
It, we don't have to worry about
Blatantly
like, lines
lying
inside
to you.
it.
No.
Yeah, and so I think
I
it's-
want the killer to lie to me.
Yes,
Not the
yes.
film.
Not the
Not
movie.
the fucking
That is the
film.
very, very, very
You're in
important.
Well, yeah,
cahoots.
if you've noticed, that's the lie that you can't use the excuse that it's unreliable narrative. Now it's just the film is lying to you. That's it.
Yeah. And so obviously, I think this is that's a very good point. It's not that a character is lying to our point of view character. It's just that the film itself, like the omniscient, ever present sort of point of view of the movie, is just like, nah, I'm not going to tell you that now. I'll tell you it
Just
later.
Ryan's lying.
Right.
Because
Ryan's
also, I mean, if you
lying.
really think about it, the perspective of the audience is not really aligned with any of the characters. Not even Benoit Blanc, because he finds out things that we don't find out until like an hour later. So there's no one whose perspective, like that we as an audience, that we mirror at all. It's just the director lying to you. That's all it is.
And yet, to kick on, what they're discovering there is that Duke has the motive to kill Miles because he's angry that he won't help him save his Twitch channel / YouTube channel, and he's also doing fuck with Whiskey. And then we move on immediately to, we find that she dropped the recording thing into Birdie J's bag, and so that she listens back to it with Benoit. Which, by the way, isn't this all done over an afternoon?
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
think
Like,
so.
Pretty much,
we're
yeah.
talking about like possibly 3 hours or some ridiculous shit. She gets everything she could possibly need, to the point where Benoit is like, "Wow, you're really good at this, and you did
Yeah.
it drunk," which is even cooler.
Yeah.
So shit. But anyway, they find out that the through this, what she recorded, they have a back and forth, which is Birdie J gets sent an email saying the factory that you're suggesting for the creation of the sweatpants is notorious for being one of the biggest sweatshops. And her response apparently was, "Sounds great, thanks, dab emoji."
Implying that she doesn't know what sweatshops is. She thinks sweatshops are there to make sweatpants. It's really stupid, if in case you haven't noticed yet. She's really stupid.
That's why I call gyms sweatshops, because that's where the sweat is made.
That's, yeah,
Mhm.
they sell it. Too.
Certainly
true.
is.
It's so
clear.
bad. I hate
Gamer girl
it so
sweat,
much. It's so stupid.
Well, so that's the thing, right? This was dropped earlier as she's in trouble. Why is she in trouble? Because it's about to be revealed that a lot of her stuff is made in one of the worst sweatshops in history, and that she signed off on it. And if that email goes out,
Yeah.
which I imagine it could from the other end, like, she's in hyper trouble. But the problem is, she just didn't know what a sweatshop is.
Oh, oopsie.
Do any of us truly know what a sweatshop is?
I don't know what to make of this as well, because if this happened in real life and a celebrity said, I thought that's where they make sweatpants, I feel like all of us would be like, that's what you're going with? That's...
Yeah.
You could have lied. Don't insult my intelligence.
Yeah, lie
Yeah.
better.
You're gonna have
Do a
to.
better
Yeah,
lie.
you're just trying to make fun of me.
Also, if you're the person on the other end of that message, email, whatever, you'll probably write back like, "Wait, what do you mean? Sounds perfect." It's like, why would you say that? Like, wouldn't I feel like they would ask back? It's like, wait, no, it's like a bad thing. Why are you saying this is?
There's so many ways
okay?
it would have been stopped, right? Had she had anybody interested in reading the fucking messages that wasn't just... That's like... apparently that was closing off the biggest deal, too. So if Birdie J just cared to even tell a person about it at all,
Yeah.
they could then be like, with my basic human knowledge, I can inform you of what a sweatshop is.
Great.
But it's so funny how stupid she is, you know? So yeah, they need to find the envelope, because that is the key at this point, since all of them are as fucking ready to be guilty as each other. It's kind of like, well, why would the envelope even exist, you know? There's no reason for it to exist. It would have been destroyed. But anybody who thought that was stupid, very stupid, because the film actually accounts for this really well.
Ooh.
Benoit says they wouldn't destroy it. They would want Miles to see their work. They want to know. They want him to know what they've done for him. They wouldn't destroy it.
Of course they would.
Because of course, yeah, like, you could tell him, but that's not the same as showing him it. So, yeah, you know, getting rid of the evidence.
Information on
Showing
Daddy
the
Miles.
shreds of the destroyed napkin.
It's like, it's tiring because that's stupid as fuck. But it's like, is that more stupid or less stupid than anything we've seen yet? It's like, it's kind of middle, isn't it?
It's kind of middle.
It's ranking
Mid.
as some of the
It's not
more
the
mid
I believe we
stupid.
call that
Yeah.
we call that mid. Molly.
Ooh.
Mid stupid. And then it follows up with, they brought it here. And it's like, what? No. Okay, you've jumped
No.
again. Why would they have brought it here? And that's it. There's just that they brought it here. That's it. They did.
No, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. That's all you got. So, like, they haven't destroyed it. They have brought it here. And then, well, would it just be on their person at all times, protected? And, like, no. They say it wouldn't. They wouldn't have it on their person. They have to have hid it in their room. Why? Fucking napkin, dude.
Yeah, you can. It's not heavy or anything. You can just put that in your pocket. It's no problem.
You could take
I
it
had
out of the
napkins in my
envelope and put it into a small
pockets before.
pouch, and then put that with you. There's no reason to it. But nope. They said you wouldn't have an envelope on you. That's not what people do. You'd put that in your room. Okay. So do you,
In a world where
Unlocked
people just
rooms,
carry
'cause-
hot sauce and
Yep,
solid
Well,
nitrogen or hydrogen with them, they
those are 3 significant leaps in order to make the
What's
story
that,
keep going.
hold up. What's maybe Chuck can help. What is the name of that old game show where you brought weird random things to as like an audience member? Does anyone know the show I'm talking about?
Someone in chat will.
Does anyone? Yeah,
no.
chat.
Random
Help me out
thing?
here. I think there was an old TV show where people brought just weird random
Let's
shit,
make
and
a
the host
deal.
would go up to people and let's make a deal. Maybe, because it just let's make a deal. All right, a lot of people are saying it. There you go. That was just like a thing. Matt LeBlanc, world famous detective, just thought that he might be pulled aside to be in the audience for let's make a deal.
He wants to have his
Yeah.
hot sauce.
Can't
Yeah,
put
I don't
many
know.
Napkins in the pockets.
It's been said. It's done. It's just that I really hate that scene. They established 3 things to be fact, which couldn't possibly necessarily be facts, and they just say that they are. It's just annoying. They do this all the time. It's just like, okay, fine. So yeah, we move on from there to you need to find that envelope. So go. He's explicit. He's like, get into a fight and lose one, so you can storm off without seeming like suspicious. And then you go ransack everyone's rooms until you find what you need. So that's
But
what
what if
All
I
be unlocked?
Hey, but what if I don't find what we need, Blanc? What do we do? Come back! No, what?
Labumbo.
The
Yeah,
bumbo.
there's nothing for that. And of course, that slots right in. The murder happens, and so she is ransacking the last of their rooms, and it happens to be Duke. She did Duke's last. Had she done them in any other order, she would not have bumped into Whiskey. Because that's what happens. And then Whiskey is like, oh god, this Duke, it's done, it's happened, oh my god. And Helen at the time thinks she's talking about leaving him. And so she's
Yep.
like, it's good. What's happened to him is good. He deserved it. And so Whiskey's like, wait a minute. You
What the
killed
fuck?
him? Oh my god. And then she grabs the spear gun, and Andy's like, oh, Helen is like, ah, and runs away. And that explains why she came in saying Andy did it. You got that. And then she's running around, Benoit's running around, and they bump into each other. And we've almost caught up to the fucking movie, finally.
I'm almost there. Woo!
However, I guess it's, it's not been revealed yet. Jesus Christ, because we have to,
Damn it.
we reformat the whole movie again soon. So annoying, because there's so much more, like, information. This is what I mean, making a video on this, like, if anyone was to do that, I don't understand how you could do it in a complete way without basically trying to, like, do it from the end. If you know what I mean? Like, once you get all the information and then doing it, because fuck me, the amount of times you have to reset if you try and do it chronologically. It's just pain. Alright.
Yay.
So we've caught up. Yeah, they basically realize there's one place they haven't checked for the envelope because they're fucking stupid, and it's the glass onion. They haven't actually checked there. So he's like, you gotta go do that. And then, or rather, sorry, she gets shot. Ah, this movie sucks. Benoit's like, oh dear, you've been shot. It's all over. But she gets up straight away.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
almost like,
hey,
in my head,
I'm fine,
I was
actually.
about to just roll out what happened as a casual thing. I was about to say why she's not dead as a casual, like, yep, so that's convenient, moving on. It's like, no, actually, this is huge. It's just that there's so many huge stupids in this film that...
You can
many huge
overlook some. So it's like, yeah, that happens. I mean, not surprising.
Do you
But
know what I mean?
moving on.
Like
no,
a
hang on.
giant
Actually,
hole among 1,000 giant holes kind of looks small. It's just like, well, it's
Yeah.
there you go. It's just another giant hole, I guess. Basically, the bullet did not kill her because just where she was shot, in her pocket, is her sister's journal. And the bullet cannot penetrate a journal.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know this
Especially if it's really
scientifically.
thin.
Yeah, the thinness, contrary to intuition, makes it even harder to penetrate because of how
Dude.
thin it is.
Someone just suggested, would it be great if at this point they're like, turns out there were 3 twin sisters?
I still call them twins, though.
3 twins. This is a joke. This is like, you can't fucking be. You've pulled the twin card, all this other bullshit, and now she has his sister's journal stop the bullet. Fuck. Like, you're doing all of the most worthless writing choices ever to escape any kind of consequence in your writing.
It's really dumb.
He can't keep getting away with it.
You know, in hindsight, I'm not sure why neither of them like wore a wire. Just like, ha, I was recording you the whole time.
A private investigator would never have that,
No.
especially if he
Yeah.
had lots and lots of time to prepare for all of this. That is actually a really fucking good question. Why do you?
Why I would really dude,
They did
Rags,
throw
that's
a
the
recorder
payoff
into a
in
purse,
that's
though.
the payoff in the first Knives Out is they record ransom at the end.
Yep. Exactly.
Maybe you should have done
Huh.
that with Miles, you fucking idiots.
You fool!
Well, it's fine anyway because they solved the problem. We're getting there. We're getting real close to the explosive finale.
Oh God.
So
Explosive finale.
there's a lot to think about with this moment. The shooter decided to shoot her once, and he was unlucky enough that he shot her in the one place of very few in her body that wouldn't do any damage. Because
Which
of
probably wasn't even that lethal of a place to begin with. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot on the line. Pop her a few times, and also the world famous detective standing
Yeah,
next to her.
pop that.
Yeah,
guy
I was-
too.
Especially the detective.
So,
I
I was about to say, like, whether or not even the shot is lethal, yeah, you go for more. You double tap, you triple tap, and then of course you kill it. She obviously, whatever she knows, he knows. You'd be a dumbass not to have fucking figured that out by now.
talking.
Yeah,
They're having a
he called her
conversation
Helen.
right now.
He literally called her Helen. That is not the name you're familiar with, and you already know she has a sister, right? Like, some of them do. I don't fucking know anymore. Point being,
sister.
kill.
Kill,
Kill
death,
them all.
destroy.
You've
So this
already
might
been
be-
committed once. Like
this
you're
might
in
be
it.
a-
Like might as
this-
well.
this
But
might be
it's
a
okay,
stupid
Mahler.
question.
Say it with me.
Kill.
He's just stupid.
Yay, we don't have to worry about literally anything ever again. We solved it.
Okay, so after shooting once, he should definitely have shot more than that. But
Mhm.
maybe this is a stupid question, but why does he want to kill her at this moment?
Okay, so we have to
That's
remember what does everyone know about
very
everything.
Question.
Because last thing I believe, because we went and reset, but before that, if we go all the way back, he is like, oh, Whiskey says, oh, Andy did it, and he's like going after her. So everyone, the idea has been put into everyone's head except for Benoit that she did it. So why would he go kill her?
Could it be that he's a Van Helsing type underneath and he wants to stop the undead from rising?
Maybe.
That would subvert my expectations.
Yeah.
He-
I like that.
But-
It would be fun if he shot her, burst out of the glass window, and he's like, I saved you, Benoit. She was a zombie.
That would
here's the thing,
actually be
so,
pretty
okay.
funny.
If he's trying to present it like she killed Duke, why would he kill her? Because then it's like, well, then it must not have been her because the killer's still at large.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm actually racking my brain a little bit for why he's so motivated to kill her in this moment, and I'm not 100% sure. Does the film want me to think that he is aware of everything she is aware of, and she's looking to destroy him? Or is that way too much... like, I'm not actually sure.
Now I'm thinking, why would he want to even kill Cassandra a second time? What does he gain from that exactly?
Is he under the impression
gotta
that he
be.
didn't do the job?
I don't know.
Or is he under the impression this is
mean-
her twin sister?
He shouldn't be by this point. He should know it's Helen. But
Because,
I
of
don't
course,
think-
you could say
Ryan
he's
was
killing
was
her to
completely
prevent
aware
her
of
from
that.
telling people that he tried to kill her, I guess.
Yeah.
But-
I think Ryan thinks that he's trying to kill Cassandra again.
You think?
But even then, I don't see how that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
He
this is
got
the
what he
problem. We're
needed from
we're in another
her.
situation of I'm not even sure who he thinks that is exactly, and even whoever he thinks it is, I'm not even sure what his motive is exactly.
Yeah. Jesus, this movie.
And it's gonna get worse. We have really
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
enough to go.
Oh yeah,
Well,
not
it's
even
gonna
done
get
yet.
worse
Best
in this
part.
very scene, right? Because the thing is, Benoit and Helen are incredibly lucky the gunman isn't either in vicinity enough to actually see that he didn't successfully kill, thus tried again, but also to know what's going to happen next. But anyway, she gets up and they make a plan, which is, we're going to fake that you died. I'm going to grab them all into the lower glass onion, and you're going to go upstairs and search for the red envelope, and you're going to fucking find it because Miles did this and he's stupid. That's like just the angle, because he's basically figured everything out. He just wants the red envelope to be gotten. But you're all sitting there thinking, but the bullet was caught by the journal, so how are you going to fake blood? Like, if you got some red paint on you, some red ink, or some hot sauce, maybe? I don't know. This
He
shit,
does have hot sauce.
I think when this happened, it was such a like, what the fuck? You need fake blood, and you just have hot. Oh fuck! So unsatisfying. So he uses Jeremy Renner's hot sauce to fake her death.
Sure does.
So here's an interesting part. Like, he kept this fat ass bottle of hot sauce on him while he was wearing his Cracker Jack uniform, and then he had time to change clothes and still keep it on him.
Just because he's white doesn't mean
He
you have to
really
call him.
likes his hot sauce. He wants to pop it on everything.
Like,
That's
yeah,
what-
this
that's
big ass
I
bottle,
think,
pulling his pants down.
They could at least have done that way. I think, Cav, you're the one that mentioned it. They should have had to be like, oh, wow, that's great. I love this hot sauce. I'm definitely taking some of this. Like,
Yeah,
that
he
would
looks like
at
he's in
least make
pain.
it feel a little less stupid when he's just like, oh, that has a kick. He's like, yeah, take some, I guess. Take some hot sauce, whatever. Go on. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that would make it more believable.
And so, yeah,
Do
she
you think
pours it
when
on.
Ryan was there, like having her, like telling her about, all right, you need to take this hot sauce and squirt it all over you to pretend that it's a gunshot wound. Do you think Ryan ever had that little voice in his head that said, "What are you doing, Ryan? What are you doing?"
No,
Is this-
I don't think he's ever heard
You're right.
that.
got
He
that
doesn't have that little voice in his
little
head.
voice that
I
says,
agree.
He's
Ryan,
assassinated that little bastard a long time ago.
it won't work this time, Ryan. They'll see through it, Ryan.
He'll
They'll see through it. It's like,
Ryan,
they
it
won't.
won't make any sense at all.
They won't see through it.
Ryan, this is madness of the highest
You
order.
need to think about this again. Like, come
Ryan,
on,
you fool!
you fool.
What are you doing?
It's like the voice you normally have when it's like, should I really order food again today? Like, I don't know if I should. But it's sort of for him, it's like, should I really write that? It's like, I don't know, man. But obviously that doesn't happen. It's like-
So, everyone turns up, and now you might be thinking, wait, so if she was alive that whole time, it's like, that was a fucking huge risk. They are incredibly lucky. If you remember, all of them, the dialogue follows that they were all alerted by the gunshot. And there's a decent amount of time between the gunshot and them successfully, like, laying out the death scene, so to speak. So
Yeah,
if any
'cause
one of them
if
had shown up
somebody-
beforehand, the plan's fucked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If somebody was like 30 seconds closer, which, you know,
Reasonable.
I know it's a big place, but still. You guys
Everyone
would
seems to
be
show up
screwed.
all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
show up
I'm-
at the right time, though, when it's convenient. For
Yeah, the
either
teleport powers.
eavesdropping or enabling private conversations to happen. Yeah.
yes.
And so
yeah.
there's also a bit of hot sauce on her like chin, and it because of the way she's lying down, it like strolls down
She
into
is
her
lying down
nose.
very uncomfortably.
Yeah, her
Yeah.
back and neck, I think, are on steps, which is just funny. Like, it's like, oh god,
Yeah.
you better hope they
Yeah.
go in fast, because that's gonna
I
wreck.
hope they
Drama.
move
For
quick.
the sake of drama, the hot sauce is heading for that nostril. Like, I'm gonna get there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, it gets there just a few seconds after they
Yeah, and
walk
so
off.
which means for some reason he's written it now so that if any of them had hung around for just I don't know 3
A few more
seconds longer,
seconds.
it all would have been
Yeah.
over.
Mhm.
Yep,
Well, and it's
yep.
also a good thing that nobody in a panic tried to like check her pulse or
Yeah, well,
shake her out of it.
Fringy, I guess
she's
you
been
forgot.
shot, but, like,
Benoit
you know.
said she ain't going anywhere.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So,
All right, then.
yeah. It's a weird way to say it, isn't it?
It really is. The fact is, as
Or
well,
is he
by the
trying
way,
to
she only put blood on like the inside. So you could make anyone think like I can't. If it's closed up, it's like there's not as much blood. Maybe it's stopped. But there's just it's so absurd to be like, all right, like whatever. I
It's
think
just-
I may have believed it if you had Benoit like pleading, like, trust me, she's gone. we need to like gather to make
Or-
sure no one else gets hurt.
Yeah, or this is a crime scene, don't disturb it or something. I
Yeah,
don't
that could
know.
have worked too, but he just says she ain't going
No,
anywhere.
admittedly,
She ain't go nowhere.
somebody might be like, this seems mildly hypocritical considering how much the prior crime scene got disturbed. But
Yeah.
sure, you
Which
know
is
what,
funny, right?
Benoit?
Because
Okay.
Better late
nobody
than
cared
never.
about him either. Nobody actually cared about Duke. They were just cared about
No,
the
nobody did, except for Whiskey, kind of.
kind of. It's unclear.
Yeah.
She was crying,
But
so
everybody
there's
else,
something.
nobody cared, yeah.
And
What a
also,
great
I
group of
You know what?
mentioned
That's
this
that's
last-
probably the one of the most dimensions we have. The fact that she like rips into him, but then simultaneously,
It's actually really sad when he dies.
distraught that
Loves
he's
him
dead.
enough to kill her back.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah, you know
okay.
what? She might actually have the most depth of any character in this story. She might. Because she's kind of got her own objectives and agenda that is hidden beneath the surface and that other layer as well.
Yeah.
Man, she might actually be like the most, which is interesting considering she gets way less time than a lot of the other people.
Just
Yeah.
less time to be ruined, I guess.
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, wait, no, we talked about how she's like a bad person, but the film thinks she's great.
Well,
So,
Yeah.
less time to be
Well, at
ruined
least she's better than
compared to the other
Duke,
characters,
so use
right?
him away.
She's not as bad as the others. The others are fucking killing people.
that's, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, sure. Relatively speaking,
Yeah.
she's one of the best people here.
By the way,
The
I know for a
scientist-
fucking
'cause I think
fact
they present the scientist guy.
that
Yeah.
people would say, "Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it beautiful writing that the sister's journal saved her? Her sister saved her from beyond
Ugh.
the grave."
Oh,
That's,
yeah.
it's so funny because
Didn't know it was a
in
magic
in-
journal. Sorry.
in Uncharted 1, they find Francis Drake's journal in his empty coffin that leads them to El Dorado, and they
Right.
do the payoff where Sully takes the notebook, puts it in his shirt, and then he gets shot. And Nate thinks that he's dead
Mm.
because, like, I don't know, like the bullet wound actually did like hurt him. It didn't kill him, but it hurt him. And then they do that payoff of like, oh yeah, like, you know, Francis took a bullet for you. And it's like, yeah, it's been done before. It's not like an original payoff of like, isn't it kind of neat that like the book saved somebody's life? I'm pretty
I always
sure-
go back to The Simpsons with that gag.
The-
It's like whenever they're
Oh,
firing
yeah,
at the
the
guy,
piece
it
of the
hits
true
Landers
cross.
twice.
It's kind of, yeah, good thing I keep a Bible close to my heart. Oh, good thing I was wearing a piece of the true cross today.
I'm gonna go
I think I'll go
inside now.
inside.
You know what? It's more likely. I can definitely believe that a thick Bible, could stop that bullet better than that thin journal, as well as a piece of
Well,
the
to be fair,
cross.
the power
I
of
imagine
love.
that-
Add the power of love from the sister.
Mm.
that's right. The power of love slowed the bullet down.
Well, the power of love can travel through dimensions and universes.
Also, I'm
so-
pretty sure that
Oh,
Francis
fuck
Drake's
no.
journal was thicker as well than that one too. So you know what?
Oh, yeah, this one was
Uncharted
super
1,
thin.
back in 2007.
So anyway, all
Yeah,
right.
sure.
Really, 2007? Jesus.
We get
Yep,
to
old
Benoit
man.
is about
Oh,
to
old man.
unravel the onion. He's gonna make it all make sense.
Oh,
And
hang
among
on. Did we mention that this is another scene that lies to us visually as well and time wise?
Ooh.
oh, do you mean about when she's set up as a corpse?
Yeah, because in the time where they set her up as a corpse, it takes like 4 or 5 minutes or something. And when we see the scene first, it takes like 30
Yeah.
seconds, maybe a
I see,
minute
yeah.
when they all
Yeah.
arrive. And here they just put in like 5 minutes of dialogue. It's like, oh, we're gonna do this. You're just gonna
think
lie down there.
Someone would argue to you on that one that we saw a montage cut. Meanwhile, the reality was shown to us later.
I don't think you can make that argument here. It doesn't look anything like a montage shot at all.
Not well,
that's
just
you coming
cutting
with
out.
expectations, Metal.
Oh shit, sorry, yeah. Well, joke's on you. I'm very stupid. So there you go.
Well, the thing is, it is to sell.
Don't ask any more
Yeah.
questions.
They cut it to sell to us what Blanc is going to sell to everybody who finds the scene, right? That's what they're going for, and then we get to see
And
the
that's
true.
legitimate.
There's some.
Yeah,
there's something.
absolutely.
I find that more defensible than the one where
Yeah.
they blatantly lie, and then the one where they've. I would almost argue gaslighting is the one where they show a different scene, but you don't know if that's supposed to be the scene or not. You're like, is that what happened, or I don't. Anyway, so he's going to unravel a lot of stuff, but among the things that he says, you have something that seems densely layered, mysterious, and inscrutable, yet is hiding in plain sight. I expected intelligence. I expected a puzzle, a game, but that's not what this is. It hides not behind complexity, but by mind-numbing obvious clarity. It doesn't hide at all. Miles Braun is an idiot. It's dumb. So dumb. The response to that is so dumb, it's brilliant. And he goes, no, it's just dumb.
It's just dumb.
So
Oh my goodness.
the reason why I wanted to say all that first was that is what the conclusion is for what he's about to explain to all of us as an audience. It's just fucking dumb.
It's just
That's
fucking
the
dumb.
subversion. It was just stupid.
And this is what people think, you know, like all the stuff we've just been through and why we'd call this film dumb as fuck. They think that's all like not the criticism, that we're just missing. How do you miss this? Blanc is saying that's the whole point. Of course we caught this.
Yeah,
Everyone
like,
catches this.
This is not some brilliant art. It wears every single thing it has to say on its sleeve. There's no misunderstanding this. Just like there was no misunderstanding Knives Out. Like
No.
they're really same with there was no misunderstanding The Last Jedi or Looper. They're all very straightforward films. They're incredibly straightforward. He tells you what you're supposed to think. And in
One
this case,
thing-
what kind of defense is that? I wrote it stupid on purpose. It's like, did you? Are you aware of all of these other stupid things that happen in this film?
Well, yeah,
why-
like,
the
which
fact
things
that
were not
everybody is
stupid, Ryan?
incongruent.
Tell me which things were the smart things, and then
Am I
I'm
meant to be
curious.
like, good job. All
No,
of the
it's
characters
just
that you
dumb.
wrote are incredibly thin. Like, was that? That's not stupid. That's just thin. Like, was that on purpose? And that even when they were thin, they were incongruent in some instances. Was that on purpose? And as for like hiding in plain sight, it's like because you didn't explain. I guess we're about to talk about that.
Yep.
The hiding in plain sight plays over what's her name going up into the glass onion and seeing that the
envelope.
The envelope is hidden behind the fake napkin, behind like the golden. It's the golden ratio, right? Yeah, like between the golden ratio, the little red square. That's the real one. It's like, oh, so wow, he didn't destroy that shit. Like, he kept it.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't give us a reason. They say, "Why did you destroy it?" At one point, I think Lionel asks him that, and he just goes,
After
Just
all
doesn't
of
say
that,
anything.
You didn't destroy it.
It's the one thing that you won. The case is over.
You won, yeah.
And she said she's never gonna go for you again. It's over. You won. You don't need it. It's the one thing that apparently can unravel your entire business. Why
Yeah.
didn't you destroy it? Why the hell did
yeah,
you not
and forget, who ends up destroying it in this film? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he does.
Yeah,
Whoops.
that's
So-
right. That's right. He does.
So like, it's just crap. It's
It's just
crap.
stupid, Mauler. It's just stupid. It's just exactly as planned as
Stupid
Light
on
Yagami would say.
purpose.
So yeah,
Ryan Johnson is one. Exactly as planned, okay?
he says, I assumed Miles Braun was a complicated genius, but he's just an idiot. And like he keeps pushing that, and then he starts like ripping into him, and he says this. His dock doesn't float, his wonder fuel's a disaster, his grasp of disruption theory is remedial at best. I'm gonna stop him there. His dock doesn't float. I don't think he built the dock, dude. I think someone else would have. He just wanted, like, because I don't think Miles can do that kind of carving. I don't think he's like a glassmith.
His idea.
Yeah, but so the thing is, the things he thinks to compliment him for are the mystery that was written and the puzzle box. But he says he can't have credit for them because the puzzle box was designed by a puzzle maker and the mystery was written by a different writer. Like, I don't think he built the dock. I think someone would have designed it. And if it doesn't fucking function as a dock, that's not Miles' fault. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna take those achievements away, you can't give him the ones that don't work. That's not fair. And the whole dock thing was fucking stupid anyway. Then you got
it's
his
just
wonder
really
fuel as a
convenient
disaster. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of the point, isn't it?
You know what? There's some other people in this room who are responsible for that, though.
Well, and
Like the scientist
doesn't
that the
work.
film tries very hard to absolve.
like, of
And,
course, the
what's
wonder fuel
her
being
name?
such a disaster, it just doesn't. The film can't function. There's lots of reasons for that. But
Yes. And what was the third one?
his
you said?
grasp of disruption theory is remedial at best. That doesn't even sound like much of an
Okay.
insult.
That's not that much of an insult. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, if it's remedial, it means it's accurate, right? If missing a little bit of information.
That's what I've known that to mean. It's just like, okay, all right. And then he says, "You told us," meaning Miles. You told us you picked up that he picked up your drink. But what did we actually see? And then he says,
Nothing.
Oh,
"You
yeah.
handed Duke your own glass." I remember being so annoyed at this point. I was like, "What did I say? I don't even know what I saw anymore. I don't know." Like,
You showed me 2 pieces because I think the intended reaction is oh, whereas the intended reaction is oh fuck you, like
Yeah,
give
fuck
me
you.
more
You showed
information.
me something completely different.
Yeah,
no,
and then also, if you go back, it's like, what did we actually see? It's like, no one saw that at all. Like, everyone was looking at Birdie, right?
I don't think anybody would have seen that. Yeah,
No.
because that was-
the audience was shown it, and we barely saw it. Like, it's ridiculous.
And
Everyone in the room is
if
not
anything,
fucking looking at it.
couldn't you say that it was pretty intelligent for Miles to be like, "Hey, dude, look at what she's doing over there," not me handing you my glass. It's kind of
Yeah.
clever. To
Yeah,
like,
it
draw
is.
his
I think so. I
attention
think that is a
away
point in
from,
Miles's
yeah.
favor, despite being
But
an
it's
absolute
one that
clown
film
character,
doesn't-
apparently.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you say apparently when he does it, but then again, he kept the envelope because he's an idiot.
Because
so,
he's a clown
yeah.
character.
He's an idiot when he needs to be, and he's smart when he needs to be for the sake of the drama.
So yeah, it's really fucking annoying because he does what Miles does. Benoit just says he gave him the glass, right? Everyone, you remember that, right? And it's like, well,
Yep.
now, who's
And then they
lying?
show what
I
really
don't
Yeah.
know who's fucking lying to me.
And then they
And
show what really happened.
that
Yeah.
will be relevant soon enough too. The idea of like, if would I be lying if I said I saw that sort of thing? We'll just put a pause on that a second. The other thing he's picked up on is all the things that Miles says wrong, like the word
Yeah.
imbreviate or
made up bullshit.
just words that he's making up to sound smart.
Which is funny because, you know, a step away from using made up words is using correct words incorrectly, like triangulate.
Or using unnecessarily more complicated word. If he was correct in some distant understanding of what it means to triangulate, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what an unnecessary fucking word. You mean she's across from the crossbow, right? You mean she's like,
Yeah, but if you want to come across... Well, and also the fact that, you know what? I'll let him have motor car. That's okay. He can have that one.
that's more of a curious
He's-
one in
he's-
terms of just like
he's-
what
he's a
age
just
is he
weird
Why,
he would-
why would you say that?
He's a
You know?
Yeah,
quirky
why would you use
Southern man.
motor
He's a
car?
quirky Southern man who likes motor cars, okay? I feel like if there were actually a well-written story, I would enjoy Benoit Blanc a lot more than I do. I feel like I
If
would
he had
really
great
like
dialogue
that.
behind him, his quirkiness
Yeah.
might actually come across as charming.
Yeah.
And if he was actually hyper intelligent, if he did the
Yeah.
thing right, the disarming detective, kind of like what Columbo is, where like people they underestimate him.
So,
But he's incredibly stupid at almost every turn in this.
yes.
So it's,
Well, yeah.
yeah.
And I mean, in this case, he's admitted, right? His Achilles heel is when it's simple, I fuck it up. It's like, you know,
fuck it
man,
up
the
all the
guy who
time.
can do like the most complex mathematical equations ever, but then he goes and it's like 2 + 2. Oh, fuck, this one always gets me. It's like,
yeah.
it's not a
Where's my
great
calculator?
combo.
especially when like the idea of Occam's razor is, you know, with a lot of the cases he's probably tasked to solve, it probably is something really straightforward.
Well, it's just it's an interesting question, right? If you struggle at basic things, what is the nature of you figuring out complicated things? Like, what does that look like? It's kind of, you know, it's the reason why they want you to show you're working in maths. Is like, well, I want to know that you understand how to get to the right answer.
Yeah.
If Benoit Blanc just gets to bullshit answers through like instincts that he barely understands, I don't know if that's
Well, he's just a
great,
wizard.
You know? Well, it's just, you know, because he can present all of this he wants, but again, you got to make the case in a court, and if you make the case in a court, you got to present like a coherent story or explanation that people can follow through that's tied to all the evidence, not just some shit you pulled out of your ass. You know, like it's not going to be very useful if nobody can understand how you arrived at these conclusions.
Well, and he's got a lot of conclusions to let us know about. First of all, he's something he overheard. Remember when we mentioned the Anderson Cooper birthday party where he almost got pancaked? He says no. He was trying to say Andy's place where he almost got pancaked, meaning that puts Miles was coming away from Andy's house and he almost hit Duke, who was on his way to Andy's house. Now this was happening because if you remember the timeline, she sends the email at 4 p.m. 2 hours later, Miles goes to the house, kills her. He's coming back, and he happens to cross paths with fucking Duke, who's going on his way there to contact her as well. Do you understand how fucking unlikely all of that is?
Yes.
That's a lot of coincidences and timings lining up very perfectly.
Well, where do all these people live? They don't live in the same. Do they live in the
They
same
all live
general
in the
area?
exact
Same street.
same area. They're right of each other.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah,
Because
same
if
street.
not, it's like, because then it's like, well, damn.
Hey,
'cause
finally
if
a reason
he-
for them to have mingled in the first place. They live on the
Yay,
same
same
street.
street.
That's
Yeah,
an
we got it
interesting point,
finally.
right?
Ah,
Because
sweet.
if Miles got there after the other people, everything is different because they might have made it a choice that that would have been really detrimental to him. So, like, the fact that he got there first is very convenient for him in order to execute his plan, right? Because if you get there first, that's like one thing compared to getting there afterward.
It's so funny because this is going to build up to an enormous like series of problems in the writing, but like where it starts, this foundation, the idea of you have her house, they all arrive, like arriving even in the same day, like really?
Yeah, I guess you're all in the same place. We're all available at that time. The politician
All
lady
available, all
wasn't out
within
campaigning.
time limits and ability. Like it's just like fuck me, man.
What's
and then
his name wasn't streaming on YouTube at the time and
Nope.
didn't check his email.
Nope.
and yeah, same time to the point of almost pancaking him, as he said. But it's like, why is this being brought up? And it's like, well, if he saw him at that time in that way, and then when it gets brought up, he's like, Anderson Cooper. Which, by the way, I think Cap, when we went over that the first time around, you were gonna say something else. Was there? Because I've got a development of it, but I was gonna let you go first if you had something.
Well, the most straightforward thing is that Duke would obviously know that he's lying, and so you might wonder as an audience member on a second watch how Duke would respond to that lie, because he's dead now. Once we've let it all the information's out now, but he's dead. So at the time, he would have been like, "Huh, that's weird that you lied about that." But we don't get to see it because the camera literally just pulls away.
There's a lot. You're on track for what I think is a huge problem, right? So I'll try and have an argument in favor, against, and in favor again. So in favor of this being a fuck up, like, would he not say Anderson? No, Andy, what are you talking about? And it's like, well, wait, what if he heard that and he sussed out himself like, he wants to keep that a bit secret. Sussy. Okay, maybe there's a reason for that, and I'll talk to him about it later. He doesn't.
No.
So it's like, what else we got? It's like, you know what? I'd be fucking sweating if I were Miles, because the fact that he so casually almost announced that I was at Andy's when that's a literal secret. I've told people I wasn't even in the fucking country or whatever at that time, so that is a lie. I haven't spoken to him. Who knows who he's told? He already knows he's told the others that he got pancaked almost. Did he mention who nearly did it? Why hasn't he mentioned who nearly did it when he's about to announce it there? As far as I'm concerned, Duke has already told all of them that Miles almost pancaked me on my way to Andy's. Really weird, he was heading from there. I wonder what that's about.
Especially when she turns up missing.
She's about to, and that's the thing, she's about to turn up dead, so I think that
Why didn't Miles do anything to dispel the idea that it was him? Maybe they were going too fast, it wasn't his car, right? Like, he called him later, like, oh, hey, man, how you doing? I've just been out here in, like, the Bahamas or something, chilling out. What's up, man? And then he's like, I nearly at Andy's house? It's like,
definitely
okay,
not.
Like, why didn't he do that? Oh, sorry. I just.
What's the thing, right?
It's a good question.
It's literally like it's your lying eyes against my lying eyes. Okay, so like it's just I'm just gonna say that wasn't me. You didn't see me. I've got an alibi. You're crazy. It wasn't me. Or he could be like, you saw me there. And that's it. I'm done because I know that the secret's going to come out, so I have to start bribing you / doing what I have to do to keep you silent or kill you. Yeah. And the funny thing is, of course, you'd be like, well.
Oh, he doesn't have a phone. That's right. He doesn't have a phone.
Okay, maybe what's stupider, the tech billionaire who refuses to use a phone or the murderer who can't lie?
He doesn't have a phone, so he can't do that.
Fucking hell.
The other thing that should tip Duke off about the strangeness of that encounter, I mean, granted, he doesn't know that she's dead until, we'll get there in a second. But even at the time, they go over to her house looking to talk to her, and she isn't answering her phone, and she's not at her house, and so they're very concerned about where she is. Meanwhile, Miles almost pancaked him driving away from her house. So wouldn't he be like, hey, Miles, what were you doing there? Do you know where she is? What's that about?
Like Mola highlighted, maybe he let that slip earlier. Like maybe when they're at their house, it's like I saw Miles, he nearly hit me.
Yeah, it's so casually said in the pool. There's no reason to assume he hasn't talked about this several times already.
Yeah, could you imagine if because they all knew? Imagine if they actually.
Well, he's at the house, like, he's banging on the door. Then Claire and Birdie show up, and he's banging. He's like, "Yeah, no one's answering." I saw Miles, by the way. He almost killed me.
Yeah, it was. It seems like he was in a hurry.
Yeah, it's
kind of weird,
huh? What are the Miles isn't just going to be casually here as a coincidence, just doing his drive. Like, of course, that's relevant information. He had no reason to keep that secret. So yeah, it's just fucked again. Because if everyone knows, Miles gonna have to kill them all. And then that gets a little bit suspicious, doesn't it? But yeah. So you got all of that. By the way, Kate Hudson, not as familiar with her work. Man, if I was to pick the worst actress/actor in this film, it would definitely be her. And one of the big ones for me is when Helen comes down, and she is supposed to scream because, of course, she's seeing someone who's dead and covered in blood. But
Oh yeah.
and then she goes, "What is reality?"
Yeah.
And it's like, ooh.
She sounds like a robot.
It's supposed
What
to be
is
funny as well,
reality?
right? Like, what is reality? Because, oh my god, you're like
I
a zombie.
can't even with this.
It does feel like I can't even, yeah. But, so yeah, she's come down, she's got the envelope now. And so now everything's, she's got the proof. This is crazy. Have we gotten to the reveal yet of... Yeah, because they're all slowly figuring it out. They're like, wait a minute, that's Andy? Question mark? What's going on? Imagine being fucking Miles right now. You'd be like, I've killed you twice. What is happening?
How
Stop
many
it.
twins do you have? How many of you are there?
Yeah, so they legit say, like Lionel faxed Andy's email to Miles. He printed it out and faxed it. I fucking can't believe this is how you get information to Miles. Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
He actually picks this shit up. He's like, oh yeah, let me check my fax machine. What is that? Like what? Just get a phone, you loser.
Said before, right? Didn't the fax print to a lot of different fax? Does it print to just him or?
Everywhere,
elsewhere?
every version,
Oh,
every copy, like, every one of them has copies of everything that he sent. All of them, all
Yeah.
around the world.
And all around the man.
Yep, yeah, we went over this
damn,
huge
dude.
security breach.
Yeah, no, I know we did. I just needed it, because
Yeah.
that's insane. I just
It is
needed to
worthy of
rethink
restating
my-
how nuts that is.
It's insane.
Just a random intern is just walking past. This
Oh, here it
shit.
comes. We're actually in the timeline now. Oh, she was clever enough not to fear Miles, but then she died.
Then she dies. Like fucking hell.
So fucking.
Ryan!
It's a Ryan line, yeah. Because the thing is, right? This
see
is
the real threat.
I can guarantee you that he was like, man, it sucks that I have to write like a good, like powerful woman is killed by this asshole clown man. How do I write it so it sounds better than that?
She's clever.
She's too clever to live.
Or is that meant to be like a meta commentary, right? When I make a really smart movie, nobody understands it, and then they shit on me. So I make a really dumb movie, and nobody misunderstands it, and it's well received and well regarded.
But here, film's about to annihilate itself again, and we haven't even gotten to the big
What?
one.
Wow, yeah.
I haven't even gotten to the big one. So, with everything we have now explained to you, precious chat, let's accept all of it. We're buying it all. It's all good. It's great. It's genius. So what happens next with everything in place? Well, Duke knew that he was with Andy alone that night because he saw him on that road, and there's only really one place he's going to be coming from. But he didn't know Andy was dead. So really, he's just got a suspicion of like, what were you up to there? However, that night, do you remember I said that he was like, wow, my views are blowing up, dude. My channel is going great. Maybe you could do me a favor and, help promote the channel now. Things changed. And it's like, oh, yeah. But what was actually happening on that phone was a Google alert went off for Andy because the information had been released. She died.
What?
I really need to do this
Yeah.
slowly, because
Yep.
fucking hell. Think about this, right? Like, so he said he'd pull strings to delay it, but the information got out, it's official, and so all the news outlets are pushing that Cassandra Brand is dead, which is big news. It goes straight, like, I'm happy to believe, with how stupid everything is, whatever, that the first person to know would be Duke, because he has alerts for fucking everything. Fine. Duke finds out. So he reads that. I need everybody to think carefully, because this is something that we took a while to really pass out.
Yeah.
With everything you know about Duke, when he reads Cassandra Brand found dead, suicide, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do?
I thought she was fucking here. Where'd she go? Who was that?
That's the first,
Who the fuck is this?
that is the first fucking thing you do, is you go, why is there a zombie? What is happening? That is the reasonable reaction. You are baffled because you were just talking to her like 5 minutes, 2 minutes ago even.
She
But
bumped into me. I felt she was there.
The police have confirmed
a
she is
ghost.
dead. Suicide. This is kind of a little creepy, terrifying even.
Oh, wait, hold on. She's wearing the same outfit and hairstyle in the photo.
Yeah, she had to make it more convincing. Like I said, zombie.
Wow.
What is
going-
reality? Oh
like,
my god.
yeah.
So yeah, I guess you could say, isn't this hyper convenient or rather inconvenient? It's like, yeah, basically, the writer said, no, the whole world doesn't know she's dead. Trust me. Actually, no, now they do because this would be fun at this point to reveal it. And you're just like, why? And he's like, fuck you. It happens now.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
So yeah, that's obviously hyper inconvenience. But the reality here is that Duke should be freaking out. He'd be like, "What the hell? Cassandra's dead? Where is she? Gotta get it." Like, they think you're dead,
Who is
Cassandra. They
this
think you're dead. Like,
Yeah. What- exactly.
you know what you might even do is if you knew she had a twin sister, you'd be like, "Oh shit, your twin sister died, and they think it's you." I think that would be realistic. However, what actually happens is Duke reads this. And he immediately figures out in his head, oh, Miles must have killed her, and I can use this as leverage to boost my Twitch channel.
really.
Well,
Duke does
very
not
quick
strike me
thinking.
as smart enough to even like control himself to this degree.
I'm going to be honest with you,
Let
I don't even think he
alone
would have put this
think that
together that
well.
quickly.
No.
Exactly.
It's so quick, too.
Well, it's crazy. He instantly put it together and used it to his own advantage. Like,
Yeah.
just like that.
This is the
that
kind of
seems
news-
incongruent with who he is, isn't it?
I think so. I honestly think Duke's the kind of guy that would be like, you killed her? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Like, Duke
Yep.
is actually kind of like the guy who would not accept that.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
like, what
believe
the
Duke would just
hell?
go, this could boost my YouTube channel.
Well, I could. This is
dead
talking
woman?
about a real
Hell
bump in the
yeah.
algorsm. Like,
It's so
yeah,
absurd
that
because
is totally true. I'm not sure that I believe. Yeah, I don't think I believe that he would Duke, as I understand him in this crazy film,
Nope.
would do that.
I don't believe it
and then
either.
'cause, fucking Helen is like, so then what happened? Did he get a vial of poison from his tooth? Is that like a rich person thing? It's times like that where you're like, please, look, it's bad enough with Benoit, but can you just...
Stop.
Shut up, please.
But
Shut up,
also
please.
remember, somebody is dead here. This guy
Yeah.
was actually killed, so might not be the
You
time
highlight
to
that.
be making these types of quips and remarks.
Yeah, you highlight that. And what is Benoit's response, considering what Fringy just said as well? He says, no, it's much stupider than that.
Can we like be a little bit less, I guess, callous about like this?
He was
You know,
murdered.
about this guy who's just been killed.
Nobody cares about Duke. I mean, I guess you could say, like,
then
yeah,
again,
fuck Duke. He was trying to use...
I suppose that. Yeah, exactly. He was trying to use this death to his advantage. So,
But I don't
fucking right.
believe that.
No, I don't either. Actually, so.
Ugh.
Maybe I'm over exaggerating. You know what? Maybe Twitch streamers would say that's exactly what Twitch streamers would do in that scenario. Like,
He's the
we already
YouTube-
have that
Context
fun little
adding.
forest.
That's what we call content brained.
yeah.
Brained.
Using murder to his advantage to get more views.
Yeah.
So yeah, what happens next is he's like, well, I gotta kill Duke, and he pours pineapple into his drink and just gives it to him, and he drinks it
Remember?
and dies. It's as simple as that.
Remember? He
Yeah.
said pineapple, and he has no
Yeah.
means of saving himself. No, I don't know if there's like an EpiPen for pineapple juice.
I think you're
but-
skipping something, Fringy.
Oh god.
You're skipping if
Oh, am I?
you would taste that and instantly
Yes.
spit it out.
Spit it out. That's right. It's like this is
second that
pineapple.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
It's your tongue. You'd go. Are you
The
trying
Duke
to kill
don't
me?
dance
Yeah.
with pineapple.
And I think
Oh
all
my
he
god.
and I think all he gives him is whiskey with pineapple juice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
that
but
fucking
Oh,
shit.
for
And
those
he-
of
he
you
was
who've never
worried
had
that he-
pineapple juice, it's
It's-
very
I mean,
strongly tasting.
Personally,
Yeah.
I wouldn't take a drink from a guy that I just tried to blackmail.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to bring up. What a fucking moron.
Well,
He's
so I guess
concerned.
you guys understand. He was smart enough to immediately leverage this information to beat Miles, and then he just accepts a drink from him.
Imagine he handed it to him, and he did smell it and goes,
And remember,
did you just put Are you fucking kidding me, dude? And he'd be like,
and remember, this is
I'm
10
gonna
seconds
take this
after
gun.
Miles took his gun. Exactly. He
wait a
took his
minute,
gun
Miles.
too.
Did you take my gun?
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god, it sucks. It's so bad. That's what I mean. We haven't even gotten to the bit yet, chat. Not even gotten to the bit.
No.
Oh
What
yeah,
happened?
it gets better.
This is what I mean. I feel like at this point it's already worse than the first Knives Out. Like it's
I think I believe that.
Oh,
for
it's
sure.
already.
Yeah,
It was
right.
there halfway
Not
through when we
by
started
far.
doing the Abbey scene. So it's just.
it's so bad. People think this is genius. How does he get away
Isn't
with
it
it?
sad? Isn't it
He
sad?
can't be
Yeah.
getting away with it. He can't though. It's really lame.
It's
So
not fair.
yeah, so I guess that it's all out now. That's the series of events, and yeah, they even have once everything's over and figured out. Fucking dumbass character goes, "Oh, you're Helen, the sister." Like she's just figured out the earlier twist when everyone
Mhm.
else is already figuring out all the later ones. Like
Mm.
funny.
Who did you think she was before this?
I don't.
While
just-
she was standing there that whole time.
That's what I mean, I kind of hate Birdie because not for any of her own faults. It's just Ryan's like, isn't it funny how stupid someone can be? And you're like,
Mm.
yeah, man.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, I
Yeah, man.
suppose. Yeah.
It can be. I'm not seeing it here, but it can be pretty funny. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, Benoit gets really fucking upset because he considers the attempt of murder, on Andy again, was stolen from him as an idea. Where he said, "You've got all these desperate people in the dark with a gun." And he's like, "You stole my idea for a kill," or whatever. And I was like, "Yeah, such a genius move, man. It's the dark and there's a gun."
Yeah.
Like, I love the idea that he's probably genuinely jealous of the fact that
Yeah.
that he did the like. What the fuck is that? Just an evidence of his ego? I don't know. Also,
Yeah.
we got the. I was
Like-
hoping we find the shot actually, but we've got it now. So this is where he hid the gun or stashed the gun. See that? Hang on, let me get it on the screen. Isn't that amazing?
Right out in the open.
You can't miss that. There's a gun in the ice bucket. What the fuck?
Just keep it in the back of your.
This is what I
pants,
mean.
bro.
Like, we were being critical of hiding it in his back pocket or whatever. It's like, oh well, that was better than this. Like,
With
what
his
is this?
fingerprints. There's fingerprints on it. If someone would
It's
have found
fine.
it
You can
before
clean it.
everything
Yeah,
that
his
happened.
fingerprints are on it, and then he puts gloves on. It's like,
But
too bad, dude. You already touched that
I'm
thing.
about to say, did he have those gloves nearby, or did he run up to his wardrobe? It's like, fuck, gloves. All right, here they are.
So fucking stupid. It's not fair. So yeah, he's just upset about that. But we move on finally to Helen asking, or I think it's Lionel. Yeah, you didn't burn it. It's like the fuck, and there's just no answer for that. We move on.
Yeah.
So she
Yeah,
says,
it's like-
"You recognize this?" And he's like, "How can you prove it's the original?" Which is a really great question. How can you
Yeah.
prove
It is.
this is the original? Because there's a lot of reasons why you can cast doubt on the idea that it's the original. And she says, well, and this was funny, by the way, she says, the bar closed down 9 years ago. Remember, 10 years ago is when it's happened. I think when she said that, I think the drinker immediately was like, oh, like, of course it did. And she says, and this has like the stamp of the Glass Onion bar on it. So you might expect me to be continuing, but that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
This is
Man.
proof this is the original because it has the logo of Glass Onion on it as a napkin, which means you couldn't possibly have forged this afterward.
Yeah, no way. Especially not with billions of dollars.
Like, if you
as
had a spare
resources.
Glass Onion fucking napkin in your house from one of the times you visited, you couldn't, like, that just wouldn't happen. That's impossible.
You couldn't just go on the
No.
internet and print those things out en masse.
And
like
of
they're
course-
business cards.
We know that he presented the quote-unquote real one later, and it doesn't have the Glass Onion logo on it. So it's like, oh, so was there any doubt then that it could have just been on a normal napkin? It could have been on a non...
Well, because that's a big part. Is like, are you telling me that there's never been a night where at the Glass Onion they're like, yeah, we're out of the fancy
Signed
napkins.
napkins.
Us
Well,
Glass Onions.
people
we
bring
just
their own
got
napkins
regular ones."
sometimes. It's possible.
People do.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I think this isn't a very good argument.
It's not a
What?
very good
Yeah.
argument at all.
And the implication is that there are no other napkins to verify this
And-
against.
well,
I mean,
and-
this doesn't have any more credence than his napkin.
No.
And how can you check it if there are no other Glass Onion napkins? By what
Exactly.
means do you have to cross-reference the way that they actually are supposed to look?
And then as soon
How
as
do
you
you
have
know-
a reference, that means that you could have gotten it. And there's plenty... She could have forged this. There's so many...
Exactly,
You
yeah.
can never prove it. And besides,
we're-
what does this change when everyone
Yes.
there on record said you didn't fucking write the original?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, yeah, there is that big
And
problem.
we're back
Even
to
if
the
you
fact
can
that
prove it's a real
there's-
one.
it should have never have come down to the napkin in the first place.
No.
No. Well,
exactly.
she was so smart that she. So we need to. Sorry, we need to dial back. a
No,
little
no,
bit.
Frankie.
She was so smart that she didn't
Died?
make sure to read the contract that she signed to figure out if it enabled him to steal all of her like stock in the company, all of her basically position in that company. And then when she found the real napkin that would save everything, she was so smart that she didn't think that he was going to kill her. Like, her smartness is manifesting in bizarre ways.
His smartness is
gotta
very
say.
detrimental to her existence.
It's definitely not
Seems to
coke
be.
to say your character's so smart that it got them killed.
And also,
and
by
taken
the way,
advantage of by idiots.
yet another movie where they need to tell you character smart. See, other character said it, rather than the character being smart evidently through like the way that they behave and conduct themselves. You know, the way that you tend to write characters, typically in a good story.
But yeah, we all know what happens next, so I'm just gonna be tapping that. Oh wait.
Oh boy.
Chat, you're not ready for this.
You're not.
You're
It's
not
just
ready for this.
no.
See,
I think you're ready for it, but you're
sorry,
not.
I'm this is gonna take a while. This is copyright protection, but it's also just think of it as slowly radiating them instead of blasting them with a nuke. We want to take them piece by piece.
Is that meant to be better, is it?
Yeah. Maybe
Quick
you
and
get
painless
some-
versus long and torturous.
But of course, well, so let's talk about the logistics here. It's funny because she was really far away from him the last time we saw them in terms of logistics, but we don't really know exactly where she is between cuts now. And one of the things, I mean, it's evident that she is closer to him, I guess, but one of the things you really don't want to do is let him get anywhere near this evident. Remember, we're going to take the films on its word now. Everything that's happened, how bullshit all of this, no, we accept it, buy it, break, okay.
Yep.
So, this napkin is everything. We got to be really fucking careful with it. So walking right up to him is probably not a great start.
No.
And yeah, so
I mean,
go ahead.
Want to be
everybody
anywhere
in the
near
room
this
wants
guy.
this napkin to disappear.
Everybody, yeah.
Well, you see, she was just too clever to be afraid of holding that napkin out in front of him.
Oh no.
And by the way,
It's
they
pretty
even have a shot of Benoit like being like, got you.
Just
But of course,
murder.
the greatest
Yeah.
detective in the
Got him.
world is simultaneously fine with putting the napkin right in front of the villain who needs it to be destroyed. And he says, okay, but second, and look at this, I'm playing it nice and slow. Something's happening. What is that? What's going on there? Oh dear.
Something out
Oh,
of his
oh.
pocket.
It looks like the napkin is disintegrating before our very eyes.
Oh my god, no. What was that?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, look at that. He has applied a stealth fire to this napkin,
Yeah.
unbeknownst
Use-
to her.
He got a lighter, used a shadow step, and then just fucking burned it.
Shadow step.
And this is the kind of napkin that you put a fire on it for a
personnel.
split second and it's poof.
You said,
And even Benoit is like, oh
soaked in
no,
gasoline.
no, 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 no,
Oh,
fire,
damn.
no. And Miles is like, I did it.
Well, it looks like I win.
This is
Why does
That
everyone
fucking
seem to believe?
point, that
Why does-
point that he makes.
Why does
I-
everyone seem to believe the napkin is the end all be all?
well, but that's the thing, right? If they do, this is
They
even
think
funnier.
that's- Yeah, that's what they think.
Because
and
we're all
that's how
sitting
they
here like the
treat it.
napkin didn't even fucking matter, but all these characters thought it did, and they didn't care about it at all. Oh my god, what a disaster! And seeing this, you're just like, you can't be. That's
You
actually a
gotta
pretty
protect the
funny
napkin
image.
against
You're
its
right.
natural predator.
You can make a
He's so
thumbnail out of that
happy
for
with it.
sure.
He's so happy with himself too. Look at him. God damn it.
The napkin
like,
was
okay.
made of hydrogen. That's probably true.
Look at him. He's so happy with himself.
Yeah.
You thought I was just going to grab it, but I did better.
All this effort,
Uh.
and we cocked it up.
Yeah, right at the end.
Yeah, he says, anywhere you go, it's your word against mine, and I think that's gonna go the same way it did for Andy. Which they're like, ooh, because obviously he's even referencing as far
Ouch.
as fucking suicide is the official story. So yeah, he's won. He's doing his victory lap. Haha, I win. You guys got nothing. And I genuinely at this point was, because I was watching it with Metal the first time, and I was just in my head like, well, how are they going to beat him now? I didn't even think they could beat him with a napkin, but how are they going to beat him? Like,
Yeah, especially how does the film
you-
reconcile this? What's the film
Were
gonna
you
do now?
prepared? Were you
yeah, chat, you're
for
not
the
prepared
answer?
at all.
You're
Some
not
people in chat
ready.
will know what happens, but let's
Scar said
do
to
it.
be prepared, but you're not.
You
and
won't.
you
You
never
can't.
will be.
There's no amount of belts you
Man.
can tighten and fasten. There's just nothing that's gonna.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. She compels everybody there to say in court that he did all of the horrible things he's done, and she even mentions stuff like, "You saw him burn the napkin. You saw him give the drink to Duke. You saw him. You saw that or rather, Andy was the one that made the original." And they're all just like, And then she goes, "So you'll lie for a lie, but you won't lie for the truth." Which is
That's
really
an interesting
funny.
saying. Tell me what you mean.
It's so funny because when you don't know what the truth is, it's like, well, you mean I won't? It's a lie still. That's what a lie is. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
If I am lying, what do you mean I'm lying for the truth? Like, if I lie and say I definitely saw that he killed Duke, that's a lie. That's not lying for the truth. What do you mean?
Look, Mahler, it's not about fighting what we hate.
It's
No.
that kind of shit I hate because I'm just like,
No.
Love.
you know what he was
Mahler.
trying to get across. But it's so
okay
funny.
when we do it.
Yeah, because I was gonna get to that. I was like, there's a reason we're not supposed to lie in court. Like, oh yeah, so whatever, fine. Yeah, she's really mad, and we're all, you know what? If the credits dropped here, I'd be okay with this movie.
I mean, it's a shorter movie.
It's a weird movie. Yeah.
Little
So yeah,
weird, little unexpected ending.
she begs Benoit to fix everything, and he says, "This is where my jurisdiction ends. I answer to the courts, the system. All I can do is offer courage and a reminder of why your sister walked away in the first place." Now, if you remember, she split the company 50-50 to prevent him from being able to fund all of the clear stuff. That's what he might be referring to. He hands her a drink, meaning the courage, I guess. This is in reference to how she got drunk earlier in the film and was better at her job as a result. And he hands her something else, but we don't see what it is. So she starts destroying everything. And I mean, literally all of the sculptures, all of the items, pieces of art in the room, she just picks them up and throws them and they smash. It's pretty much as simple as that. To the point where, like, it's kind of fun. Like, Miles at first is just like, yeah, I mean, I could understand how you've lost basically everything, so you're just acting out like a little brat. Fine, I guess. Like, he's like,
yeah, even goes like, yeah, just go nuts, whatever, let it out.
well, my favorite part is when he smashes his own glass. He's just like, whatever, I guess. So then the weird part is that Whiskey, Lionel, Claire, and Birdie, they all start destroying stuff too. And they're like, yeah. And it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Well, yeah, I don't know what the film's going for, but it's like all these people, they are involved in
They
this.
all lied to support
They all
Miles for
lied.
money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They threw the woman who actually created everything and was effectively, seemingly, the means by which they all managed to accrue wealth. They threw her under the bus for bullshit, and now I'm meant to be here like, haha, yeah, they're rebelling against this person who they've chosen to continue to be friends with and taken all his money in order to advance their own ends.
It's really
including
cringe.
two of these guys who were willing to, like, do man missions with an explosive, as far as they're concerned, like an explosive chemical, and then distributing that widely. And it's like, fuck these guys. They all suck.
I literally don't understand this scene. They're all like celebrated how they're destroying his stuff, with Helen. Helen's doing it because her sister was killed by him after her whole fortune was stolen.
Yeah,
like her new plan failed miserably because she's a moron. I can understand why she's doing this. Everyone else, like, you're all fucking monsters. What are you doing?
Yeah, you're all involved in this. If you get it now, smash.
So, yeah, she starts destroying more and more things, and she destroys the piano, and it's like, okay, and you start feeling a little bit awkward because it's like, you're what is your goal right now? Like, you're kind of just destroying artwork.
There's
it's
so
like,
much violence against musical instruments in this movie, and I don't like it. Not a fan.
No. But the thing is, you start to think, you're like, what even is? Oh no, the Mona Lisa's in this room.
Yeah,
No.
And it feels like we're
Oh,
destroying things and we're going up a ladder. And one thing she does next is she sets fire to the bar, essentially. That was in the center of the room. And at this point, everyone else is like screaming and like, oh my god, what the fuck have you done? And even Miles is like, whoa. And this is such a moment in the movie, it's like, okay, you were destroying stuff, but now you've like put people in danger. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And they have this
She
fucking
understands that
lame
this
as
is
hell...
hydrogen shit.
They have this lame as hell shot where the flames are going and you have everyone screaming, but she, by the way, it looked like she had alcohol on her like shoes when she lit it. It'd just been funny if those lit up and she's just like,
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Somebody help! Life for my feet.
But yeah, they do this. They got this shot where she is rising from the flames.
Whoa.
Remember the
Cringe.
speech about disruptors? Keep that in mind.
This is cringe.
I guess. Yeah, of course.
Because especially coming in right at the moment where I'm like, I don't know about this, love. I'm not sure if I don't know about this. Like you're going a little bit too far now. Because, like I said, putting people in danger is not a great look.
Well,
because
and
you're
also
angry.
one of the, I think the piano belonged to a famous musician or a famous artist created it. I can't remember who exactly.
I think it was
Yeah,
Liberace or
like
something.
that.
I'd be careful to
Yeah.
trust
Piano,
it though,
yeah, it
because
was like
it's
Liberace's.
Birdie that says it. So
Oh, right.
True.
if you
Okay,
remember,
whatever.
Ryan writes her as a
Yeah.
moron, so I'd be careful to trust it.
Well, I mean, nevertheless, these were created by somebody and have now been destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I'm appealing to, is that they're all artwork
Yeah.
and you're just destroying them
All
to
art.
get back at Miles, question mark, which to me feels like the opposite of what most movies will try and go for as a strong message when they have writing. Like, I just want him to
What?
suffer at this point. It's like, oh, that's...
Oh.
a lot of movies will
It's
try
really-
and take what
alright.
is essentially the high road. This film is not interested in that.
No.
It's just
Roads
like
are
a
for
temper
pussies.
tantrum.
Billionaire's
Basically. And if
bad. Do what you gotta
she's
do.
mad for a reason, but she's just like letting out her aggression.
Like I
Well,
said,
it's
I think
what
she's
she
crossing the
really
line
needs.
hugely when it's just
Yeah.
gone beyond even... It didn't even seem to be mattering to Miles at first, and she was just destroying it for the sake of fucking destroying artwork, but also
Yeah.
endangering other people. It's where it's like, isn't
Setting a
this...
fire, yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Especially given where this goes.
I'll
We'll
still
get to
say,
it.
for people in chat, you're still probably like, how is this gonna help her overall, though? She's just... Is that the point? Is she's just gonna destroy things he likes, and then she feels she's won? Like, well, I guess this continues. She set the sprinkler system off. And Miles is like, all right, you gotta seriously stop now. This is getting ridiculous. And it looks like she's kind of reaching a climax here. What's gonna happen? And he says, you gotta walk away. And she says, yes, with a reminder of why my sister walked away in the first place. It's like, wait, what? And we flash back. Benoit handed her the stone of clear, basically. The thing that there's no fucking way he should still have.
That was given to him by
He still had it that whole time. He never got it taken back off him. Now, again, you might be thinking, well, what does that change? What does her having that do?
Well, got a treat for you.
Like, look at this. It's just like, okay. Like, there's a lot of significance on this. I think even me at this point, I was like, whoa. And then it zooms into, like, the heating systems, the cooling systems, and the fax machine. And you're like, okay. It's funny. It's funny for someone to reference the "this is not meth" scene because you don't understand how suitable that is.
That's right.
So she's throwing it, and everyone's looking, and they're all like, "Uh-oh!" It starts up a big fire, and it all gets sucked into, I guess, the air conditioning of some sort.
Ventilation
then-
and smoke sucking.
Claire says Hindenburg, which is what she referenced before, and now I'm just gonna go frame by frame.
Oh God!
Here we go.
And
Here we go.
I want you to keep an eye on how.
So
Guys.
big.
Yeah, look at where the other
Guys.
fires come from.
Guys.
They're all
It travels through
dead.
the pipes or something. I don't know. Fuck it.
They're
Ah, look, there's other
Dead.
explosions off on the side, like a chain reaction.
the fucking
of
toast, mate.
explosion. Look at that explosion. Look at the other explosions
Oh, man,
that are popping
everyone's
up all
dead.
over
It's
the
a
place.
happy ending.
the
This is-
entire area
This-
is dead.
This for when I first saw this film, I was what the fucking several times over. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Like,
I-
what is this?
I don't know who's the good guy.
Yeah. Look at this. Boom.
Oh, but viewer, it gets even worse.
That's what I was gonna say.
It
It's not even
actually
over.
does. It actually
don't-
does. It's not over.
This, yeah. And so Benoit Blanc is just watching happily, and he just says, "Disruption."
Lamau.
You're all dead.
Oh, by the way, he's chilling
That
with the
is
rando from the beginning of the movie.
I genuinely
Good thing
think.
he's out here rather than just
Yeah.
in.
I actually have a
somewhere else
feeling
where it
that's
could
what's
be added.
happening here for writing, is that it's like, see, Benoit rescued that guy to make sure he wouldn't have been hurt. It's like,
From his room
okay,
or
okay.
from...
You know what? That's really concerning about what it means. That
exactly.
He thought was gonna happen here.
that means
Yes.
that means Benoit knows what was going to happen, which we already know he was.
It
Look how
means
calm he
he-
is about this.
Well, yeah,
Mhm.
that would essentially means that he needs to, I get how to phrase it, dangerous enough to consider it a rescue.
Yes. And so we see
But
the room,
not
as you can see
okay.
here. It is annihilated, but everyone's okay. There's fire, rubble, and destruction
Look
everywhere.
at this.
His fucking
There's
car
glass
breaks through the
everywhere.
ceiling and crashes into the center of the room.
See,
You-
it's going where he's going. Remember
Yeah.
how I said that earlier? It's really clever and brilliant.
So good.
Great.
So yeah, to make it clear, major criticism is that Helen has been annihilated. She tried to kill everyone and herself.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't
there
was no re-
understand. And
There was
fucking
no reason for you to assume that would
Benoit-
not happen.
Benoit's the one that put that in her head, and it matches all the shit that he said earlier. And I don't know if this was intentional, where he says like, "I can't operate outside of the courts. You're gonna have to do the fucking part where you kill
Because,
everyone."
Of course.
I don't want to lose my
operate
job.
out- I can't operate outside of the courts, but you, a citizen who lives in a country with law, you can do it.
You can do it.
Buddy.
I don't understand. What the fuck?
I don't.
Did she
Dude,
actually?
she
What
could've
was her
killed-
intention? Can someone Can someone actually argue what her
Or did
definitive
she-
intention was, with supported by references?
She had to have known that that could have killed all of them. And in fact, it
Yes.
should have. Look at those explosions. Look at that shit. Think about the debris, the shock waves, the heat. Like come on.
Having glass showered on top of you can
Yeah,
kill you too.
I know that this is a movie, but in real life, glass is sharp. When you got, like,
Very
a million little
sharp.
pieces falling
Dude.
on you.
Look at those flamethrowers that go towards the Mona Lisa. It's like
Yeah.
five.
Wait,
we're not
hold
there
on,
yet, we're
wait,
not
we're
there
not
yet.
there yet.
Oh, just
A
showed
room
up
that's
in
almost
the
Hindenburg.
thingy though.
A room that's almost entirely on fire would suck almost all the oxygen out of the room too.
Yep.
No, there's no
smoke
no
either.
smoke.
Where's all the smoke?
No smoke
No
either.
smoke.
Is a great little sequence that yeah. So it's just nothing makes any sense anymore. And Benoit's a ballsed up character too. It was already bad enough that he was so stupid, but he signed off on killing everybody because they couldn't solve the fucking case. That is the worst result for a detective in anything ever. When they go, "I can't figure this out. I'm gonna kill you all."
Talk about a sore loser. Jesus Christ.
But
But you know,
seriously
like,
though,
you have to do it.
You have investigative stories where they sometimes, like, there are plenty of episodes of Law and Order, right, where they don't succeed. And
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you just, that's the consequence. You failed. It didn't work. Maybe you did everything right and it didn't work. It's just that's how it goes.
Yeah.
And you have
And
to
then
find
they
a way to
murder
deal
everybody,
with
right?
that.
yeah, you just kill everybody,
Yeah.
and,
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
that's right.
film
Yeah, that's what
fucking
Stapler
backs
did. He
that.
just whipped out the-
As though, you know what, if you can't beat the bad guy within the system, you should just fucking lop their head off. Enough.
Yeah, and way to pin it on a black woman, by the way. It's like, come on.
She blew it all up. Well, it's a really weird choice in general, because she's sold as a very good person throughout this film, but she does the most monstrous act in all of it.
But I
Because
think
the
film
others came
needs to
close, right?
acknowledge that-
By acknowledging the manned
film-
mission, by securing clear, but she deliberately tried to blow everyone up.
But I think the film almost believes, like, well, no, she didn't try and blow them up. She just blew up all of the property, and it's like, but
They are
No, in-
inside
in
the
the
property.
center of it.
a lot of them are injured. Plenty of them are injured. They've got cosmetic, scars. Nothing too bad, but like, that's because you wrote the story to bend the laws of physics, like to accommodate the story you want, and it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, I suppose it's time to
Yeah.
move on. So, as was mentioned by Metal, there are flamethrowers piling into the Mona Lisa right now. For some fucking reason, that's just the way it's working. But of course, it's protected by the glass, and it's not going to go down anytime
Really?
soon. Unless... someone
What a
was to
terrible place
press.
to put the world's most famous painting.
Yeah, such an
Like a
unfortunate reality. Sorry, I'll put it on screen so you can see it better. There are just
Francis
flamethrowers
never gonna
piling
make
into
that
it.
mistake again.
But yeah, you need to press the override, and you kill the Mona Lisa now. That's just how it works. So,
Which, that is her objective right now, is to destroy the Mona Lisa.
which genuinely
And
at this
she is
point in the
just-
film
so-
is confusing.
To lay
I
it
thought she was
out,
going
she
to
ju-
try and save
she
it. I
ju-
really did.
She just blew up this room full of people, and then she gets up after all of that as like, you're next, Mona Lisa. I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you. Fuck you for ruining my life, Mona Lisa.
Like,
I'm
he is
gonna
running
get my revenge
with
on you.
furious intent towards the Mona Lisa
Well, and have
to
you-
get
The
it set on
express
fire.
purpose of
Something that's
destroying
curious
it.
is it looks like all the other characters don't wanted to stop, which makes sense.
Don't want her to do that. Well, of course it makes sense. It's the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, like what? Like, there's no. Why
at
would
that
you
run.
destroy the Mona Lisa? Like what? And yeah, all
Whatever
of
it takes to make a
Well,
rich guy cry.
But isn't it funny though that the two of them can't stop her because there's an explosion near them and it knocks them to the
Yeah.
ground? Like, oh god, what have
He's
you
got kind of a
done?
Gal Gadot
Want
run,
all of that
too.
glass and fire. Hope they don't get serious injuries from that.
But he's barefoot among all that glass.
Yeah, so
I saw Die Hard.
And
But
Ethan
we
Hawke
can-
should get a guide her through
We
that
can all
process.
calm down because ultimately she ain't gonna get anywhere. This is Edward Norton is gonna run her off the trail because he's actually about to
Yeah.
connect with her pretty hard, and he's a guy. He's
Easy
gonna
grab.
slam right into it. You don't even need to actually like grip her. You can just fucking bash her. Like
Yeah.
it's over. And you know the direction he's coming from. This is gonna be pretty easy too. It's like lined up perfectly. So here we go, chat. I hope you're paying attention here. All right. So he's got her. You can see from here. He's just gonna fucking annihilate her.
Clearly,
She's
he's a
done.
big guy. He's a
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
easy
so much
grab,
taller
no
than her.
problem, right?
and
Man, oh,
he's
so lucky.
Consider what he's.
This football
So it's
tackle
done.
right here.
Man, I'm so lucky he got her, man.
It's not a
I mean, I
great-
don't know.
Not a great grab here of all the options he had, but he's
No.
opted for this, and that's fine. It's going to work. All you need to do is just
thank God. What a
close
hero.
down on them tendons. Make sure that... Oh,
Yeah.
that's not a good
Oh,
grip
man.
either. It's just...
Yeah,
Oh, that's...
your fingers, close them. No, curl your fingers.
You're not doing anything.
Well, that's okay.
You're
No,
just sort of-
no,
you-
that's
you're
not
Miles,
you're
no.
grabbing,
Miles,
you're
what are you doing?
Throw her down.
Miles, no, Miles,
Oh, that-
Miles. Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
So,
no.
I want everyone
Why
to
are you
understand the
doing that?
reality here.
Fingers.
This is the
Colossus
hero
burn.
tried to rescue the Mona Lisa and failed. That's what happened.
Yep.
Every person, it's like Colossus said, they have like 4 or 5 moments, and he failed.
Yeah.
He failed to stop her from going up to press the button. Why would you write this? I don't-
Well, yeah. So
I
this
don't
this is it. This is
Yeah, look,
this is
here it
Glass
is.
Onion, and I know that loads of people never even thought to consume this fucking story, but they have through EFAP. And yes, this everything we've told you is true. This is what happens. The Mona
Yeah.
Lisa is incinerated.
Gets
Look.
burned to a
Oh
pile of
my
ash.
We can just sit on that
Fucking
image,
Mona
I
Lisa.
suppose.
Yeah.
We often talk about like the inconsistencies, but like the emotional impact of watching the hero of the story desperate to burn the Mona Lisa for the only reason of annoying someone.
Yeah.
Really
It's like,
fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Maybe don't put this in your film, or have the villain do it as like the inciting
Yeah.
incident for world outrage.
Yeah, really.
I think
How do
it's
you
worth
just? Ugh.
you're destroying
Within
the Mona
seconds,
Lisa.
you've turned the hero of your story into the ultimate villain.
There is an additional
'Cause-
reason she does this. We're not going to bring it up yet because it destroys the
No,
film
not
again.
yet, because we can just go on this image of going up there to destroy one of, like, I don't even know why I keep saying one of the most well-known pieces of art, like, ever. Something that is
Hmm.
Yeah, like-
meaningful to many, 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 many people around the world, and you destroyed it.
It's the
Yeah, you-
foundation
because-
of art itself.
It doesn't even belong to him, it belongs to France. And
Belongs-
broadly, it belongs to the world.
Kind of,
Yeah.
in a way, you know.
Yeah.
kind of
And you
is.
burnt it. And you did this, and you did, and this right after trying to blow up all the people in this room. So
Yeah.
it's like, it wasn't even finished there. It's like that wasn't enough.
No,
Like, it was
seriously,
safe.
consuming
It
this as a
was
story is baffling. You just like, why?
It's absolutely,
Why?
it's baffling. Why? Why would you do this? What is the way that I'm meant to read this?
That it's
'Cause,
hilarious if someone was to
I don't think it's
destroy
meant
the
to be
Mona Lisa by
hilarious. It's meant to
fire.
be like, I don't know. This is what I mean. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that.
Triumphant. Like she's
it
good on you for willing to be willing to do that.
He
Nah.
fucking
destroys something that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the world ultimately, and why?
I just
We
say
find
from-
out why.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well,
It'll
we're gonna
make
move
him
on
sad.
soon enough. I just like can you consider as well from a meta standpoint? It's like all those fuckers who think I killed Star Wars. I'm gonna kill the Mona Lisa.
I'm gonna kill. Oh, they say I destroy
so what-
art,
what do
do
you-
they?
Because the thing is that later we'll have to talk about the argument in favor of this from the
Yes.
story's perspective.
It's not
Yeah.
good.
No, it's not. Man, this image though, isn't it just like, oof?
There's a reason this is
Yeah.
our thumbnail.
It makes
I
me
got
uncomfortable.
It does.
Yeah.
make me
I don't like
uncomfortable.
it.
Yeah, it's an
I
uncomfortable
got-
image.
I
got
really
pretty
don't like
mad.
looking at it.
And it would be really lame if someone's like, it's just a painting, or like it's just a piece of property. It's like, I don't know, man.
'Cause I
Art's
know it's
really
not
important to
real,
human
thanks.
beings.
It can be replaced.
Oh,
Oh
what-
wait, no, it can't.
It
Well,
is
of course,
real, though.
talking in the context of the story itself, if someone's like, yeah, but it's property, it's like, well, it's not yours for starters. But even then, I thought we all agreed that like art. What are we watching here? This is meant to be art, right? This is a movie.
What
You
if she
know?
went out and just
Like-
went out and did a big book burning? Like, what then?
It's just, I don't know, man. Like, why would I believe that you're the hero for going out of your way to destroy a painting? You didn't have to do it. You
Just
didn't
to-
have to do everything that you did up until this point, but then you woke up after blowing up this room full of people and looked at the Mona Lisa and decided, I'm not done yet. I just don't understand. What am I meant to make of her?
But look how funny it is. Look at his reaction. What a loser.
Yeah.
I mean, oh yeah, what
Oh,
a
what a
loser.
loser.
Even though
Now he's
this happened-
crying.
Remember
No,
what
it's
happened
worth
when the
Now
when
I
the
just
Notre
feel
Dame,
sympathy
the
for
Notre
him. I
Dame,
mean,
like, people cried when the Notre
that's
Dame
how I
like
would react.
Exactly. He gave us his explanation for how it made him feel and the inspiration he got from it and how much care he wants to consider it with. Yes, there's a selfish element of like I want to be remembered alongside it, but like this means everything to him. And it's like you, haha, I made you feel bad now. You're like,
not only to him,
Okay.
but many people who aren't in this room who
well,
when they
the point of
find out,
the point of highlighting him is that we don't even need to bring them in. I almost feel bad just for the fact that this man here is experiencing trauma from the fact that you destroyed the Mona Lisa. Why is this like a good thing? It's like, well, he's a bastard. He killed other people. It's like, okay, but like punish him for
that's
that.
why we
Why are you
pursue
destroying the
people
Mona
through
Lisa? What is
Why
this?
bring her into this?
Not the entire
Exactly.
world.
She didn't
Yeah.
do anything to you.
she didn't do anything. Leonardo da Vinci certainly didn't do anything to you.
No, definitely
and
not.
Frantz,
Maybe
I don't
she
know what
just doesn't
Frantz
like
did to you
teaching Da
either, but
Vinci
like,
to her
you know
first
what?
grade class or whatever the hell it was.
I guess. I mean, like, come on.
It
What was
feels
the
like
point
when
here? Well, we
like,
know what the point is. I know.
like if I murdered someone and instead of putting me in jail or whatever, you kill my mother, I'd just be like, what?
Well, why?
Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, but you're pretty upset now, aren't you?
Yeah.
I guess
Get
it's
wrecked,
conceivable.
idiot.
It'd be like if you there was just some guy walking by and you punched him in the face, just like, damn, that's what you get. And then he's just there rolling on the ground, like, oh, why? I was just walking here. Don't
Who
drag
are
me
you?
into it.
So, why did she do it?
Oh, I'm sure it's make all the
Tell
sense.
me why.
He just said, you've accomplished nothing. And she said, your fuel of the future just barbecued the Mona Lisa, the world's most famous painting, you dumbass.
Well,
No, you did that.
It
Actually.
didn't
You did
have a
that.
will of its own.
Opening
Uh,
up the case.
And then she says, congratulations on the public launch of Clear and the end of Miles Braun. And he is stunned into silence. As a
Whereas
man-
what he would actually say is, there's a lot of
it's
physical
not the
evidence.
end of Miles Braun. He'll go
There's-
down in history.
Also, yeah, you're ruined and you got what you got your wish. You'll be remembered in the same breath as the Mona Lisa forever. I actually want to summarize more of this scene because then we can just pick it to fucking death because it's a horrible
Yes.
scene.
Yes.
So yeah,
Go for
she walks off happy. She's done everything she wants, and so he's like, "All right, everyone, let's get our story straight. She did all this bullshit. No, we're not letting this happen. We're gonna beat her up. We're gonna annihilate her, right, gang? We all saw the same thing. We know what happened. Am I right?" And they one by one decide, you know what? We're gonna say what we need to say. We're gonna lie to bring down Miles. We are switching teams. Christ. So yeah,
okay,
I'll
then.
pause. I'll
I-
pause there, and we can talk about that.
Man,
So
where,
first of
where
all-
to
No,
where to
why?
start? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, first of all, we
First
can
of-
start with them
yeah.
just going, what? Because all their eardrums are blown out from the explosion.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Mhm. It's like
I
I,
guess
can
they're
hear
not
you.
bitter about the fact that she tried to kill them all.
She
Yeah,
tried
so
to kill
They're
them
not
all.
pissed about that.
Yeah, the
at
big thing
all?
to take away is that they've had their change of heart after she tried to kill them all.
And
Yep.
then burned down a priceless artifact that we will never get
That
back.
they tried to
Yep.
stop her from burning down.
Mhm.
Which I would hope that even if they don't care about that painting, they would understand how much it means
It-
to people around the
I
world.
feel like the film and just normal, human nature tells you that if anything, they would be further to Miles' side than hers. But no, they're
Yeah.
apparently now switching. Why?
Yeah.
Especially considering
Well,
that switching their side means admitting that you lied under oath, so you're going to jail.
Yeah,
that's
I
per-
mean, it's
and
just
you're
So
going to
this-
be
help them at
remembered
all.
as well.
But the thing is, normally for me, I would have expected you to throw that in as a just knowledge of how things work and that you would. But it's like it's mentioned in the film. Benoit's already said they committed perjury, and he's talking about the fact that he knows they're
Yep.
lying. They are now going to admit they were lying. They will have to deal with the consequences of having committed perjury.
Mhm.
Exactly. And also, by the way, all of you guys, you were all committing to going down with him too. He'll bring you all down with him, and you'll all be
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
remembered as being responsible for the destruction of the painting, which that'll follow you forever.
So yeah,
Follow
doesn't make
you
any
forever.
sense. Wouldn't happen.
For as
Not
long-
happening. In fact, I almost don't believe it would have happened post this scene. They're all just delirious right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Afterward, they're like, well, that was insane, guys. She tried to kill us and then destroy the Mona Lisa.
I'm not gonna be on her
I
side.
can't believe I
Fuck
had to say that
bitch.
sentence.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So then,
And you really
I
think
don't know-
these gaggle of douchebags are not going to squeal on each other the moment they're
I
interrogated?
don't honestly, dude. I don't even know
Yeah.
that their fucking testimony would matter compared to like. So he's got no way of proving any of this because there's no cameras, but he does have fingerprints that are everywhere.
Oh
Even
yes.
when a building burns down, there is physical
on the
evidence of
fucking
the police
button.
investigators. Well, the button. There's the big thing is that her fingerprints will just be on the button, and even if they're
Yep.
not, there would be other information that would be available to them. Like people are pretty clever. You'd be surprised by how clever people can be,
Oh
and
yeah.
how many things you can figure out if you get the right people with the right amount of knowledge to be like, so something went into the ventilation system of this place from a fire that originated here around all of this shattered glass and destroyed stuff.
Yeah. Also, there's this weird substance in there that we don't really know what that is. Like, oh, what's going on with this? That's
It must have been
weird.
a spark, right? Because this substance would have been flowing through all of this all day. So there must have been some sort of conduit for that. Oh,
hmm
somebody threw like a substance into a fire and then caused an explosion.
Yeah. Also, hey,
Oh.
that wood in this bar looks kind of weird. Did someone smash that before
then-
that happened?
and
What's
then, by
going
the
on
way,
here?
All he needs is for one of them to roll. He doesn't need all of them.
Exactly.
Like, and as soon as you
Dude,
do that, yeah,
Yeah.
like.
At least one of them is gonna.
Well, what I'm suggesting is as soon as one of them does, they're all fucked because like it's just.
Oh yeah.
And they're all going to
Set
keep
off-
a lying. Like, how are they going to maintain a lying story about whatever happened in there? What, like, are they going to say Miles did it all? What is the motive? I guess the
Yeah.
insurance. This is that's the other thing. Miles mentioned he has all of this. All of it's insured. He's going to be fucking trillionaire.
yeah.
Malicious
Or what
act
if
by
your-
absolutely.
Your insurance company didn't know about the clear or whatever, so you're not protected.
The thing about that is, I'd be curious how it all works
Yeah.
when the person who did it, like, what if the insurance doesn't protect against clear would be a strange thing. 'Cause it's just an explosive at that point, right?
Mhm.
Well, the reality would be that it would like, oh, you did it, so you're responsible for this and all the damage that followed from it.
Yeah,
in
like,
which case, it's like
We should
you
probably
owe the French
mention
government
Helen
millions
is
of
going to
dollars.
jail for the rest of her life.
Oh yeah.
She
The
destroyed
world will
Mona-
never forgive her.
No.
She destroyed the Mona
Dude,
Lisa.
there'll be people who want to kill her. There're going to be people
was-
who will
yeah,
hunt her down and kill her.
absolutely.
Yeah.
She might.
Yeah.
She will probably be killed. Yeah.
Yeah, way to go, Benny. I'm glad you pinned that all on her.
Because,
Yeah.
That's something that we need to mention. This is beyond the 8 counts of attempted. like,
This, because we should just address the major thing then, because she's under the impression that the news story will be the reality of Clear is that it explodes, and in that disaster having happened, the launch of Clear, it detonated and destroyed the Mona Lisa. Now, yeah, you know what? That could be thrown out by some pathetic hack of a fucking reporter doing that, because someone's gonna be like, "How'd that happen then?" It's like, "Oh, well, someone threw Clear into a fire and it blew up the whole room, and then they removed the security from the Mona Lisa so the flames ate it up." It's like, I'm sorry, who did that? Helen Brand. Helen Brand did that.
it'd be in the schematic, surely, of like, oh, there was a mechanism to guard the Mona Lisa that activates when things like this happen. So did it fail? It's like, well, if we look, no, it doesn't look like it failed. So someone
and
pressed that.
I'm just like, we don't need to do a like, oh, I wonder what may have happened in that way. It's like, no. The 7 of us now remove this fucking movie from your memory, and we find out the Mona Lisa is destroyed. We'd all be like, "What the fuck? How did that happen?"
Oh, the fuck
and you
did
find
that
out
happen?
there's this new energy source called Clear. It exploded and destroyed it. It was a horrific, horrible thing that happened. We'd be like, "More information, please. What happened?" And they'd be like, "What do you
Yeah.
mean? What do you mean? What happened? You know, the Clear did it. Clear's responsible, and the guy who runs it is called, John Smith. We all hate him now." It's like, no, what happened? What happened? And then they'll be like, "Well, there was a woman who tossed
Well,
it into
first
a
of all,
fire and
France-
removed the security." And then we can be like, "Who the fuck is this woman?" And you go, "Well, her name is Helen Brown." You're like, "Right, where does she live?" Like, what?
what's not even earlier? It's like, well, first of all, France needed a bit of money.
It doesn't-
Baguettes were running short, so we
I don't think they
just took a little
understand.
loan.
Like, the history books are not going to remember Miles as having destroyed the Mona Lisa with his Project Clear. They're going to remember this horrible witch lady that tried to assassinate the Mona Lisa for some reason.
Yeah.
A gas leak at the Louvre or something. If there was somehow a gas leak and then it got ignited and then it blew everything up, people wouldn't be like, natural gas. Fucking
Yeah.
We
destroyed
hate
the
you,
Louvre."
natural
it.
gas.
It's not-
Dude, that would go as far as, like, who the fuck made those pipes?
Well, it's like who was meant to oversee, like, and do maintenance and all of that. Like, that's the scenario that has been concocted here is absurd. Like, they're gonna like give people some credit. They can figure out some real crazy things with forensics and science, and just using your brain to like talk to people and then piece together their stories. Give them a little bit of credit. I know that your investigator is an idiot, but like there are investigators out there who are incredibly intelligent. And this is the Mona Lisa, man. You know how many eyeballs are going to be on this? Like how many people are going to be involved in this investigation?
Oh, a lot.
It's the Mona Lisa. I feel like we've said that like 50 million times
By
at
the
this
way,
point. But
One of them is, I saw him driving away from Andy's house the night she was killed. That's Lionel saying that's like, that is a straight up lie. It's impossible to have taken place with the information you've already given.
Oh, by
Exactly.
the way, doesn't she also get something for, I don't know, burning Duke's body or something?
Well, I was about
Just
to say,
something.
no, I was about to say nobody cares that Duke
Nobody-
is in there.
yeah.
burning up. All of
He's
his
a-
flesh is
Oh, dude.
Fire in there.
I wouldn't even know where to begin to stack. I'd need to talk to someone to figure out all the crimes she's committed.
It's a bunch.
I don't even.
There's
know
got
I
to be
would
some law degree guy here in the chat. You've got some homework ahead of you, my friend.
Oh,
the list of things, the list of crimes she's committed. Like, it's staggering.
And
Yeah.
like,
How many-
what was it all in aid of? Like, well, the rich guy feels bad now, doesn't he?
yeah,
It was
right.
worth it.
I'd say a lot of people are going to feel bad when they find out that the Mona Lisa has been destroyed.
This
Mhm.
is the thing. Miles Braun is not going to be the focus of the conversation.
No.
It's going to be a certain lady.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
even
of course.
if
You
even
can
if
bet your ass
everyone
Miles got good lawyers too.
even if everyone bought the story that really this was all his fault, it's like, well, we destroyed the Mona Lisa in the process just to blame it on him. Like that's revenge, I guess.
Yeah.
You didn't
I-
have to destroy it.
Yeah, you. Oh man.
What's to be made of all these people? Like, am I meant to be like, good on you guys? Because, like, it's not. You had
No.
opportunities. You could have done the right thing, and this was the worst time to do what you believe is the right thing. To protect who tried to kill all of you, for starters, including people who had absolutely nothing to do with cutting the sister out from the company. Like, what did Whiskey have to do with any of that?
No, that's the
did,
thing. Whiskey feels disconnected from all of this.
Yeah.
What about the assistant, too? She wasn't involved in that.
Yeah, Peg.
And you
she's,
tried-
yeah.
As well. You could have killed this guy. You didn't know that the guy that Benoit, whatever his name is, hanging out with was okay. You don't even know if there were actually, like, people who work in this building, you know? Like, he said that no one else was there, but what if there was, like, just some little janitor guy who's just like, I'm the janitor, I'm just around to clean up, you know? Every
Yeah.
now and then you blow him up.
There's a lot of people have
Um,
been saying, I think it was in a super chat and a couple people in chat saying, like, why didn't they incorporate him playing with his lighter and then the gaseous nature of the, you make it so that his own creation destroys his own obsession with the Mona Lisa. Isn't that the way you do this?
Instead of having
This is
her-
how we all kind of set it up anyway. Because, like, oh, look how bad this is and how fucked up and anything.
And
And
like,
then
it can
somewhere
make him
during
learn,
the-
too. His hubris destroyed the one thing he loved more in the world than anything.
Yeah. This seems like the fucking obvious way to do
It's
it.
his mistake.
But we make this
Oh.
fucking meth dream at the end where it's like, haha, now the rich guy is angry. It's like, what the fuck are you? Why?
I guess I'd just
What am
be
I to what
curious.
am I to take from this? Oh, you can fuck shit up if you want to, if it makes someone bad you don't like. It's like what? What am I supposed to take from this?
Just
What
throw a
is
hissy fit.
Yeah,
what is the
basically.
actual steel man in terms of like the moral framework here? You've been wronged by somebody, therefore you can destroy something that isn't theirs.
Yeah.
Belongs to- 'Cause even
I
if
can't. You
were
can't
right,
spin this. It's impossible.
No.
It's the Mona Lisa. It's the fucking Mona Lisa.
why didn't you make it like no? You know, well, no, because the actual argument applies like even if it was some like little. Imagine if it was just like a little stick figure. It's like, oh yeah, my son drew that, and then you destroyed it. That would still also be like, wow, you'd have to go and do that.
Yeah.
You know.
And then she gets this
Destroy
fucking
that.
walk off, just like, yeah, I saved
Well,
the
yeah,
day.
I was gonna say
Like,
the story
no,
isn't
fuck
quite
off.
over. We've got like 2 seconds left. Basically, the police are arriving, so Benoit and Helen are arrested. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope so.
If
Fucking
not
hope
dead
so.
by
Yeah.
glass, yeah.
Because
No one's leaving here anytime soon.
yeah, they're still on the island, right? There's no way off, so they're still there. And they said the police would arrive by 6 a.m. And it looks like, I guess this would make some sense that they're coming in now.
Dude, just imagine them starting to arrive and all they see is a big ass explosion. It's like, what the fuck is happening on that island?
Yeah, and you
we
have
need
them
to
all
back-
rushing out, and like, what are we? Can you imagine all the stories? This is the kind of thing the police need body cams to record everything everyone says. But Miles is gonna be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, that one officer arrested her. She blew everything up. She fucking nearly killed all of us." And what are you gonna have? Like the shithead people running out going, "No, actually, Miles did it. Miles was the one that did I saw Miles kill the." I did
just gotta look over and see that they're just sitting there all chill. It's like you're chill after an explosion. Do you know how suspicious that looks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the
seriously,
way-
this film is not over. Having the police arrive and then we hit credits. You kidding me?
Dude.
By the time we get to Knives Out 3, I'm meant to believe, Miles Braun, the world-renowned destroyer of the Mona Lisa.
Dude, they're gonna mention that. They're gonna mention
They'll
that in
mention
the
it,
third
yeah.
one.
Well,
You're
they
absolutely,
will.
you're damn right. They'll make it canon that Miles Braun is hated.
Yeah,
Or he
yeah.
hung himself in his jail cell or something.
Oh my god.
They'll make sure to tell us he's lost everything. He's on the streets, escaping the police, and then he got captured and thrown into jail for 10 life sentences.
Also, can we talk about the random guy, the fucking stoner guy that just hangs out and gets drunk or whatever?
What do you want to say
What
about
the-
it?
I don't know. It's just he seems to be friendly with Miles because it's like, oh yeah, he hangs out here. He doesn't have a face or something, and then just happily watches the whole thing explode and doesn't even give a shit. Like,
Oh,
who
you're
the
right, yeah.
fuck are
Yeah,
you?
dude,
He's
there
just
goes my
some
home, man.
toss-away
That's
guy.
cool.
Not even
Who the
funny.
fuck are you? He would be like, holy shit, what happened here?
No,
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
assume
no, no,
he
no.
likes
Normal
Miles.
people see an enormous explosion when they know that the place is populated and they rest. They go, ah.
Oh, okay.
That's what normal people do.
What
That's what
happens,
I've read about.
happens, man.
He's gonna be-
Weird
he's gonna be a-
movies.
He's
Where's
gonna be a
that?
witness, some sort. Oh, what did you say? It's like, oh no, this guy came to my room. It's like, oh, this is gonna explode everyone. We better should get out and watch the explosions from the outside and have a beer and a cigar.
Bro, this is my home, dude. What are you talking about?
Like, I legit am baffled by this film because like, we'll never get justice for Andy's murder. That's not like gonna happen. That case is just
Exactly.
done. There's no evidence
Oh
for
yes,
it.
GG.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, but
I
fuck
mean-
her. She's not in the film.
what a bold
Well-
fucking choice where you just have that be the case. Like, oh well. And it's
Yeah.
not like it's intentional. It doesn't come across like the film is saying sometimes you don't get the bad guys, sometimes they get away with something. It just seems like we sort of gave up. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna
think
just,
about
like,
it. Think about the other one.
No, they got their
Now-
revenge.
yeah, no,
Alright,
it's one
so,
of the
like-
last shot of the movie is absolute fucking genius. She's just like the Mona Lisa. You
Fuck
see?
off. You don't have the right.
I wish she was
to do
burned
that.
to a crisp.
Don't even.
To a crisp.
yeah,
Some,
some jets of fire just come out of the beach floor. Just-
Yeah.
it's
The
such a like
universe
after
itself
everything
is even angry.
after everything you threw at us, you throw this. Like really, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just destroyed this valuable piece of art, and I'm gonna post like it is and do the last frame. It's like, what? Why? Why? You just showed me that you you don't give a shit that you just did that. So why
But-
even? Why are we doing this? What does it mean? Fringy, what does it mean? I don't understand.
What it is. You guys don't understand. The point is that she really just because
Correct.
remember how you don't destroy like nobody actually wanted her to destroy the Mona Lisa, and she did it.
Oh,
That's
good
pretty-
job.
There's
pretty
that. There's the
disruptive.
disruption. There's another thing as well. If you go back to what Miles said of why he found the Mona Lisa so inspiring or interesting, is that the way that it's built, all the brushstrokes and stuff, every time you look at it, you might be able to interpret something else. Is she happy? Is she sad? Is she satisfied? I think the point of that is Ryan's asking his audience, how do you think she feels about this ending? And it's like, she's satisfied. She just said, I got I got the son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? She's a bad person. It's pretty straightforward.
Not even the question.
I find it funny. Like, she's like, what is truly going on in Helen's head? It's like, she's an asshole.
Yeah. Goes to jail for a long time. Ever.
I've been trying to think about the sort of morality of what happens here at the end, and I was thinking about it, and it's like, okay, you have a loved one who gets killed by someone who tries to rob them, and they accidentally kill your parent, let's say, and then you try to, get them arrested and charged for the murder, but it doesn't work, right? You don't have the evidence, right? So then you go blow up an art museum and frame them for it, and it's like, and it works.
Didn't you have like blown up an orphanage or something?
Like a normal person.
Well, I mean, Rags is right. We can have plenty of orphanages and orphans. We can't have plenty of Mona Lisas.
Yeah, you can always get more orphans.
Yeah, that's easy.
Our problem isn't that we have not enough orphans.
They're everywhere. Mona Lisas are not running around everywhere.
What?
You see, I couldn't get justice the normal way, so I did something horrible and then framed them for it. So
exactly,
that makes it all right.
And for some reason, the others went along with it. I don't know. It just worked.
And that's the movie people are saying you can't understand. It's too intelligent for you.
Yeah.
If that makes you feel better, fine, okay.
I do believe I dropped all of my RQ points watching it, so maybe they have a point now.
It's so unfair that this gets to get away with it. There's lots of the films that get away with it, but this one...
I like that in chat just now. That's it? That's
the one.
That's it.
This is indeed the movie everyone's gushing over. I saw it, not even necessarily, I wasn't even really looking to watch it. Me and Mel threw it on because we were having some food, and I was like, well, we can watch this. And like, wow. And then I was like, I need to inflict this on Rags and Fringy.
And boy, did he.
Which meant I had to watch it 3 times. And you watched it 4 times now, I think?
I did, yeah. I watched it
how
today to get all the notes in place, and it was not fun.
There's something actually wrong with you.
Hey!
This is what happens when I go visit my friend. Here, let's watch this awful movie 3 times.
We also watched IT Crowd, and that was great.
That was great, yeah. IT Crowd was awesome.
Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and I thought it was pretty solid. And
I
watched that, and I would like that's a film that I would preferred to spend some time talking about. But now we talked about this film instead, and hopefully never again. But there will be another one, and it will be some more bullshit.
I cannot. I would like this to be remembered. It can't be that the third one is worse than Glass Onion. It's not possible.
They're running out of they're running out of art to destroy.
Right? It can't be right.
I think at this point they would have to have the main characters butcher an entire orphanage, like one by one, and still try to frame them as the good guys. I think that's how you do it. Make it worse. Yeah.
And then the movie ends with the Glass Onion, of course, playing in the credits. One of the worst Beatles songs. So
I feel like
it's very overrated.
Oh, there you go. That's the best frame. I think I've got it. There you go. It's an explanation.
Yes.
You know the place where nothing's.
So yeah, if they announce that Knives Out 3 is going to have time travel, then I'm immediately going to be like, "Fuck!" We win this.
He already did that though. He did the time travel, where in the future you can't commit crimes, except the whole catalyst for the story is that a crime is committed in the future.
Yes.
Glass Onion and the Multiverse of Madness.
And then it changes its rules partway through the film in terms of how the time travel works.
You know, I've seen, and I think I talked to you guys about this before because I was just fucking baffled by it, a post that was positive about the Knives Out films, very positive, thought they were brilliant, and said what they love the most about it is that Benoit Blanc is in reality a bumbling detective who likely got to his point through like lots of luck and lots of other things, but that we see that in action in these 2 movies, that he raises 2 women to the point where they can like sort of self-actualize and become exactly what they needed to sort of win their stories. And that's what his role in these movies is to kind of be an idiot, but to facilitate someone else's story. It's not about him, it's about them.
I mean, I know it's not about him, because central plot...
Okay.
It's so weird. Isn't it weird?
Solve any of the mystery.
You just sit there like, what the fuck? I kind of agree.
Well, Well, but it's odd though, because in universe he's recognized as being the world's greatest detective. Does that mean it's stolen valor? He steals the accomplishments of other people. So like, do you like him or not?
I think if Ryan heard that, he'd be like, "He's not bumbling. He's smart."
Yeah, I think he.
No,
I think
he's
he
super
would say that.
smart.
He's big smart. He plays Among Us, for God's sake.
He's
But
myself.
he's not very good at it though.
So of course he's smart.
No, he isn't. Maybe it's better at Quiplash. We didn't see that.
So yeah, this is you got Looper, TLJ, Knives Out 2. That's what I have seen of his work in thorough degree, and like I can believe they were all made by the same guy. They ooze this like this is the worst one out of the four though. Some people said like you think it's worse than TLJ. It's like yeah. Well, wait. To be fair,
I think
what I'll say is the damage done by TLJ is much worse.
Yeah, TLJ had
much
the worst
worse.
impact.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but in terms of like
Just
look, the amount of inconsistencies in every single thing we highlighted, like, I don't know, this is pretty fucking horrendous.
Well, and it's always
Mhm.
subservient to some other objective that isn't like the internal integrity of the story. It's always something else, like some sort of statement about the meta, or some like attempt to do twists on like genre, or like it's always in service of some other objective other than the integrity of the story.
Yeah, to make
Then
it
I
clear,
guess
like,
that'd be his point, right? It's in favor of the broader art statement, the artistic statement.
because I think some people are actually like, well, yeah, this fucking film burned the Mona Lisa. It's like, so there's still a sense, like, culturally of its impact in terms of just what a piss state of a film. But I would say, like, if I could undo one of them, it's going to be TLJ. It's not going to be this. Like, this, I don't care. He's destroying
is
the
its
Knives
own
Out franchise, which
bullshit.
was already shit. So I just, like,
Yeah.
whatever. Oh. And that's Knives
it's
Out.
a pretty
Wow.
intensely
Did it.
painful film in a lot of.
Glass
I said
Onion, you mean?
intensely stupid. Glass Onion is very.
That's correct. It is,
yes,
I guess,
right.
but because we covered Knives Out in the form, we did on Drinker's channel, and then we did like a video praising it. I think that was that a Filmento one? I think he was saying like finally it's proof that Ryan can write, and it was like no.
Oh no.
No, all we've
The
got at this
opposite.
point is like he is just consistent. He's
Wow.
reliable. in
Like
a
I said,
certain
there's
sense.
those little similarities you can spot in the way that he writes shit. It's funny, pathetic, but funny. Like I've seen people say like describe his work as having biting social commentary.
Yeah, it's
Bite's
not
all right.
biting is.
And what's the
why do
social
people?
commentary here?
Is it just
Billionaires
references?
It's
Bad.
references. There's no commentary. It's just references.
Yeah.
You guys have
Yes.
seen
Like,
the
it's
crazy
not-
right winger shooting his gun, talking about rhino pills, and in fact his mum controls his life because he's actually not an alpha male, right? Like, huh?
Right, and that's the commentary.
It's like what is your point though? And he's like, what do you mean? That's the point.
Again, the more relevant question always I find interesting is, can you tell me what his film is about without referencing anything he said in interviews? Because that's what happened with Knives Out. Everybody referenced and they used like
Well-
the quote, the clip of him explaining, like, yeah, it's Who Done It, then it became Thriller, then Who Done It. Every single video I said that I saw in that film referenced that interview. So what is the interview he gave for this film that will be referenced in all of the videos?
What I'm
praising the
seeing
film?
all over the internet, and it's kind of how we began this stream as well, is the whole like you didn't understand the point of this film, Glass Onion, is that not everything is as complicated as you thought it was. It's actually very simple.
I got it, but it's not
But, like,
simple
what-
though.
What is even that beyond? Is that like what I'm supposed to take from this movie? Sometimes things aren't as complicated as you thought. It can be
Or
really
is it
simple.
meant to be like, you dumbass viewer thinking that it was going to be more complicated than it is? You came into
That's
this as a
what it is.
whodunit, and
Yep.
therefore came in with expectations about how complex it would be, but it wasn't. But it was, because you had the whole thing of the twin sister
Yep.
and the entire plan that they concocted. It wasn't simple. It was kind of convoluted. And then, of course, like, the broad structure of the film is pretty convoluted as well. Like, there's a lot of jumping back and forth, a lot of new information that is totally... And I mean, does that have anything to do with, like, oh, well, there's no layers, you can see right through to the center? It's like, well, no, you can't. Because in order to do that, you need a lot of information that isn't available at the beginning. You can't figure out the twin thing until about an hour into the film. There's no information, as far as I can tell, that you can use to figure that kind of thing out. Anything that because like I said, I think I guessed that Miles did it, but it was because I was trying to figure out the meta. I was like, so you said a glass onion, and it's basically deceptive, so you're fucking with me. You're trying to deceive me. What are you doing, Ryan? As opposed to, what is the story presenting me that I can latch onto to start to figure things out?
Yep.
Written and directed by Ryan Johnson.
It's just a bullshit movie. Like, I think that's a good way to describe it. It's just bullshit.
If you thought this was good, you didn't pass a test. You fell for everything that the movie wanted you to
Well, I
think.
think
You
the
have
more
no brain of
interesting
your
question-
own.
I think the more interesting question for me is like, so what can you walk me through it? Like, what is it like genuinely? Like, what's the thing about the film that's so like mesmerizing and interesting to you? And like, could you lay it out? I think that's what I'd want. I'd just be interested, and I want to know what the references are as well, right? Like, what references can you point to in the story that'll be the things that appeal to you a lot, rather than broad meta things like what you said. Where
So
it's like,
dumb.
he's bumbling and he raises up other people. It's like, so that's just the dynamic that you like? Okay, like, I guess that's something, but it's not much of something, really.
I said, I
well-
asked someone to tell me like just positive from the writing. Just let me know what is positive about Glass Onion, and then they said they listed soundtrack, a lot of the performances, the cinematography, and much
Yeah,
of it.
sure.
And I was like, oh yeah, so I was looking for like a writing compliment, and then they said, well, that's not really fair. And I was like, it's not about that. I just want to know what
It's not
like
really
just
fair
well,
at all.
there's funny things about it. But I was trying to say like it's not about whether or not anything's fair. I really just wanted answers to the question. What is like a positive about the writing? Please let me know.
When Ryan Johnson is praised as a writer-director, I wanna know what the praise is for the script. People praise the scripts. It's just on a very vague level, or it will be like what happened with Knives Out, where it's like he changed the genre. That in and of itself is smart. So, well, I mean, that's that's genre like prescriptively versus descriptively. Like I don't know.
Well, don't you
Or
don't
is
you
it
see
all bullshit? Have I failed by even trying to figure this film out?
don't you see, Fringy? The people I hate also hated the movie. That means it was a success.
Right, yeah, I see. Yeah,
That's the
because
only
that's
lens,
a great
that's
way
the
to
lens
watch
of media
films.
criticism these days.
That's a wonderful way to watch films, is through the lens of, yeah, but what did the people I hate think about it? And I'll just form the opposite opinion.
Yeah.
It's a
What the hell
really
would you people
dull
say
way.
if you didn't have the internet? If you had to actually,
Well,
you know,
yeah, what
think
is
about
said
it
about
yourself.
Knives Out without Twitter or like
Yeah, if they didn't have a phone and only had fax machines.
Well, if you didn't have other people to provide you the correct answers on a film.
Oh,
if
you
didn't
know
have
what
other
else?
People around to tell you what you were supposed to
Right.
think.
If
Like,
they-
what would you?
If they vomited when they lied and they had fax machines to talk about the movies, we'd actually get some really decent content. Because to be honest with you, like a lot of people accuse different people here and there of like, oh, you're just shit. Like it happened under the Drinker tweet. It was like it's pretty obvious Drinker's trying to bank on the hatred of TLJ. He doesn't actually think this movie's bad. And as someone who like fucking watched it with him and talked to him about it, it's just like, guys, he didn't like it. He actually
But
didn't.
also, like, I thought because Drinker
Debatable.
enjoyed Knives Out, right?
No. No, not at
Oh,
all.
no?
You watched that with
Really?
us.
Mm.
Drinker is one of the few people on the internet, including us, that thought Knives Out was bad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must be mixing them up with someone else.
A lot of
'Cause I
people like
remember
Knives
that there
Out,
was
though.
someone
Yeah.
who watched. Well, because there was the prevailing statement of get him away from Star Wars, but on his own thing, he's great.
Well.
Yeah.
Well,
False.
Which I mean, I've seen the films. He made one Star Wars film, and I've seen the other. I haven't seen Brick. Should we watch that?
No.
Just find out. Just
Yeah.
complete the puzzle. You know.
Complete the puzzle.
So
Jeez.
boring.
Some things were not meant to
okay.
be solved.
Well, evidently, right? By trying to figure out this film, you failed because it was simple, and you're not meant to overanalyze it. Because I'm sure that Ryan Johnson didn't spend a long time sitting down with the script. Well, actually, you know what? Fuck me. Yeah, maybe he didn't. Maybe he did write this in an afternoon. I don't know.
It's-
I don't like it when you get penalized for trying to figure something out. Like that
Yeah.
you made a mistake for even
like-
attempting to take it seriously.
Like, why'd you put it in? If I'm not supposed to like watch and pay attention,
Well, surely
then why
you
did
would
you
turn
put it
down
in?
all of the. But surely you would turn down all of the accolades, right? When people are like, "Your film is brilliant," you'll be like, "Nah, it wasn't. It was stupid." Like,
Yeah,
you, no,
made
it's
it
Then
Would
at
have
least
sort
be
of
consistent.
I'm sure that that's how he would approach it when he looks at, because Knives Out and Glass Onion were very well received, both of them. They're
Yeah.
both highly well received, very, very, very highly, as in regarded as among like the top 10 films of the years that they came out.
Jesus.
Oh, pathetic. So bad.
Oh.
One thing I wanted
Guys.
to say is that
Go for it.
I don't know if there's a director who's better at wasting talented actors than Ryan Johnson.
It's incredible, right? He got Edward Norton, he got
Yeah.
Michael Shannon, and like Chris Evans and
Toni Collette.
and I can't believe I'm forgetting Halloween lady.
Halloween
Jamie
lady.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
What about
Yeah,
M. Night Shyamalan? You think he does a pretty good job of fucking this up as well?
Oh, he's up there, but
Just Disney
yeah.
in general.
Always found his films to be more fascinating, though.
Yeah.
You know, guy, how many of you have seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? How many of you
I have.
saw
I
that?
haven't seen yet.
I'm considering seeing it. I've heard a lot of good things.
you should. It's really good.
I probably do.
alright.
I would like to
plan-
see it now.
I plan to do a forge on it.
Something I wanted to bring up, especially now that we're post-film, is that tweet quoting Drinker, right? It's collectively everyone's like shitting on him, being like, haha, he didn't understand it. But when you start reading some of the more popular responses, they all have different reasons for why he's wrong. And some of them contradict, right? Like, so
And
right
at that point, it's like,
one of the first ones is people say there's so many plot holes, and then you find out the plot hole is just that they didn't like it. Like, oh,
Genius.
so you're saying like the film is actually coherent
it's
then?
solid. Yeah.
It's interesting. And it's like, have you looked into what he said, and have you got an example of like something that he's clearly wrong on? Because he's got his video out on it, you know. You got. I think Glass Onion's really smart, but it's just that the mystery itself is incredibly obvious. The subtext of the film and some of its symbolism is genius.
So just some of the
Such as,
subtext
like-
and symbolism? Like, yeah, like tell me, really.
She posed
Let
as the
me in
Mona
on
Lisa at the end, bad.
And
Well,
someone else said that the movie makes fun of these people.
Oh,
So like the people
Not
saying,
very well.
you know what I mean? You're sitting there like, what?
That reminds me
Am
of
I to
She-Hulk. It's like,
believe
oh,
that
Ryan just calls it dumb. He says
She-Hulk
so
made
himself.
fun of the haters, but it did a shit
And that
job
was-
of it though.
That wasn't embarrassing at all.
Yeah.
But also, I don't believe that Ryan Johnson would watch any film video that's an appraisal of his film and go, wow, idiot, you actually tried to, like, analyze my film? He wouldn't do that. And conversely, the same people who would say, like, why are you even taking it seriously? If you got a reference wrong, they'd be like, you're fucking wrong. You got that wrong. Like, that piece of information is incorrect. You fucking idiot. You're, like, shitting on this film and you don't even have the references right. It's like, you gotta make up your minds here. What is it? Is it stupid? And there's no references that are necessary in terms of, like, making claims that can be disproven or are falsifiable? Or are there falsifiable claims? Is it actually an intelligent movie that's structured coherently? You gotta pick one. No, I mean, I guess, to be fair, I'm not applying this to people who made different arguments themselves. That's just more interesting, that nobody can even agree on what's great about it. Because you know what? I think people agree on what's great about Saving Private Ryan, you know? Or, like, Citizen Kane, or any number of just general good films. People tend to agree. Or, like, you know, Toy Story. I don't know. I haven't seen people coming away with weird, disparate perspectives on Puss in Boots. Everybody seems to be in unison in terms of understanding what's strong about it, both in terms of its presentation and the story itself and the messaging. Can we talk about that briefly?
Well, one of the there's some that have got some likes that again, I'm just like OP is obviously dumb, but I don't see how the glass onion concept absolves the film from criticism. It's fine if its intention is to be silly and not focus on the minutiae of the plot and writing and whatever, but it's valid to dislike it for that reason. Like, wow.
You're not allowed. No, stop it. Careful.
Like I said, can you make a Glass Onion movie that's bad?
The reason I
Is
did
that
stop,
possible to do?
I stopped before the end because then they said, especially since the first one was so good.
no, god damn it. You had it all there and you blew it.
Did people complaining about this movie even watch the first one? The reveal in that one was that it was obvious to the point of being comedic. Who did it isn't the real mystery to these movies.
Unfortunately,
What's the real mystery then?
They
Why do
they
people
are right
think it's
about
good? That's the real mystery.
They are right about one thing: is that it's very similar twist in both movies. The twist is it's the guy you thought it was going to be.
Yes, the most obvious guy with the most screen time, most motive.
Yeah.
As someone who likes whodunits, I think they did a great job fucking with people who overanalyze every clue and story beat.
How do
If
you like
then why do you
whodunits then?
whodunits? Why?
Yeah,
Like,
why
yeah,
do you
why
like
don't- like-
whodunits
I hate my life.
then?
It's genre bending.
I want my mommy.
Yeah, that's all I'm done. It's just that was Glass Onion. It was so fucking bad, and
I'm so done
Ugh.
with this fucking movie, Mirpshi.
I
Can we
got
stop
really-
now?
we can stop now.
Rump.
We can rest.
Please.
Yeah.